There is a momentum here that keeps us moving forward together. It drives us to progress, moves us to advance towards succeeding. A collective momentum of the past, present, and the future. No matter the obstacles, it takes us over them, through them, carrying a higher purpose, shaping futures, and opening doors to opportunity. It's there when the odds are high, when all that's needed is a little more traction. It is born of the accomplishments of those that came before, and alive in the hopes of those who will follow. The very sweat and hard work that has brought our alumni face to face with their goals for over a century now. That's the source. It's the sum of individual successes that collectively create this swelling tide of support, momentum that some students depend on. Each year, we dedicate one day to help. Alumni, students, faculty, and staff all take part in helping build that momentum, and you can help too. One day, 24 hours, whether you give $1 or create a trust, you can continue the legacy of momentum at SIU. Momentum that lowers odds, eases challenges, and creates opportunities for students to one day pay it forward. Because the simple act of giving is what keeps us all moving forward together. Join us March 3rd, 2021. Build momentum on the SIU Day of Giving.
Welcome to the 5th annual SIU Day of Giving. My name is Matt Kupek. I'm the CEO of the SIU Foundation, and it's my honor to be the host for today's festivities. The Day of Giving has become a very important day in the life of our university. Every year, we ask alumni and friends to join together and support this great university through financial supports. In our first year, 4 years ago, we raised $370,000. Last year, we came in past $1 million, went to 1.6, and this year, we have set a goal of $2 million. But as important as that, our goal is to secure commitments from 3,000 donors. That would be the first time we've ever passed that mark. So that money makes a big difference, provides support for our scholarships, our faculty, and our programs. And today, we're going to do something unique. With COVID and all, we have gone to a live stream event. We're going to 8 hours of live stream, live right in front of you today. We will bring you 22 segments featuring our academic schools and units. We have 117 videos we're going to share with you. Amazing stories of what this great university is doing. You'll hear from the chancellor. You'll hear from our deans. You'll hear from our faculty, students, and staff about the incredible things this university is doing. But on Day of Giving, we'll point out how your gifts can make a difference and have an impact. It's going to be a spectacular day. We're live. There may be a glitch or two along the way, but we are one of the only universities that are doing something like this. It's another example of how SIU is in the lead. I want to do a shout out to the Alumni Association, who is hosting this live stream today on their Facebook page. And we are here live in the studios of WSIU. This is the largest broadcast studio south of Chicago. You get goosebumps just being in this facility. And WSIU reaches 5 million people every day in 5 states, bringing important messaging, entertainment to the folks that it supports, it provides its services. So we're going to hear from Jack Tishner, the great leader of WSIU later, but we're thrilled. Without the team of WSIU, I'm not sure we could have pulled this off, but it's going to be a spectacular day. Again, a day when we join together. Across the bottom of the screen, you'll see the address where you can go to make a gift. We've already had over $100,000 come in on this day of giving. This will be a historic day. We're going to go here to a video, quick video, and at the back end of the video, you're going to hear from the Dean Scott Collins and the College of Health and Human Sciences of the wonderful work they're doing. So thanks for joining us, and we're going to have a great day today, and let's go to the video.
As a student, as a graduate, SIU is forever in your heart.
The university helped me make connections that I have endured throughout my career.
I wouldn't be where I am if it weren't for SIU. Imagine creating opportunity.
SIU to me is a fresh opportunity, chance to be my best every day. Make an impact and leave a legacy here.
The opportunity to stay current in our field so that we can then come back and provide that knowledge to our students.
Funding valuable research.
It's one thing to read about the dinosaurs in textbooks, but it's another thing to get out and actually dig them up with your hands.
Here at SIU, we have a lot of undergraduate research opportunities, which is very critical.
None of it would have been possible if I hadn't received research scholarships from SIU itself.
I'm a first-generation college student. Scholarships really help to bring students from different backgrounds an equal opportunity.
Empowering students and teachers.
We've always been known for hitting the ground running.
We're competitive.
We have grit.
We are determined.
For the last 150 years,
Breaking boundaries.
Blazing new trails.
Forging new opportunities.
Doing the research.
Driving innovation.
Always looking for a new perspective.
The labor code. Transforming students into the professionals of tomorrow.
Building something that will last far into the future.
As an alumni of the school, it's just an amazing honor to create a landmark and a monument that will be part of SIU into the future.
We've just instituted a virtual reality lab. We're folding technological narratives like virtual reality into our fiction program. No question that the SIU Foundation has changed the lives of our fiction students. It's a way of giving to the future.
The stage is set, the vision is clear, and we have a goal to build upon 150 years of higher education.
The value of my SIU degree is not dependent upon what I do with my degree. It's dependent upon what those that come after me, what they do with their SIU degree. I want my students to be more successful than what I have been.
And realize new successes on campus and in the lives of our students. There is something really special about SIU.
We get a really positive interaction with students.
They get to know us, we get to know them throughout their entire academic career here at Southern.
Participating in classes, they're getting the content, they're applying the content.
It's going to prepare me to be better out in the field.
SIU has given me multiple opportunities. I can go out into the real world and feel as if I'm prepared.
If you're serious about challenging yourself, SIU is a place where you want to be.
I give credit to SIU molding me into the businesswoman that I am. I'm proud to be a Saluki.
We truly believe success is going to continue breeding further success.
I was amazed to find out that I could do this stuff.
The generosity of giving creates scholarship opportunities for students, funds research and state-of-the-art facilities, improves programs, empowers faculty, and enriches student education.
Whenever you see an opportunity to help support an SIU student, to help support an SIU program, or help support the university, keep that in your heart forever.
The stage is ready and the curtain is opening. Forever SIU.
check your phone.
I'm watching my phone. Okay, we're back.
Is audio there? On your phone? Oh.
It has a little lag.
It's a little loud. Audio's low.
Audio's low.
Human Sciences was formed on July 1st of this last year as part of the reorganization that is going on here at SIU. It is comprised of 7 schools with over 50 different degree programs at the undergraduate and graduate level. This fall, approximately 40% of the freshman class at SIU was enrolled in the College of Health and Human Sciences, and we had nearly 4,000 students enrolled in our programs. A testament to the quality of our programs is the fact we hold 31 different program-specific accreditations. Our programs lead to endless career opportunities that make a difference, and we are excited to share a few details about our great college. That being said, I'm going to turn it over to Steph to tell you about our School of Architecture.
The School of Architecture programs consist of architecture, interior design, fashion merchandising and design, and construction management and operations. The architectural program is a composite 4+2 program with a nationally accredited graduate professional program that leads to a professional certificate. This master's program is one of the top enrolling graduate programs at SIU. Our interior design degree is a nationally accredited program that prepares professionals for a corporate design market. Our fashion programs in design, styling, and merchandising address current market trends in the ever-growing and dynamic global fashion industry. The school has created 2 honorary scholarships in the name of Norm Locke and John Davey, longtime faculty members here at SIU. You can make a donation to these scholarships on the Day of Giving website. Scott, I'm going to turn it over to you. Can you tell us about automotive and aviation?
Oh, most definitely. Thank you, Steph. We have 2 great units housed at the Transportation Education Center, and those include automotive and aviation. So first, I'm going to talk about automotive technology. It offers an undergraduate program that added 14 new training vehicles to its fleet, including diesel trucks and electric vehicles. 80% of the graduates accept full-time employment prior to graduation, starting at salaries between $50,000 and $75,000 a year. That's very impressive. And we need to mention that several graduates are leaders employed with the global automotive industry, which is also very impressive. This unit has a special donation challenge this year. Mike Bierman, the current chairman of this unit, has pledged to donate $500 if SIU Automotive can exceed the amount raised last year, which was $2,100, or exceed the number of donors of 22 from last year. Therefore, whether you can support with a $10 or $1,000 gift, this will help us toward our goal. Another great area at the Transportation Center is aviation. SIU Aviation started in 1960 with the purchase of Midwest Aero Services by the SIU Board of Trustees for a cost just over $50,000. This purchase marked the beginning of SIU Aviation at SIU, and it means that SIU Aviation turned 60 as of December of last year. Aviation at SIU consists of 3 degree programs: aviation flight, aviation management, and aviation technologies. Each degree program has multiple specializations and minors. The Flying Salukis, the aviation flight competitive flight team, has won 9 national championships. The aviation program has experienced tremendous enrollment growth and has recently proposed a master's degree in aviation management to meet industry demands. They are doing many great things. We're going to now move over to the School of Health Sciences.
We ran this for hours the other day. USB. Should be.
In Illinois. This program is also very active with community outreach. They provide dental cleanings and x-rays at a very affordable cost for SIU students and the general public. They also have the Community Dental Center, which serves as the dental home for many patients. Both dental centers actually serve hundreds of patients in Southern Illinois.
That's a very impressive community service. Another great program in the School of Health Sciences is healthcare management. This is one of approximately 47 programs across the U.S. that holds certification from the Association of University Programs in Health Administration. The healthcare management program is one of the few programs in the country to offer hands-on experience with the EPIC electronic health record system. The long-term care minor meets the requirements to take the Illinois Nursing Home Administrator's licensure examination. And after the completion of the healthcare management program, students can continue their studies through 2 different graduate level programs, including the Masters of Health Informatics and Masters of Health Administration. Another great program in the School of Health Sciences is the Mortuary Science and Funeral Service program. This program is nationally accredited by the American Board of Funeral Service Education. It is the only BS level program in the state of Illinois and one of only 6 in the country. The program is preparing to put in a human crematory, and then that is one area we're asking for assistance with on this day of giving. By doing so, this would make it the only BS level program in the state of Illinois with a human crematory and one of only 2 in the country, which would be very past fall semester, and the SIU nursing program has an RN to BSN program online that started this past January. The accelerated BSN program starts later this year. And this year, impressively, we received more than 450 applications for our nursing program. According to U.S. News and World Report, 3 of the best 25 jobs are associated with nursing. That makes it very rewarding. I must mention this program has received tremendous reach and to help meet the nursing need in our area. At this time, we're going to transition to a video that includes one of our bachelor's in nursing students, Natalie Honnold, and she's from Decatur, Illinois.
Hello, my name is Natalie Honnold, and I'm currently a sophomore here at SIU, majoring in nursing and minoring in healthcare management, healthcare informatics and information, and long-term care administration. Illinois, which is about 3 hours north of Carbondale, and although I love where I am from, Carbondale and SIU have become like a second home to me. My favorite spot on campus is the nursing lab, which I am currently sitting in. This room actually used to be a chemistry lab, but was recently remodeled to create an environment similar to that of a hospital setting. The mannequins that we use, which you can see behind me, have high fidelity, meaning that they can simulate actual patient responses. To help pay for college expenses. Personally, it has helped me and my family worry less about paying out of pocket for things such as my tuition, books, and lab supplies. It is such a wonderful feeling to know that we have people in our community who care about our programs here at SIU and who truly believe in the students that are in them. I will personally do my best to not let you down and to not take your generosity lightly. Because of you, I have been able to Start with a dream and finish with a future. Thank you.
And we're so sorry about those technical difficulties. We hope you got to see our video of our nursing student, Natalie. You know, Scott, I'm really excited to see what the future of the nursing program brings to the region and to SIU. We're now going to move forward with the physical therapy assistant program. The PTA program at SIU was founded in 1968. It was the third PTA program in the nation to receive accreditation. This program has maintained full accreditation since that time.
Excellent. The next area we're going to discuss in the School of Health Sciences is radiologic sciences. The radiologic sciences program offers specialization in radiography, CT MRI, sonography, radiation therapy, management education, and starting this fall, interventional radiography. This program is the only bachelor's level radiologic sciences program in the state of Illinois. An exciting point about the radiologic sciences program is that the specializations, many of them are experiencing near perfect pass rates on their national boards, which is very impressive.
Next is rehabilitation services. Clinical rehab professionals give back to their communities by working with children and adults in both the private and public sector. They may have a range of titles, including counselor, job placement specialist, or case manager, among others. The Bureau's labor statistics projects a 10.3% employment growth for rehab counselors between 2019 and 2029. I'm now going to turn it over to Scott to discuss our School of Human Sciences.
Before we leave the School of Health Sciences, though, I need to mention that there's many more great programs coming, such as the Doctorate of Physical Therapy, Occupational Therapy Doctorate, and graduate programs in nursing. So now, as you said, in the School of Health Human Sciences, there's many exciting programs, one of them being exercise science. Exercise science is known as a launchpad major because it propels students into a variety of careers like physical therapy, occupational therapy, personal training, strength and conditioning coaching, athletic training, and others. Your gifts to this area will allow us to offer valuable hands-on experiences that enable students to enhance their personal and professional skills and bolster their resumes, increasing their ability to compete for jobs and slots in graduate and professional programs. Another great area in the School of Human Sciences is nutrition and dietetics. This program offers courses in sports nutrition, obesity, experimental foods, community nutrition, medical nutrition therapy, and nutrition education. Very interestingly, Forbes magazine highlights dietetics as one of the top 25 jobs for millennials. Our nutrition students are also involved in the community through a variety of programs. Some of these include the Gumdrops program that helps enhance the quality of life for at-risk children throughout Southern Illinois. They also assist with many food drives for local food pantries in our region. Another very important program in the School of Human Sciences at this current time is public health due to the COVID pandemic. And public health professionals are considered guardians of the wellness of communities. They promote healthy lifestyles and respond to public health events such as outbreaks of the flu and other contagious diseases, such again as the COVID pandemic. Health educators and community health workers are growing professions and are among the careers you can choose with a degree in public health.
Next up is our Recreation Professions Department. Students can specialize in outdoor rec, therapeutic rec, and recreation management. Did you know our Special Olympics and SIU go way back? One of our previous faculty members, Dr. Freeberg, helped establish the National Special Olympics program in conjunction with the Joseph P. Kennedy Foundation. And our Camp Little Giant caters to youth and adults with physical and mental disabilities. It's been around since 1952. Employment of recreation workers is projected to grow 8% in the next 10 years, faster than the average for all occupations. Next up is social work. The social work program has partnered with the Illinois Department of Family Services to make the department placement curriculum available to students who are pursuing a bachelor's or master's degree and want to work in child welfare after graduation. This is the state of Illinois' third simulation training center for frontline child protective investigators in Southern Illinois, a region with the highest rate of child abuse and neglect in the state. The Sports Administration program was selected as one of the top 50 most affordable sports admin programs in the nation, and the only one in the state of Illinois. Sports admin alumni have successfully obtained jobs in a variety of fields, most notably with the St. Louis Cardinals. The School of Human Sciences has also been very active to help create enrollment growth by proposing new graduate programs, as well as creating online offerings in public health and social work. We're really excited to see what the future holds for this school. I'm going to turn it over to Scott to tell you about the School of Justice and Public Safety.
That's exciting areas to hear about. Within the School of Justice and Public Safety, there are a variety of programs. One such area is criminology and criminal justice. This unit offers both graduate and undergraduate programs. The SIU School of Justice and Public Safety offers a dual degree in criminology and criminal justice with the Juris Doctorate in SIU School of Law. The criminology and criminal justice program have roots dating back to the 1960s, and it has more than 6,000 program alums working in a wide range of fields, including law enforcement, corrections, juvenile counseling, education, law, and others. Another great program within the School of Justice and Public Safety is Paralegal Studies. The Paralegal Studies program is one of only 2 American Bar Association approved public university programs in the state. The Paralegal Studies program is approaching its 40th anniversary as it started back in 1983. Also in School of Justice and Public Safety is the Public Safety Management program. And it started in 1977 as a fire service management degree program. Graduates can be found in top leadership positions in fire departments throughout the state and in some of the largest departments in the country. Many of the fire chiefs in the state are SIU alum. That's exciting. We have a paramedicine certificate in Northern Illinois. We also need to mention that this school is experiencing enrollment growth by creating excellent career opportunities for students at SIU. Steph is going to take over at this point and tell you about the School of Psychological and Behavioral Sciences.
The undergraduate program in psychology provides a broad general education in the study of human behavior and mental processes. At the doctoral level, we have the Applied PhD program that focuses on learning and applying psychological science to practice. The research emphasis includes research design for real-world settings. Our Applied Research Consulting is a student-centered consulting firm that works with clients and businesses for practical skills development. In our Brain and Cognitive Sciences PhD program, students receive hands-on experience performing research and design experiments in the field of cognition, development, and neuroscience. The Clinical Psychology PhD program is designed to develop clinical psychologists who will demonstrate competence as health service providers. Our students pursue specialization in either child or adult clinical psychology. The Counseling Psych program has a long and distinguished history. It's been around since 1961. For nearly 50 years, graduates have gone on to a wide range of successful careers. Our final program is Behavior Analysis and Therapy. Every student enrolls in a practicum course where they gain the confidence in their skills to become a behavior analyst. These professionals work one-on-one with persons with autism, intellectual disabilities, brain injuries, or mental health disorders. The School of Psychological and Behavioral Sciences is also creating many online opportunities for the future of SIU.
Thank you for listening to Steph and I tell you more about the programs under the College of Health and Human Sciences. I am very excited about what the future holds for our college. As I stated earlier, our graduates are prepared to pursue successful careers that make a difference. If you want to learn more, please visit our website at chhs.siu.edu.
On this 5th annual Day of Giving, you can support the College of Health and Human Sciences, our programs and initiatives by making a tax-deductible donation at siuday.siu.edu. Scott and I also want to take this opportunity to mention our College of Health and Human Sciences Development Fund. This fund is vital to the future of our new college and will be used at the dean's discretion to help students, faculty, and staff throughout the entire college. We appreciate your support of this fund and to our programs in the College of Health and Human Sciences.
No donation is too small or too large. Please help the College of Health and Human Sciences raise the most money at SIU this year and win one of the Day of Giving trophies behind me. I want to sincerely thank you in advance for your willingness to help our college and the many programs we offer.
Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We hope you enjoy the rest of the live stream today. We're now going to transition to a video before you see everyone else. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I do remember very clearly my first week at SIU. I remember going to the welcome event, going to the stadium. The first week in the evenings, I would just take walks around campus, the beautiful buildings. It's gorgeous, it's so surreal and so beautiful.
We are very successful because of what we are doing here. Forever SIU means SIU is forever in your heart. So wherever you go, whatever you're doing, whenever you see an opportunity to help support an SIU student, to help support an SIU program, or help support the university, keep that in your heart forever.
There is a momentum here that keeps us moving forward together. It drives us to progress, moves us to advance towards succeeding. It's the sum of individual successes that collectively create this swelling tide of support, momentum that some students depend on. Each year, we dedicate one day to help. Because the simple act of giving is what keeps us all moving forward together.
Okay. Again, we are. Hi, we're here, and so Kevin, we're here.
We're here. Wow, it's the day of giving is here.
Yes.
All this planning. Good morning. My name is Kevin Clark. I'm the Director of Development for Library Affairs, and that consists of Morris Library, University Press, and the University Museum. I'm also a three-time graduate from SIU, Go Dogs, and so this day of giving has significant meaning to me as being a recipient of a scholarship when I was coming through at SIU. At this time, I'd like to introduce the Dean of Library Affairs, John Politz. He's also a graduate of SIU, and so I'm sure he'll have a few words to say about that. And, what can I say? I mean, we're at the center of it all, heart, mind, and soul. Dean Politz, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. I'm so excited about this. I want to start out by apologizing to all my Facebook friends. I've been inundating people with news about this day, so it's finally here. I'm really excited. At least I wasn't posting pictures of my cat. But anyway, thanks. I'm excited. We've got a lot of great things coming, and I want to do a shout out to Mary Carroll, who is our Chicago Regional Director for Development, and she works hard with Kevin and me to support Library Affairs. We're going to have a good day today. We've got a couple of people coming up, a couple of videos. We've got longtime supporters to talk about why they support Morris Library and Library Affairs and the entire university. First up will be Dr. Rob Jensen, who is the past president of the Friends of Morris Library and a foundation board member. After him, from sunny California, we've got Larry DeJarnette, who's going to talk about his role in the proud history of Morris Library. You have long been committed to the success of SIU and Morris Library in particular. Can you tell me about your long history with Morris Library and why is it special to you?
Yeah, John, I guess in my time, there were really probably three events that are sort of highlights of my history with Morris Library. And maybe if I tell you a little bit about each of those, it'll help explain why it's so special to me. The first would have to be that my student career at SIU sort of paralleled Morris Library. I came shortly after the library was opened and as a brand new freshman to the college campus. But I got to know the man the library was named for, Dr. Morris, the university president, because I was a student worker in his office for 4 years of my undergraduate school. I went on to do my master's degree in business administration, working as a graduate research assistant in a new office the university had established to be responsible for using computers to streamline the university's business systems and procedures. SIU's growth had created a ton of opportunities and needs for new processes. That growth caused an even greater growth in the use of Morris Library. Students were checking out and returning books at such a pace, they overwhelmed the circulation desk. They couldn't get the books checked back in and back on the shelves in time. And books literally stacked up in rows behind the circulation desk, waiting to be processed through. I became the project manager for a study and then the development of a new computerized circulation control system developed at SIU for Morris Library. We worked with IBM and McDonnell Douglas in St. Louis, who used IBM's factory data collection equipment to track inventory in their plants. As a business student, I said, the library has an inventory problem. Long story short, that system was the first of its kind in the country. Subsequently, I'm told, well in excess of 100 libraries have developed similar systems, but SIU was first. And oh yes, that automated circulation control system, that was my master's thesis.
Thank you so much for those words, Larry. And since it's the day of giving, why should others join you today to support Morris Library?
Why join in supporting Morris Library on the day of giving? That's a good question because, you know, we all have our own colleges and schools where we studied and hopefully graduated, whether it was from the class of 62 or 63 as I did, or 1985 or 2004 or any other year. But the Morris Library doesn't have a graduating class of 2021, nor did it have one in 1962. Yet, without Morris Library, I suspect few, if any of us, would have ever completed our college careers. The Morris Library was an essential part of our university experience and success. So maybe it's easy for you to understand, and others too, why Morris Library is important to me, and it gets my support each year at this time and otherwise through the year, along with my college. We can do both, friends. Let's make sure we do that.
I want to bring on Dr. Robert Jensen, Professor Emeritus from SIUC, a member of the SIUC Foundation Board, and past president of the Friends of Morris Library. Welcome, Rob.
Thank you, John. Glad to be here.
Well, Rob, you've been a longtime supporter of SIU and Morris Library in particular. Can you tell me why you've committed so much of your time and energy to Morris Library?
Because Morris Library has been critically important in my career here at SIU. I came here as an assistant professor, untenured. I was faced with 4 new class preparations my first year, trying to set up a research laboratory and with committee assignments. If I hadn't had the support of the collections at Morris Library, the facilities, and most importantly, the librarians themselves who steered me in the right direction time after time, it would have been a tough go. but Morris Library was very important in my academic success and in my career at SIU.
Thank you, Rob. That's great. We're so happy that we could help you out back then. I wasn't here, but
I am so
it's good.
happy that I was able to do it.
Good. All right. As a leader and member of the Friends of Morris Library, can you tell me some of the things that they've done and supported over the years?
Yeah, I think that the Friends have really been critical in the operations of the library, partially because the library has sustained serious and damaging budget cuts over the last decade or so. And the Friends have been able to provide what we call the essential extras. They are essential and they're extras and not in the budget. Such things as purchasing 3D printers, such things as purchasing a book scanner for interlibrary loan. That was an expensive thing. And the Friends participated in the purchase of that. We support the Delta Award, many speakers, other occasions, and more, and importantly, little things, such as putting up the plaques that identify all the presidents in the Hall of Presidents. The Friends have been providing the essential extras to Morris Library.
Boy, and we do appreciate it. So, last question. Why should others join you in supporting Morris Library during the Day of Giving?
This is one way of continuing the Friends of capacity to provide those essential extras. That the Friends have themselves have donated substantial monies to the Day of Giving program, but we need support from other folk as well, not necessarily members of the Friends, but people who believe in Morris Library, for whom the library has touched their lives and made their careers better. SIU has been transforming lives for years and years, and Morris Library, in many ways, is the center of the academic enterprise at SIU, and therefore the Day of Giving can help it continue its mission.
Thank you so much, Rob, for your support and for your kind words. Okay, Kevin, we're back. That was great. I love to hear those guys. They're great supporters of ours.
Most definitely. Well, I'd like to take this opportunity to, if you don't mind, go through a little Q&A, ask you some questions. I think that this will help kind of bring everybody up to speed with what's going on with Morris Library. And so, can you tell me, how have you used some of the gifts from past days of giving?
It's like Rob said. It's helped us get the essential extras. And a couple examples is last year we bought a podcasting studio to put in the library for student use, and it resulted in the Blanket Fort Radio Theater program from the SIU Press that you'll hear about later today. The next one that's coming up from money we got last year is we've got about 30 faculty members who are going to take part in a statewide program looking at how to create free online textbooks for our students. This is a great project, and our library faculty came up with it, came to me and said, we want to help our faculty cut the expenses of textbooks for our students. And I have big expectations for that.
Okay. Very good. I mean, that's very good information. And so my next question is, so what does the Friends of Morris Library, what do they do?
Well, they are our supporters and our greatest cheerleaders. And I want to send a shout out to Tony Bagner, who is our current president of the Friends of Morris Library Board. They meet, they're going to meet tomorrow. And they, like Rob said, they provide the essential extras. And so we've gotten 3D printers, laser cutters. They help with faculty development and staff development. We just are sending someone to an archives class based on this, on their funding. And also they support the constitutional debates where we partner with the political science department.
Very good. That's good information. And so here's a question for you. Here's the pitch. What should give, who should give to Morris Library on the day of giving?
Well, everyone, Kevin, everyone. It's like Larry says, Morris Library touches everybody. It's the heart of the university and is the cornerstone for everyone's experience. We don't have alumnus exactly, although we do have our student workers who go off into the world and support us and support the take what they've learned working in the library off to other places. I just heard from a woman who graduated in 2017. She worked up in the library administration, and now she's a library school student at the University of Illinois and working for the Chicago Public Library. It does my heart so good to see that kind of thing happening.
Great. And so I'm going to wrap up with one final question. Is there more that you'd like to say just to kind of round out the Q&A?
Oh yeah, Kevin.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Remember, everybody stay tuned for 9:45. Well, it's going to change a little bit now, but stay tuned. We've got a big announcement coming up. Exciting things are happening at SIU and Morris Library. You can be part of that excitement. We can all move forward together, and we want you to make sure you become part of that excitement. And remember, make your donations to the day of giving at siu.siu.edu, right? And so thank you so much for this time to talk. We've been allowed to talk to you and to talk to everyone out there. It's a great day. It's pretty exciting.
It is. It's very exciting.
and especially for two alumni like you and me.
Yes.
This is an important part in people's lives. I can't tell you how many people I talked to about how important this was to their creation of themselves. And so speaking of which, we've got a podcast called Saluki Stories. You can tune into that every Wednesday and hear the stories of our Saluki alumni. Thanks.
I want my students to be more successful than what I have been.
Preparing these students adequately is incredibly important.
And so it's up to each of us to ensure that the value of my SIU degree is not dependent upon what I do with my degree. It's dependent upon what those that come after me, what they do with their SIU degree.
We've always been known for hitting the ground running.
So it's our mission to ensure that they are better, stronger, whatever it might be, than those that came before them.
It's a way of giving to the future.
That's what's going to help continue this program going forward.
Our history is rich, our spirit strong, but our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy, to protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. We are all Salukis, now and forever.
Hi, my name is Yuta Yang. I am a doctoral student in the Department of Curriculum and Instruction. I am the recipient of the Dissertation Research Assistantship. This award is helping me to reach my academic goals because it provides me with the financial support that I need to finish my dissertation study. This award enables me to concentrate on writing my dissertation paper. When applying for this award, I received letters from the professors, and I feel inspired when I read their positive words. Writing CV and biographic statement give me opportunities to reflect on who I am and where I'm going. I would like to thank the donors who support the graduate school, and I would encourage everyone to support the graduate school funds on the SIU Day of Giving. Thank you.
Good morning, Saluki Nation, and welcome to the live stream for the College of Business and Analytics. I'm Stephanie Parton, and I am the Director of Development for the college, and I am pleased to introduce Dean Terry Clark. Dean Clark arrived in Carbondale in the 1970s. He earned his bachelor's and master's from SIU, followed by his doctorate from Texas A&M. He held faculty positions at the University of Notre Dame and Emory University before coming back to join the faculty at SIU in 1999. Since then, he served as chair of the marketing department and most recently as dean of the college. He specializes in marketing strategy and international marketing. Terry received the College of Business and Analytics Undergraduate Teacher of the Year Award in 2003 and a Teacher Honor Roll Award in 2004. Terry has a global reputation for his research, with interest in corporate governance, international marketing, and marketing strategy. During his tenure as dean, Terry has added the analytics programming to the college, and he has led the college through adapting to the pandemic. Terry has a passion for all things Saluki. He has been quoted as saying, "Of all the universities that I've worked at, studied at, or visited, SIU is by far my favorite. I love Southern Illinois, I love Carbondale, and I love our campus." Dean Clark, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Stephanie. And as Stephanie said, I'm Terry Clark, Dean of the College of Business and Analytics here at beautiful Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. Welcome alumni and friends to this, our 5th Day of Giving. The Day of Giving is a very special day designed to achieve a number of goals, including to celebrate all things Saluki and all things College of Business and Analytics. 2, to foster a habit of philanthropy among our students while they are students. 3, to provide alumni and friends opportunities to make fast and focused gifts outside of the scope of their longer-term strategically planned giving, and to inspire, uplift, and unify our community in a celebration of the great things the College of Business and Analytics has done, is doing, and will do into the future. To facilitate these goals, our brief time together is going to be structured as follows. Following my introduction, I'll present video messages from 3 alumni and 2 students. Following those video messages, Stephanie Parton, my colleague, development officer for the college, will speak about some targeted projects for the Day of Giving and explain how we might direct our gifts to the targets of our choice. Well, let's get into the first 4 videos. The first video message is from Latasha Gillespie, Executive Head of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at Amazon Studios. A finance major while she was in the college, Latasha now sits in on script readings with directors, actors, and producers and advises them on casting. The second video message is from Bill Fenwick. A pioneer in intellectual property in Silicon Valley, Bill's law firm, Fenwick and Taylor, was one of Apple's first major law partners. Incidentally, Bill also gave personal legal advice to Steve Jobs the first time Steve left Apple. Following that, we'll hear from current student Leroy Jones, a senior in business management with a minor in healthcare management. And Leroy's leaving us in December. He's graduating. Finally, in this set, we have a video message from Rachel Paulus, a finance major who works with the college's Saluki Student Investment Fund, investing real dollars, millions of dollars. And Rachel also just landed a lucrative internship with Caterpillar.
Hi, I'm Latasha Gillespie, and I'm the head of Global Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for Amazon Studios, Prime Video, and IMDb. Prior to that, I was the head of Global Diversity for Amazon Corporate, and before that, I spent 20 years in the manufacturing industry working for Caterpillar, the world's largest heavy construction and earth-moving equipment, where I served in roles in HR, in finance, in diversity, and in manufacturing. But my story doesn't begin there. My story actually begins in Carbondale. I am a 1996 graduate of the College of Business, where I received my finance degree. I learned so many valuable lessons while being a student at SIU. I've learned the importance of staying ready so that you don't have to get ready. And I learned that by being involved with the college's external advisory boards and having interactions with CEOs from Fortune 500 companies who shared valuable information and poured into us as students. I learned the importance of taking risks and saying yes to things I didn't always feel qualified or ready for, and frankly, that scared me. A great example of that is when Gray McGee, who was the CEO of Specialty Alloy and an SIU alum, invited me down to his company in Tennessee for a paid externship over my spring break. One of the best experiences of my life. And I learned the power and the value of relationships. People who were my peers, who I sat next to in class, my advisors, my professors, my mentors, have now become my business partners, my customers, my suppliers, and my lifelong friends. And I'm so grateful for those relationships. You know, the power of the SIU network is real. I can think of a particular time when I was working at Caterpillar. I'd just been named the head of diversity recruiting, and coming from a finance world, I did not have a lot of engineering and recruiting experience. So I called up a mentor who was an SIU alum, George Medellin, and picked his brain for hours. And George was not only, really free in sharing with his information, but he also extended his personal network to me. He opened doors for me and allowed me to use his name. And that was so helpful. It's because of that we were able to build a robust strategy that included partnerships with an organization like the Society of Women Engineers and the National Society of Black Engineers. If I could leave SIU students with one piece of advice, it would be get involved. It's my time at SIU working with organizations like Blacks Interested in Business that I really honed my skills, particularly my risk-taking skills. I learned how to take small risks and get involved, and that led to much bigger risks, like moving my family across the world to Singapore and living for 2 years. And that was an amazing and incredible experience. And I owe that back to SIU. So to students today, I encourage you to get involved, take risks. I'm so excited for your future. I'm so excited to see all the wonderful contributions that you're going to make to this world. All the best to you.
Hi, my name is Bill Fenwick. I am one of 4 founding partners of the law firm of Fenwick & West, which is a Silicon Valley law firm that specializes in intellectual property and computer law. I graduated from high school in 1957. At that time, I had received an offer, and it had been withdrawn, for a basketball scholarship at a small Kentucky college. Having that occur caused me to believe that perhaps I would not be able to go to college. the opportunities in the town I grew up were very limited for young people. And so I went to Chicago to find work. I went there in 57. In 1960, I got a note from one of my former teammates saying he had gotten a scholarship at SIU and he thought I could get a swim scholarship. I began to think about that and I decided to make an application, take the required tests, after which I concluded that there was the most remote possibility that I would be accepted. But surprisingly, I was offered a provisional scholarship. Provisions were take 2 non-credit courses and a full academic load for the first 2 quarters. I did that, and the next year I got involved with student government, and all of a sudden I needed some help. I got a mentor from the School of Business who had shown a great deal of interest in my activities. He was able to get me, to assist me in getting an scholarship to a reputable law school. I went from law school to Wall Street. I worked on Wall Street for 5 years. And at that point, we started the Fenwick and West law firm.
Hello all, my name is Leroy Jones, a senior student from the south suburbs of Chicago, Illinois, majoring in business management with a specialization in healthcare enterprises and a minor in healthcare management. I came to SIU back in fall of 2016, initially on the pre-med route. However, college is all about finding yourself. With the help of my SIU advisors, faculty, and staff, I was able to find my home within the College of Business and Analytics. From day one, faculty and staff such as Bridget Sargent, Rachel Ritchie, and so many others ensured that myself and every other Saluki are knowledgeable of useful resources and equipped with the proper course materials. Factors such as this, where faculty and staff ensures the well-being of every student, plays a tremendous role of every Saluki success. While journeying through my coursework in the College of Business and Analytics, I have been able to apply several core skills, concepts, and theories to my most current internship at higher level in Marion, Illinois. These courses not only prepare students for future internships, fellowships, and jobs with the proper knowledge, but make sure that students are highly competitive in the workforce, something that cannot be overlooked. Let me finish up by giving one piece of advice. U.S. Air Force Lieutenant Michael Anderson once said, "Whatever you want to be in life, you are training for it now." As a student, come to SIU seeking those proper resources, connections, get involved so that you can set yourself up for the right career path. If you haven't figured it out, that's fine. Life is a journey, but just don't give up. Have a great day. I'll see you on campus soon.
Hi, I'm Rachel Pallas. I'm a finance major here at the College of Business and Analytics. Throughout my time here, I've learned so much. I came to SIU in the fall of 2019 as a transfer student and a first-generation college student. I love that SIU has so many programs to set you up for success, no matter your circumstances or where you come from. While journeying through my coursework at the College of Business and Analytics, I have gained great experience in finance as well as networking skills that has prepared me to begin my career. Last semester, with the help of the College of Business and Analytics, I was able to secure a summer internship with Caterpillar, which I'm extremely grateful for and excited about. I'm also a member of the Saluki Student Investment Fund on campus, which is a registered student organization within the College of Business and Analytics. In the fund, I'm able to receive hands-on experience in investment research and portfolio management. We manage approximately $3 million real dollars in the stock market and are able to gain real-world experience. Overall, the College of Business and Analytics has been great in helping me build my fundamentals in order to help me successfully begin the start of my career. To finish up, I would like to offer one piece of advice, and that would be to get involved and take advantage of everything that SIU and the College of Business and Analytics has to offer.
Great stuff. A central goal for us in the College of Business and Analytics is to get our students involved in a virtuous cycle of professional preparation. This cycle includes scholarships, which get them started at SIU and get them into the college, mentorships, which by putting our students in touch with seasoned alumni, help shape and polish them as professionals, internships, which for many of our students will be a first immersive experience in corporate professional settings, job placement, which more often than not is a direct consequence of an internship. And finally, on graduating from the college, our students gain entrance into the college's Saluki network, that worldwide community of our graduates, which includes many CEOs, CFOs, directors, COOs, VPs, and more, forming a rich, supportive, and cohesive global community. The college's own Career Services and Placement Center expertly guides our students through all the stages of this cycle. The virtuous cycle begins when students first step into the college and then continues until the day they graduate. When they do graduate, they enter the college's Saluki network to become lifelong partners, helping us keep the cycle going for future students as mentors, as internship sponsors, and as exemplars of Saluki professionalism.
Thanks, Terry, for that overview of our student services. The job placement rate at the college is in line with our motto, which is ready for business. And one of the things that we're really proud of, and we talk about quite a bit, is our job placement rate being over 95%. As we saw in the videos, the services and the experiences that we are offering students are leading them down career paths. And giving back is so important. We hear over and over again from people who want to give back to a fund that is dedicated to a certain professor or a mentor. These connections are our lifeline, and Mark Ford will tell us about his gift and how important it was to him. He is a 2002 alumnus of the College of Business and Analytics with his degree in finance, and his wife, Laura Ford, is also a Saluki. She majored in zoology. And so we just love to hear about their Saluki love story and the way that they gave back.
Good morning, fellow Salukis. My name is Mark Ford, and I'm a proud graduate of the Southern Illinois University College of Business and Analytics. I moved to Nashville, Tennessee shortly after graduation in 2002 and followed my girlfriend's new career that was taking her to Vanderbilt University. I was fortunate to find a career in commercial banking that specialized in working in the music industry. For the past 15 years, I've worked with some of the biggest music companies in the world and have advised artists, including many of the pop stars of today, classic rock legends, and international superstars of all genres of music. But prior to getting to this point, I can trace my passion for music and finance back to Southern Illinois University. It was at SIU I attended my first concert at the age of 6. I went to see Neil Diamond with my mom at the SIU Arena, and that's a childhood memory I'll never forget. And then to go on and be the first in my family to graduate from college and do so from SIU is something that's very special to me. Receiving a high-quality education from the many fabulous instructors at SIU is not the only positive thing to come from my time at SIU. It's where I matured into a responsible young adult and where I met the girl I still call my wife 20 years later. It's for all of these reasons and the many fond memories I have of my time at SIU that it brings me great joy in giving back to the university. There's truly nothing more satisfying and gratifying than to see your financial contributions go to support these young adults and new students that are in the same shoes we were 20 years ago, and providing them with the same tools and technologies to obtain that high quality education just like we did, and to go on and become mature young adults and find careers they can be passionate about just like us.
We're so grateful for our donors like Mark and Laura Ford and so many others. We find that Salukis have a long tradition of helping each other. And today we would ask that you would consider visiting our website at siuday.siu.edu and make a gift. The College of Business is encouraging gifts to emergency student scholarship and also student services. You could make the difference of whether or not a student can enroll in their next semester and keep Saluki Nation strong. In closing, Dean Clark will address how the college is adapting to the pandemic and how we are moving forward together.
Thank you, Stephanie. These are certainly exciting times for the College of Business and Analytics. Now, as you know, SIU has undergone a root and branch reorganization over the past few years. Basically, we disassembled all of the old colleges into their constituent programs and then reassembled them into new and innovative combinations more suitable for a university of the 21st century. What does this reorganization mean for the college? Well, frankly, a lot. Recall that before the reorganization, we were structured pretty much the way business schools have been from the beginning, around accounting, finance, management, marketing, organized into relatively autonomous departments. So the first thing the university's reorganization did for the college was to bring us 3 brand new programs: economics, public administration, and hospitality, tourism, and event management. Following the entrance of these new programs into the college, we dissolved our 4 original departments into programs and then reconstituted the new set, now consisting of 7 programs, into 3 brand new schools: the School of Accountancy, the School of Analytics, Finance, and Economics, and the School of Management and Marketing, placing the new hospitality and public administration programs in with the School of Management and Marketing. The result is a richer, more diversified, and synergistically put together College of Business, well suited for the 21st century. So in closing this SIU's 5th day of giving, I'd like to thank our alum, our students, and all of our friends for their dedication, for their service and contributions, and thank you too, Stephanie. And before closing, I've got one thing to add. Please give, and the website is
siuday.siu.edu.
once a Saluki, always a Saluki. Thank you.
To me, being a solution.
Hi, my name is Jacob, and I graduated from SIU in 2018 with a bachelor's degree in physiology. Everywhere I went at SIU, I found opportunity and a sense of family. From the friends I made in the College of Science, to Greek life, to my experiences working at the Paul Simon Public Policy Institute. I made great friends, great memories, and was able to prepare myself for entrance to SIU School of Medicine, where I'm pursuing my dream of becoming a physician. I strongly feel that this would not be possible if it weren't for the support I received from the SIU community. SIU is moving forward together. SIU alumni and friends are joining together on the SIU Day of Giving to inspire Salukis everywhere to donate to SIU and demonstrate pride in our community. I encourage you to give $5, $50, or even $500 to a cause you are most passionate about. Make your donation by visiting siuday.siu.edu. There are more than 150 funds you can choose to support. Follow SIU Day of Giving activities on SIU Foundation's social media and the SIU Alumni Association's Facebook. Let's move forward together.
To me, being a Saluki is to be hardworking and to always give back to your roots.
We would not be successful if it wasn't for our alumni.
Being a Saluki to me means making a difference, giving back, really being a positive light for others as much as possible.
And we truly believe success is going to continue breeding further success.
Forever, SIU.
Yes, right. Bradley will go down.
You did predict the championship of the NBC.
Hi, I'm looking here. I'm Kate Hansen. We're excited to be here. I'm the Director of Development for
With me is Liz Jarnigan, our Director of Athletics, and Brian Mullins, the head coach of our men's basketball program. We are super excited to be here with you today. Liz has been with our department for a little over 2 years now, serving the last year as our Director of Athletics, which we are very lucky to have her at the helm. And this is Brian's second season as head coach of the Saluki men's basketball program. And he has a very busy week ahead of him, so we appreciate you being here with us. I thought it'd be kind of fun just to start off with an easy question. Liz, I know that we've had a ton of events and we have more to come. So I wanted to see what you do to stay caffeinated through all of this. Is it coffee? Is it soda? Is it tea? What is it?
Well, thank you for bringing up all the events. We are in the midst of 145 events in 111 days this spring. And we do have our hands full. In order to stay caffeinated, I don't do a very good job, unfortunately. I do drink some iced tea. I do have a doctor's appointment in a little while later today. Maybe I can ask about an IV or something like that.
An IV of tea?
Yeah, sure.
Brian, what do you do? Are you a coffee guy or what?
Yeah, I'm pretty simple, just coffee. I stay away from the energy drinks and all that stuff. But you know, with the way the conference series have gone with back-to-back games, there hasn't been a lot of sleep, and there's been probably a little more coffee than usual this season.
Yeah, maybe we could get a coffee sponsor after this somehow on this. So today we're here to talk about Saluki athletics with you guys. So we appreciate you watching us during this time. We talk about all the exciting things that have been going on and more to come. But we had an incredible weekend in Saluki athletics. So Liz, would you talk a little bit about that?
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up. We are really excited. And we've been excited in Saluki athletics, but this last weekend really exemplifies the excellence and the hard work that our athletes and our coaches have been putting in all through this challenging year. You know, the first and foremost thing we need to talk about is our football team upsetting the #1 team in the nation in North Dakota State University over the weekend. We were part of breaking a 39-game winning streak from that team, and it was just an amazing accomplishment. I'm so pleased for those coaches and the athletes, and the love that the program has gotten nationally is wonderful for our athletic department and even more wonderful for our school. And so that's been great. But that's not the only great thing that's happened this weekend. We currently have our softball and baseball programs who are undefeated, and our softball team is on a winning streak that is tied for second with Oklahoma for the longest winning streak in the country. And both of them are on winning streaks that date back to last season, when unfortunately their seasons were cut short. We over the weekend also had 2 of our female track and field student athletes qualify for the NCAAs, which is just an outstanding accomplishment. We're very proud of those women. We've got other great things going on as well. Men's basketball took Loyola, a very quality ranked basketball team, to the wire over the weekend, took them to overtime and fell just short. So we cannot wait to get them again in the upcoming Missouri Valley tournament. I could go on and on. The weekend was wonderful. What's going on this spring is awesome for all of our student athletes.
Yeah, I mean, this time has been incredible, and everything is sort of leading up to what we typically have our whole community go to, which is Arch Madness. This year it's a little bit different, but we're super excited to see the Salukis on the court tomorrow night. Brian, what has it taken from your staff, from the team here at SIU, to get your program to this point?
Yeah, it's been obviously a unique and challenging year for everyone. And it starts with our leadership and you know, with our athletic department, with Liz, providing an opportunity for student athletes to come this summer. You know, our guys, the football team, the women's basketball team, were the first student athletes here at the end of June. And for us in women's basketball, especially, our guys have been here for the last 7 months through the height of the pandemic. And there's been tons of things outside of our control that have happened this year. But the things that have been inside our control in terms of our kids' character, their work ethic, their resiliency, that's probably what I'm most proud of. You know, we have an extremely young team. We have one of the youngest teams in the country. We started off the season 7-0, the best start since 1967. We beat Butler, who had the longest home court non-conference winning streak in the country. And like Liz mentioned, we were a free throw away from winning at Loyola, who's a ranked team, and SIU's never beat an NBC ranked team on the road before. So, you know, I'm incredibly proud of our guys and everything they've been through this year, not being able to go home for the holidays, and just where they're at right now and how hard that they continue to play and what they do and how they represent the university in the classroom, in the community, and on the court. So right now we're excited for this opportunity to go to Arch Madness. I mean, this is what all the kids dream of, you know, having a chance to play in the NCAA tournament. And that's what's in front of them right now. We have a great opponent in Bradley tomorrow night, and you know, I have no doubt our kids will be ready to play tomorrow.
Yeah. If there's one thing I think we've seen from at least your program and every other program that we've got, it's the resiliency of our student athletes during this crazy time. And COVID-19 has disrupted not only us here at SIU, but all of college athletics. Liz, how has the department adapted during this time?
Well, it's been a lot of hard work, and I've been telling people that you know, I've been spending more time on trying to fake being a doctor or a medical professional than being an athletic director over the last year. And we've had a lot of support. I couldn't comment on this without complimenting Carrie Blaylock, who has really taken the lead and helping us with a lot of our protocols as well. But it's been a challenge for sure. We did come up, or I will say that I came up with a very grand and elaborate strategic plan for us to manage our current year, and I'm happy to share it with all of you now. And that plan is to win. So that's the plan. Win no matter what. We've got COVID, we've got budget crisis, we've got all of these issues that they're just obstacles in the way, and we're coaches, we're athletes, we know how to strategize, we against formidable opponents, and that's what we do. And so currently we are implementing that plan, just win.
Okay, perfect. Well, and I know that we've got, on top of winning, we have a plan to get through our financial difficulties, and we've got a video to talk about that a little bit.
The Saluki, it's the symbol that connects SIU alumni everywhere, on the field, in the stands, and around the world. The Saluki represents our collective pride. Our history is rich. Our spirit strong. But our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy. We've had challenges before. We've sacrificed. We've adapted. And we've overcome them. Now, we must invest in the student athletes, coaches, and programs we hold so dear. To protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. Our student athletes represent SIU's diverse student body and act as ambassadors for the entire university. Our coaches exemplify Saluki excellence, working tirelessly to recruit the best and the brightest, putting SIU on the track to win championships and further elevate our name.
The character of our student athletes, coaches, and staff is what makes me most proud. And even though we're in the midst of great financial challenges brought on by COVID-19, it's because of their dedication that I know great things lie ahead. To get there, we need a boost from our fellow Salukis. In this year alone, we calculate more than $2 million in lost revenues due to the pandemic. Our goal is to raise $30 million over the next 4 years to secure the future of our programs and elevate Saluki athletics to new heights. The Missouri Valley is one of the most competitive conferences in the country, and we believe we're on the cusp of a great run of Saluki success. With your support, The Salukis Forever fundraising campaign will help us stay strong in challenging times and emerge with a newfound strength. We can only do this together. So we're asking you to join us.
When times are hard, we come together and work even harder. We put our grit and determination on display, and we lift each other up. And as Salukis, we win.
Salukis are resilient. Salukis are loyal. Salukis forever. Forever SIU.
That video always gives me goosebumps. I don't know if it's Mike Reese's voice or just the cinematography from the production, but that gets me so hyped up. And I think we've been talking a lot about what we've been going through, and now we're going to shift focus to the future. Brian, as an alum, which we're so lucky to have you here, because not only are you an incredible head coach, but you're an alum of this university, how do you see the future of Saluki athletics and your program and the energy that's here right now? Where do you see that going?
Yeah, I've said it a ton the last 2 years. This is the best time to be at Southern Illinois. I 100% believe that with all my heart. I've experienced how special this place is. I've graduated with a finance degree. I've played in some unbelievable moments for the basketball program. And, I think it starts with our leadership, with Chancellor Lane, with Liz for the athletic department, the continuity that we have now. And, you can feel this university building momentum every single day that I've been here for the last 2 years, just in terms of where this place is going, and I think for us, as a basketball program, just what makes Southern Illinois so special is the Southern Illinois people, the community. And it's what separates us from every other school in our conference, around the Midwest. The pride and the passion that people have to be Salukis is amazing. And wherever I've traveled through the Midwest, through the country, when I was playing overseas, people always talked about SIU to me. And I think that's just so special. And you saw it last year, obviously, with being able to have fans in the Banterra Center. Yeah. The type of atmosphere that is, that doesn't happen everywhere. That is so unique to this university. And it just shows, the type of character that this place has. And, I think, we say in our program, how you do anything is how you do everything. And I think if you see in our athletic department, what we're doing in the community, what we're doing in the classroom, all that stuff translates to success on the court, in the field, on the track, and the people that we have in our department, with the coaches, with the staff, and then with our student athletes, it's as good as it can be. And the success in terms of the wins, the championships, the NCAA tournaments, those are coming. Yeah. Those are coming because everything else we're doing at a high level right now.
Yep. Yeah. I'm fired up. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. And Liz, I know that it takes a lot for us to resource what Brian's talking about. So could you talk a little bit about what that resourcing is going to look like in the future? We're launching this campaign. What makes it different? What makes the energy that's around what we're trying to do going to take us to the future?
Yes, I'd love to talk about that. So let me just piggyback on what Coach Mullins just said in terms of resources. He just spoke to probably our most valuable resource in our department and in athletics in this community, and it's our people. And not only do we have outstanding student athletes, we lead the Missouri Valley Conference in the number of academic All-Americans at 101. Every single one of our athletic teams earned over a 3.0 GPA last year. Brian's team for the fall semester earned a 3.7 GPA. I've never worked anywhere where the women's or the men's basketball team earned over a 3.0. And so from top to bottom, the academics from our student athletes and their commitment to their sports is amazing. And our coaching staff, I'm sitting next to one of them. That's a great example from top to bottom, from women's sports to men's sports, from golf to basketball to football to swimming to track, volleyball, softball, baseball, everything. We have awesome leadership in place right now. The right people are leading our young people in our athletic department. And so those resources are in place. And where we're struggling right now is with the dollars. on the financial side of resourcing these wonderful programs is where we need some help. And we need to reach out to this wonderful community who has always supported us and shows up and creates that wonderful environment in the Banterra Center to help us to complete a full complement of resourcing for our programs.
Well, and you can do that today. SIU Day of Giving. Make a donation to Saluki Athletics.
You made connections at SIU. You are alumni Salukis for life. Stay connected. Follow the SIU Alumni Association on social media. Visit SIUalumni.com for information about programs and becoming a member. You can also download the SIU Alumni Association app, available on iOS and Android devices for free. The SIU Alumni Association. Get connected today.
There's something very unique about finally achieving your lifelong dream.
We're doing the research.
There are so many opportunities for programs for students as well as research collaborations.
SIU is more than just a place to learn. It's a place where you connect with professors.
All of that goes straight into the classroom to help our students, to help our instructors prepare a better graduate.
Forever SIU.
I am. Good morning. Welcome to Day of Giving. My name is Lori Stetler, and I'm the Vice Chancellor for Student Affairs here at SIU. And beside me, this is our Dean of Students, Jennifer Jones Hall. Jennifer, why don't you tell us a little bit about why Day of Giving is so important?
Day of Giving is so important, Lori, because it truly gives back to our students in need. We want all of the students that are Salukis to be successful inside and outside of the classroom.
Great. So one of the ways that we do that is through our Saluki Food Pantry. And let me give you just a little rundown of what the Saluki Food Pantry does for our students. But it's really about fighting food insecurity on a college campus. The Saluki Food Pantry provides food assistance to students in their time of need, helping them to stay in school and to meet their educational goals. The motto or the mission of the Saluki Food Pantry is to develop and sustain food pantry on our campus and to serve food insecure students. It provides an opportunity for our SIU students to serve other students and engage in conversations and solutions about and around food insecurity. So one of the things that we get asked a lot is, how do I donate to the Saluki Food Pantry? Well, you know what? You can do that today through Day of Giving. We would love to have your cash. We would love to be able to purchase more food for our students, fresh fruits and vegetables, things that they need. Or if you're just in town and you've been to the grocery store or want to give us some drop-off food, please do so at the Student Center. We will always take your donations, whether they're in cash form or in the form of groceries. So the Saluki Food Pantry is open on Tuesdays and Wednesdays from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And we also have opportunities for students to come in on a drop-in basis. In Jennifer's office alone, in the Dean of Students office, we keep food so that students can walk in and have a shot to get it from there. So Jennifer, why don't you talk about Saluki Cares and what we need to do with there. So I think we're going to watch a video first and give you a better idea of what's going on with the Saluki Food Pantry.
When you think of college, you picture students having fun and going to class. One thing that doesn't come to mind is food insecurity. Tuition and other academic expenses can be covered by scholarships and financial assistance, but living expenses, including food, can stack up for students. According to a study by the Urban Institute, over 11% of college students nationwide are food insecure. At the food pantry, our mission is to curate a place to serve food insecure students across the campus. Any student enrolled at SIU can come to the food pantry and receive enough non-perishable food items to last for up to 3 days. Our local campus partners have done an outstanding job donating items to assist in keeping our pantry stocked. If there are any gaps in certain items, our staff purchases them to make sure our students are getting balanced nutrition. Our pantry also hires a graduate assistant coordinator and student staff to keep our pantry running. And that's what our pantry is currently in need of. Donations to help our operating budget keep items stocked and ensure we can hire staff to keep the pantry open during hours that work for students. A donation of any size can help our students stay fed. Thanks for partnering with our pantry and helping keep our students focused on academics, not food.
What a great way for alumni to get involved through donations to the Saluki Food Pantry, whether it's, like I said, whether it's a financial donation today during Day of Giving, or whether it's food. Now, Jennifer, let me pass it on to you and talk a little bit about Saluki Cares, the other area that needs some support from our alumni.
Thank you, Lori. Saluki Cares is a comprehensive university-wide program of support and care. It really is exactly what it says. We care about our Salukis. Saluki Cares reports come in a number of different ways, whether that is from a faculty member, a staff, a student, a peer, or even a family member. Saluki Cares reports are received directly into my personal email as Dean of Students, and then I assign those cases to one of 25 people I work with across many different academic units. A Saluki Cares report can be anything from my son is struggling and really needs someone to talk to or needs to be engaged. I would receive that report. I would send it to our Office of Student Engagement or even Counseling and Psychological Services to get that student connected with engagement opportunities as well as counseling on campus. Or it could be a faculty member saying that they've not seen a student for 1 week or 2 weeks. And I, again, would assign that Saluki Cares report out so that we would have one-on-one contact to see what's going on with that student and how we can get them back into the classroom. Saluki Cares is also for emergency relief for our students, whether they are their apartment has caught on fire and we need to help them financially get back on their feet, or even if we need to help them with a rent assistance payment for a month. Literally, Saluki Cares, just in the fall of 2020, we had 995 cases reported of students in need. From year to date, that's a 76% increase in our Saluki Cares reports. So I will tell you that any financial assistance that we can have through SIU Day of Giving will truly impact our students on a daily basis. One of the other things that we do in conjunction with our Saluki Food Pantry, as Lori talked about, is emergency food delivery. Whether it is 4 o'clock on a Tuesday or 10 o'clock on a Saturday night, someone in our Dean of Students office will make sure that our students get an emergency food bag through our Saluki Food Pantry. So again, any donation that you can provide would be incredibly helpful at this point. The other, I'm sorry, Lori.
No, go ahead. I was just gonna say, the video that you're gonna see next, we put together with the help of students because they really wanted to say thank you for your help during the pandemic. And so as we segue into this video, please know that this was made with a lot of heart.
Thank you to everyone who generously gives to Saluki Food Pantry and Saluki Cares.
Your support has helped Salukis across campus stay focused on academics and aspirations of future careers.
This past summer during the pandemic, the Saluki Food Pantry continued to support students, giving over 1,000 support bags.
During this past semester, over 300 Salukis visited the pantry every month. Thank you for donating to this continued campus need.
Saluki Cares supports students in a broad number of ways, including book costs, food, fees, medical bills, and other unforeseen circumstances students face. When all other available funds are tapped, Saluki Cares helps students register for classes, pay rent, technology needs, or even travel home to loved ones.
These funds have impacted students in major ways when they thought their education would have to take a pause from unexpected financial strain.
Countless stories of students getting assistance exist across our campus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to our Saluki family for making a difference in student lives.
To learn more about donating, visit siuf.org.
Now, if that doesn't pull on your heartstrings, I'm not really sure what would. But Jennifer, why don't you tell us a little bit about the pandemic and how it has affected our students?
Thank you so much, Lori. And truly, the pandemic has really devastated and affected our students in many different ways. Literally through the generous donation of faculty, staff, alumni, friends of the university, we've actually spent over $125,000 for students in need just in the spring 2020 semester. When they lost their jobs, when the university shuttered, closed at one point because of the pandemic and not knowing the future, our students needed to get back home. And we found out that they didn't have laptops. They didn't have webcams. It was difficult for them to be able to be successful inside and outside of the classroom. Just in the spring of 2020, we gave out 62 tuition assistance. We gave out 50 vouchers for graduation to help them graduate from the university. We were able to buy 100 laptops, and every single one of those laptops was checked out to students, as well as 50 webcams to help our students be successful in the classroom.
So you can see every amount of money that you give to Saluki Cares or to the Saluki Food Pantry significantly impacts the students on the SIU Carbondale campus. And so Jennifer and I thought it'd be a good idea to give you a couple examples of some stories that will warm your heart and help you understand what we deal with on a daily basis in helping our students. I know for me, students call all hours of the day and night. It's not a 9-to-5 job with regard to that. And so last spring after the pandemic hit, a young lady called and she was new to campus and had just taken custody of her nephew. And they were moving into an apartment. They had no food. They had no milk. They had nothing that she could support her young nephew with. And so Jennifer and I talked about it. She went to the food pantry, got canned foods and things. I went to the grocery store, got milk and cereal and things that a child would eat. And we were able to help this young lady, help herself, help her nephew, and be able to be successful in the classroom because she was well nourished and ready to go. And you talk about grateful and thankful. We hear from those students almost every week of thank you, thank you, thank you. And we couldn't do that without the help of our alums. So Jennifer, I know you've got a great story to tell too.
Thank you, Lori. Actually, I have two really great stories. The first one is yesterday, one of the fraternities on campus, Omega Delta, showed up in my office and they had made a very large check and they handed a $250 donation to Saluki Cares. So Matt, I'll make sure you get that as soon as I get off camera here, but thank you to Omega Delta. My second favorite story is from a student named Eduardo. Eduardo is a junior and he's majoring in electrical engineer. He's from the Chicagoland area with a 3.84 cumulative GPA. So 2 Fridays ago, I was on a Zoom call in my office with my door closed and I looked and there was a student out in the lobby waiting and waiting. And I kept thinking, the student worker will take care of Eduardo and will make sure that We set up an appointment for him to come back and see me, but he was insistent. He wanted to wait. So he waited almost 45 minutes for me to get off a Zoom call, came into my office, and literally did not say anything except handed me this card. And the card says, "You really went out of your way." And inside, he wrote the following message. And really, this is for everyone who donates at the SIU Day of Giving, specifically for Saluki Cares. "I can't thank you enough for helping me pay my tuition. The simple fact of being able to attend college is a huge blessing for me and my family. Your generosity is allowing me to make my dreams and goals a reality." This is truly from a 19-year-old student who wanted to make sure that he said thank you to Saluki Cares, but also to the SIU Foundation for all that they give when it comes back to donating on this day. And so, Lori, like you said, every single day we work with students who truly are impacted by the money that is donated, but also the resources we have on campus.
And it's just wonderful to see the amount of gratitude that the students come back to us with. So you can see that we have some areas of need, and your assistance in supporting the Saluki Cares and the Saluki Food Pantry are critical to the success of our students, both inside and outside of the classroom. There is nothing so moving as to watch a student strut across the stage at graduation with us knowing that we had played a role in making sure that he made it through campus, through his career, and was successful. And to see his mom and dad and his grandparents and everyone out there cheering for them just pulls at your heartstrings. So anything that you can do to help us with Saluki Cares, with the Saluki Food Pantry, or any of the other initiatives that we do through Student Affairs, we are absolutely grateful for. And I'd like to pull on your heartstrings one last time as we finish up here today. But remember what it was like when you were a student and you got down to the end of maybe the end of the month or the end of the week, and you were living off ramen and macaroni and cheese, and you know, you just really needed a hand up to get through. And you probably reached out to your students, and your friends, but now the Saluki Food Pantry and Saluki Cares is there to do that for you. So please, please reach deep into your pockets and help us as fellow alums and help our students today, because they are our alums of tomorrow. I've made my gift. Jennifer's made hers. Please make yours.
I first walked in this library in January of 1966, 55 years ago. I had just gotten out of the Army. I was 21-year-old, starting to SIU on the GI Bill, and I walked in this library in that first term, and I was just floored. It was so beautiful. One of the greatest buildings that I'd ever entered in my young life. I have, over the years, always loved this library. I would come in here as a student and study. Later, I would come in here to just sit down in the reading room and read or walk among the stacks. When I became a teacher, I brought my students here. When I became president of this system, it was my honor to work on funding to expand, enlarge this library, to renovate it. And I'm so proud of what all the people who worked with us have done to make this one of the greatest libraries in the state of Illinois. I want to encourage people, those of you that went to school here as a student, those of you that taught here, maybe you worked here, your family has a lasting legacy in this library, because this is the center of the university. When Joe and I were deciding how to give back to the university, we wanted to come here and name a part of this library after the wonderful people that worked with us. Dr. Haller in Academic Affairs, our Vice President, Dr. Stuckey, our Vice President for Financial Affairs, Paula Keith, my Administrative Assistant, and Dr. Paul Sarvala, our Vice President for Academic Affairs. We love this place. We wanted to establish a legacy here. If you have a part with SIU, try to give back. And this library is a great place to give. There's naming opportunities all over this library that you and your family could actually fund so that when future generations of students come here, you've provided for them, but when future generations of your family come here, they can walk in here and see that family name on a study room, on a conference room, on a reading room. It's a great legacy you can leave for your family. All right, John, here you go.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Dr. Bashard, your words touch my heart. It's so wonderful what you're doing. You're such a great benefactor to the campus and the community. And I appreciate that Morris Library and the special collections in Morris Library are going to be the beneficiaries of this check. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dean. Appreciate it.
Our history is rich, our spirit strong, but our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy, to protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. We are all Salukis, now and forever.
The SIU School of Medicine is a pioneer in medical education. This is a really special place, a great place to invest in.
SIU invests in its students to be the best physicians possible.
We were the first medical school in the country to have a full-fledged problem-based learning curriculum. It's a wonderful place to come and do what you're passionate about.
I'm glad I chose SIU, and I'm glad SIU chose me.
SIU is going to put you in the best situation.
Forever SIU.
Forever SIU.
What a great video from the School of Medicine and telling the story about truly one of the nation's great schools of medicine. So we're thrilled to be joined right now with Jerry Cruz, Dr. Jerry Cruz, the Dean Provost of the School of SIU School of Medicine, and also the CEO of SIU Medicine. Jerry's been at the school for 35 years and is doing a remarkable job. And Jerry, welcome. And I'd like to kick off with last year, the School of Medicine won the award for most donors on the day of giving. So what are your plans to keep that trophy in Springfield?
Yeah, well, we did have a lot of donors last year. And first, thanks for having me here today. It's a pleasure. Yeah, we raised over $200,000 last year from over 300 donors. So that was really good participation. We're emphasizing this year that our theme is forward together. And that's a good one because during this pandemic year, everybody, all of our partners, the community partners, our alumni, everyone who works here has had to pull together, and we are looking forward together. So we're going to capitalize on this challenging year, and we've just made efforts to make sure that everybody knows that it's very important for them to give. So faculty members, administrators, our staff, and our students, and all of our learners as well. No matter what the amount is, we're just emphasizing that we've come through this together, and we're going to help some people if we can get those donations going like they were in the past years and even surpassing them.
Very, very cool. Jerry, it's hard to believe that this great School of Medicine is just 50 years old. You just celebrated your 50th last year, and tell us about the mission and the role that the School of Medicine plays in the region, the state, and the world.
Sure. Yeah, we only had one celebratory event last year before the pandemic hit. So, we still have celebrating to do in the 51st year. Our mission is to optimize the health of the people of Central and Southern Illinois through all the things that we do, through teaching and research and delivery of clinical care and service to the community. The mission has not changed throughout the years. It's a mission of social accountability. We must have partnerships, and we must have people that help us from the community to do those things. We're a community-based medical school. So they have over those years. We've trained more than 6,000 physicians, 3,000 and more have graduated from medical school. Somewhat over 3,000 have graduated from our residency programs and fellowships. And we have also trained students through our graduate programs, med prep, physician assistant, and our PhD programs, the scientists of the future. That's about another 3,000. So about 9,000 altogether. That's the providers, the scientists, the healthcare professionals, and through the med prep program, one of the greatest diversities and institutions of inclusion in the entire United States. So yes, it's been a good 50 years. I'll just say one more thing, is that you have all those alumni, 9,000 or more now, and the importance of giving back by the alumni and them acknowledging what they've gotten from the school and us acknowledging that they are the mission fulfillers that we have is a mutual partnership that's very important. So we challenge all of them to remain our partners, and we'll give our pledge that we'll remain their partners.
Wow, Jerry, all in just 50 years. And you know, you're based in Springfield. You have residents in Carbondale, and certainly then you have locations throughout the state. So I believe you serve nearly 80 counties of the 100 in Illinois alone.
That's true. Our service area historically has been the 66 southwesternmost counties. And then we have so many graduates in another 14 to 20 counties that go to the northeast of that. We consider that part of our service area as well. So in that area, there are 2.5 to 3 million people, and 70 or 80 counties. We've taken that mission to heart. There's no doubt about it. I'll just have to say this: there are some awards that acknowledge that. The SIU School of Medicine a few years ago was awarded the Josiah Macy Jr. Foundation Award for Excellence in Social Missions for Health Profession Educational Institutions. And that's medical schools, public health schools, nursing schools, all of the different health profession schools. We're only one of 3 schools in the United States that's won that award. And then we also were awarded from the Association of Medical Education of Europe their Aspire to Excellence Award for Social Accountability. And we're the only school in the world that holds both of those awards. So, that shows that we take that large area, that regional area, seriously. And the full service residency programs that we have in Carbondale and Decatur and Quincy and Springfield, and now this year, Alton in the Metro East area, show that we have deep roots there. And then we have all kinds of services in many other communities, West Frankfort, Jacksonville, Lincoln. You can just go on and on with all of the communities in that area. It is very much a regional, community-based medical school, and we depend on each other to optimize that health for everybody in that area.
Wow. Dr. Cruz, that is just incredible. And you mentioned the coronavirus, the pandemic, and I think a lot of us are very proud of the leadership role you and your colleagues played in dealing with this terrible pandemic. I'd like to, if you would comment on about that and some of the research that I saw the other day, one of our scientists with new research on new strains of COVID-19. And so if you would talk about that and the incredible role you played, but also the research that is developing out of this.
Sure. Well, I will say this: the pandemic brought many challenges, and everybody rose to the challenges. And as it turned out, the opportunities that arose are more than the challenges. So we've learned a lot of things. The teamwork was just amazing. I'll say something about the research now. So Keith Gagnon is an RNA researcher, and you know that the coronavirus is made up of RNA and 2 proteins. So he's an RNA researcher in Carbondale, and he is with the School of Medicine and with the Department of Chemistry, on the Carbondale campus. And he did genome sequencing for the first identified variant of the coronavirus that causes COVID in the United States. And I found 2 mutant proteins on the spike protein, and found that that mutation and that variant was the dominant strain that was infecting people in the United States. So I will say this, he involved all kinds of students in that research, and he has kicked off the careers of many people. And that's the kind of cutting edge research that we have. Now, everybody else has risen up too. Now, it's a little bit of a challenge to do research, at least in the first stages, when we didn't know what was happening, and we had to keep people further apart than we do now with our good masking and everything else. But the research throughout the pandemic has flourished. Alzheimer's and aging, women's health, cancers of all kinds, regenerative medicine. If you cut your hand off, we've done the research that we know how to put it back on better than anyone else in the world. Those kind of things, all go into it. Medical use of natural therapies and research involving communities and community health, puts all of the translational research together. So, I'll just say that we've had the challenges with education too, and with the delivery of care. And, everybody has risen up. Our infectious disease specialists, our pulmonary critical care doctors in the ICU, our emergency physicians, all of our primary care physicians that are made sure that continuity of care occurred, oftentimes by new technologies. We're using telemedicine like we would have never used it had we not had the pandemic. We're using pandemic health workers, and our community health worker program is flourishing like it would have never flourished had we not had the pandemic. We're learning how to do healthcare better, because of pandemic. And we're learning how to work in new ways efficiently, work at home, work together, and work with our community partners. In all of our areas at SIU throughout the state, the collaboration with our long-term partners, with the health department, and with other community partners have put together the programs that have mitigated the spread of the pandemic. And I'll just say this, so early on in the pandemic, we established the SIU Strong Pandemic Fund. And we were sitting around at one of our response team meetings, and our CMO, Harry Lawson, had the idea of SIU Strong would be something good. And so, we took that through marketing and communications and came up with the idea SIU Strong, which has been it really communicates what we're about in the pandemic. So with the SIU Strong Pandemic Fund, people, alumni, faculty, staff, students, everyone has given to that, and it's helped us procure our PPE. We have emergency funds that students have needed because their life has been difficult. We've had money that we've contributed to the food and hygiene needs throughout the various food banks and other social service agencies in the area and in the state. And also it's been used to buy that telehealth equipment. Matt, at one time during the pandemic, over 50% of our visits were by telemedicine, keeping us in contact with our patients and what they needed. We're down to about 15% now. Before that, we were way less than 1%. And we know that the 15% is about the right number for the future for the best care. So all kinds of, good things are coming out of this. And I'll just go back to the research for one more comment. We do get a lot of grants for our research from the state, federal institutions, sometimes international agencies. But researchers always need bridge money. They always need startup money. They need funds for big projects too. So the money that comes in from donations really multiplies and allows them to get that other money that's brought into the community that improves and betters the community, and also provides new knowledge, which gets to our mission, better health for all. And not our mission, our vision. Our vision is better health for all. And that goes beyond the boundaries of our 70 or 80 counties. We really do envision that we are going to help make better health for all people.
Just incredible, Jerry, and certainly admire your passion, your energy, your leadership in leading that great school. You talk about giving, and here we are on the day of giving, where we're asking our folks in the SIU community and beyond to support this great university. And here's an example of truly a world-leading school of medicine. Jerry, one of the gifts you recently announced from the Smiths in Springfield, a major gift for Alzheimer's research. Could you talk about that?
Sure. Deborah and Dale Smith gave a great gift to our Alzheimer program. Dr. Erin Haskup is a PhD who is an emerging international star in Alzheimer research. She's also the director of the center. And she will use this money to actually really move some things forward right now, and we'll use some of it as an endowment. So it secures the future of what we do for Alzheimer's disease and aging. And we really look forward to becoming one of the leaders in the world in that area. And we've got a great start, and we move forward by things like the gift from Deborah and Dale Smith. Just fantastic support. And I'll also say that, interestingly enough, a portion of that gift goes to support our programs for women of childbearing age and children. And you might know that among all areas in healthcare in the United States, that's the one that's lagged behind the rest of the world more than anything else. And mainly because of access and equity issues. So we have a program called Family Nurse Partnership. So there's a piece of that goes for that part too. So putting together the basic science research and the Alzheimer's Center outreach and the Family Nurse Partnership, it is a comprehensive gift that gets to the heart of things that are very important to the SIU School of Medicine and actually important to the people that we serve.
Wow. That's we often talk of transformation, Jerry, and you truly are transforming science, the world, the way we treat and care for folks here in central and southern Illinois, but for the entire state and beyond. It's so in your 35 years, you've been there. It's a 50-year-old institution. You've seen incredible growth, and as you look quickly back but think forward, what in a couple of minutes here, what do you see for the future of the School of Medicine?
Well, a lot of things are happening in the School of Medicine. Again, our partnerships are strong and they're ever strengthening. So I'll just say a couple things about educational programs. One of them is that our residency and fellowship programs are expanding. Now, residents and fellows have graduated from medical school. They have a license and they're here to learn their specialty so that they can become board certified and excellent in that specialty. And so those are expanding. New ones are growing. We have the new family medicine program in Alton. We have a new fellowship program in hematology oncology. We have a new fellowship program in cardiology. We're expanding a number of our programs like pediatrics in the very areas that are needed. Our medical school class size from the beginning has been at 72, but this year it went to 80 because we have a new program, Lincoln Scholars. And we're having 8 students a year who spend all 4 years in Carbondale. We can do that now because of new educational methods and new technologies. And we also, are focusing on education in the community. Some other medical schools are doing this too, and we think this is going to bring to us, students who have a heart for serving the community. Actually, they always have done that, but probably just naturally, a few more of these will serve the communities that are most in need, with the medically vulnerable populations. So that's very important. I think with research, I already mentioned that we span all the areas of research now, from research on molecules like an RNA, like Keith Gagnon does, and then the natural remedies and all kinds of medications, and research at the bedside with patients, and research on communities, the so-called translational research. We have a Center for Clinical Research now that helps us put that together. So we see that becoming more of a cohesive unit, with us focusing on areas where we can really have an impact, really, driving down to those things that are needed in the community. And I also mentioned before that we had started a community health worker program, which expanded into a pandemic health worker program. And, that's one that is the real continuum of care, going out into the communities, finding the people who need care, who don't trust the system, and there are many of those, and the reasons are totally valid, understanding those things, breaking down those barriers, but letting the people in the community lead and breaking down the barriers and building programs that are needed. So taking that from the person right in the community who doesn't get care to all kinds of care that we give, all the way, back down to the care that's in the office, and then down to the bench, and then down to the molecule. That's what's exciting about it all. And and we're happy to have partners that find that exciting with us.
Jerry, incredible, inspirational. We could go on and on, I believe, and have you here for a couple hours. Unfortunately, we've come to the final part here in the last 30 seconds. We're final thoughts and reach out to our donors, our great supporters.
I'll just say there are a lot of areas to give. And so scholarships to the students are important. This year, first time, all students who needed some scholarship money got it. That helps them to do all the different kind of careers that might be important. Our research, faculty support, facilities, work in the community, estate gifts, naming opportunities, all those things are there. siuday.siu.edu/medicine. You can go and find 50 or more ways to give and help the people we serve. Call our executive director, Hal Smith, 217-545-2955. Our team will put things together for you and talk to you. And, we just want everyone at the School of Medicine to come through for SIU Strong Day.
All right, Jerry, thank you. Keep up the great work. And thanks for joining us today and giving us the story of the incredible SIU School of Medicine. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Our history is rich, our spirit strong, but our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy, to protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. We are all Salukis, now and forever.
There is a momentum here that keeps us moving forward together. It drives us to progress, moves us to advance towards succeeding. It's the sum of individual successes that collectively create this swelling tide of support, momentum that some students depend on. Each year, we dedicate one day to help. Because the simple act of giving is what keeps us all moving forward together.
On this day of giving, WSIU Public Broadcasting is proud to ask for your financial support. Since our founding in 1958, WSIU has grown into one of the most visible and impactful regional public service, education, and outreach programs of Southern Illinois University Carbondale. Southern's 3 public radio stations and 5 public television stations reach a combined audience of 5 million people in 2/3 of Illinois and parts of 6 neighboring states. Our expanding digital service platforms, social media, apps, and podcasts reach even further to audience members worldwide. For the majority of the WSIU audience, their first and perhaps only connection to SIU is through WSIU. A program they watch or a news story they hear may change the way they think about their lives and the world around them. As member stations of the Public Broadcasting Service and National Public Radio, WSIU provides access to a wide range of thought-provoking, non-commercial, educational programming that reaches every segment of the population, free of charge, regardless of income. WSIU TV offers the full lineup of PBS programs, from Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood to Masterpiece Theater, and the PBS NewsHour on 4 digital channels: PBS HD, World, create, and the recently added 24/7 PBS Kids channel. WSIU Radio features the award-winning NPR news programs, Morning Edition, All Things Considered, Here and Now, Fresh Air, and more. Localism is the key to WSIU's regional impact. Our news and production teams create hundreds of hours of locally produced, original content on a yearly basis, giving voice to the people of our region and shining a unique spotlight on the places and issues impacting our communities. Our local newscasts, WSIU in Focus, Illinois Stories, Capitol View, Illinois Lawmakers, the student-produced River Region Evening Edition, Scholastic IQ, Sounds of the Season, local documentaries, and the new Blanket Fort Radio Theater podcast series all represent WSIU's more than 6 decades of excellence in serving the region and the state of Illinois. Beyond broadcasting, WSIU's education and outreach programs reach tens of thousands of learners of all ages, engage the public in the issues of the day, and contribute to the overall quality of life throughout the Midwest and beyond. Student training has been in our DNA since the very beginning. WSIU is one of the few university programs in the country where students can start working as freshmen alongside their professional counterparts, ready to launch their careers alongside generations of Salukis in all aspects of radio, television, and digital services worldwide. Each semester, over 100 students work in the daily operations of the WSIU stations, newsrooms, content creation, digital and social media platforms, outreach, community engagement, and other key support roles. But none of this is possible without your support on this day of giving. WSIU's diverse and enriching programming, local content, technology, outreach, and community engagement programs are ever changing, and dare we say it, expensive. WSIU needs your financial support now more than ever to invest in the future with new equipment and infrastructure, new program initiatives, and state-of-the-art professional hands-on experience for our SIU students. WSIU Public Broadcasting is powered by you, and thank you. Good morning, Saluki Nation. I'm Jack Titchener, the Interim Director of WSIU Public Broadcasting, along with Jeff Williams, our Director for Radio Operations and all things audio on WSIU. And also a fellow Saluki. Good to have you here.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jack. Glad to be here.
It's a distinct pleasure to be here this morning to help the SIU Foundation move SIU forever forward together. Jeff and I are pleased to be here. What are some of the main things you want folks to come away with today when it comes to telling the WSIU story?
Well, Jack, I think it's such a privilege that the WSIU is part of SIU and its mission. And SIU's mission is part of the foundation of WSIU's mission in improving the lives of the people in the communities that we have the privilege of serving. I think one of the primary ways that WSIU has done that since our inception in 1958 is through being a source of in-depth, independent, strong journalism that keeps our communities connected and informed. We've got more than 300 hours of local programming between radio and television that we produce locally. And to coin a phrase that you're hearing a lot today, the context and the content that we provide help keep all of us in our communities moving forward together. It creates that sense of place and sense of community that we really are all in this is together. And it starts with our daily radio newscasts that you hear, our daily features in focus on radio as well as in focus on television. Of course, the Capitol View as well for our viewers as well. The local and regional news that our region needs to provide the content and the context to be informed and make decisions. And the past year that has been so entirely focused on COVID
Yes.
and how it is impacting our regions. And Everything that we have done has helped to coordinate and provide information, from our daily newscasts to the WSIU Almanac that provides information, important information on events going on in communities. It all works together because this thing has been rolled out across the state. It's a little different in each community, but yet it's a shared experience. We're all in the same boat. So this has been one area where I think the strength of WSIU has really shown through in the past year in our dedication to providing the information that our viewers and our listeners want and need, and the value and the impact. That's just not something you find anywhere else.
And you've been doing that throughout the various stay-at-home orders. There have been staff here working in the radio newsroom and operations and engineering, keeping all of the WSIU broadcasting stations on the air uninterrupted throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, and we're so proud of that. We also want to talk a little bit about the arts.
Absolutely.
WSIU is your local connection to the arts through local music and programs like the Acoustic Nature Hour, Rhythm and Bloom, the evening classical music on radio, and this new feature we're so excited about, the Blanket Fort Radio Theater, a great collaboration with the Southern Illinois University Press and Library Affairs. It's fantastic, and of course the SIU Creative Writing Program.
Creative Writing Program as well, and it is a storytelling initiative, and it's a collaborative initiative with WSIU and with SIU Press and the Creative Writing Program. The phenomenal thing about this is it's like no other books on tape you will ever hear. It is actually a true radio dramatization, and it is completely produced by students. And that is what is absolutely an amazing part of this, that students have the opportunity to produce this culturally rich, and because it's with SIU Press, we're focusing on books that have a connection to this region in some way or another. Especially the first two books that we've had in this brand new podcast that is a nationally syndicated podcast that these students are producing and getting ready to do. And it's an amazing opportunity and just a way to really explore and showcase the arts and culture of this region.
We'll talk more about that student connection in just a little bit here, because that's really one of the keys to who we are. WSIU also provides an enormous number of services to our communities that are actually beyond broadcast, and some of them might surprise you. WSIU, of course, is a trusted source for children and families, PBS Kids, instructional, educational television. We just added the 24/7 PBS Kids channel to our service last spring. We're a strategic partner with libraries, museums, and area schools to provide enrichment and training materials to help improve the lives of our children and families. There are also special events like Indolence Pop-Up, the Family Day at Cedarhurst, so much more. And then, of course, there's the Southern Illinois Radio Information Service.
We like to think of that as one of the best kept secrets of WSIU. Cirrus is our reading service for the blind and visually impaired. It's been in operation here in our region for more than 30 years, and WSIU has been a part of that since the very beginning. And it really is a connector. It really provides a lifeline to those that have visual impairments, especially those that have had macular degeneration, have had late onset, where their lives are really, we don't even think about it until our daily lives are interrupted. And this service provides local newspapers, and I must say the most popular thing each week is the weekly grocery ads. So imagine if you can't read them and see them, now you can listen to them. And it's a service that we provide free of charge across 7 counties with special free radio, and also now with a live web stream. We can do it just about anywhere throughout the listening area where you're hearing our voices and seeing our faces. We can deliver that service, and it's just such a vital thing. And it relies on fantastic SIU students and community volunteers that donate their time, sometimes an hour or 2 hours a week, reading newspapers and magazines and books and whatever might be of interest to our community. We serve about 1,400 people throughout the region. We know we're only reaching about half of the folks that could potentially benefit from the service, but it's just another vital resource that, because of viewer and listener support, we're able to direct resources to really make that service possible.
And that's important today during this day of giving. As we move forward together, the address is siuday.siu.edu. Please give us a moment of your time and your financial support today. We were talking a little bit earlier about the student experience being in the DNA. You're a graduate.
Absolutely.
I'm a graduate of SIU, and everything we do here really depends upon the students, and it serves the students' experience here at WSIU. We simply couldn't do what we do here without working with our partners and faculty in the Department of Radio, Television, and Digital Services, Digital Media. We have students working radio on the air, doing news, production, voiceover, station operations. They run cameras, they produce direct lighting, they do lighting, graphics, everything you can think of, and they work very intensely with our social media platforms. So when you see programs on WSIU like the River Region Evening Edition, that's a total student effort. When you see Alt News, Scholastic Haiku, the game show where knowledge rules, all of those have intense student involvement here at WSIU. And that's really one of the things that I think sets WSIU apart from a lot of academic programs across the country. One of the things that I thrill at every time the semester rolls around is students can come in here and start working as freshmen on production crews.
Absolutely.
And they do a fabulous job. Absolutely. Everything you can think of. And when we do the live coverage of the governor's budget message and state of the state message, those are SIU students running cameras for a statewide PBS broadcast and NPR broadcast.
Absolutely.
Where can you get experience like this? It's very simple. 4 little letters. WSIU. This is the place to be. And today we need your support to keep this program going. We've been going since 1958, actually a few years before that. And it's all possible with the support of great Salukis in our audience today.
Absolutely. And Jack, on this SIU Day of Giving, you can make an extraordinary difference by helping WSIU to continue our mission to improve the quality of the life of the communities that we serve, as well as support the academic and the public service mission that's so vitally important of SIU and of our current and of our future Salukis. And you talked about the experiential learning experience. Our students get a chance to really apply what they're learning in the classrooms, take chances, develop skill sets that set them apart once they graduate and leave this institution. I know I benefited from that as a student, and I know that the students that have come through in the last 24 years or so I've been here, it's amazing to see what they can do, and it's WSIU and SIU is like a place like none other that you can get that experience.
Jeff, we want to talk a little bit just before we go about how you can make an extraordinary difference today by helping the WSIU stations improve the quality of life in our region and support the academic and public service missions of SIU Carbondale. You can help in a number of ways. Unrestricted gifts, of course, help WSIU by having the flexibility to meet the ever-changing nature of our technology challenges in programming and operating the stations. You can do program and project-specific gifts to allow WSIU to create new and innovative content and outreach services for our audiences. Planned giving opportunities are also very important to WSIU, along with gifts of stock and investments. Always welcome, of course. And of course, with the new building project at WSIU, the communications building overhaul, there are lots of naming opportunities here. You can become an important part of the WSIU legacy and ensure that it continues for years to come by your support today during the 5th Annual Day of Giving here at SIU. And thanks.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Musa Yahya, and I'm a doctoral student in the Department of Public Health Education. I'm also a recipient of a Dissertation Research Assistantship Award. I would like to use this medium to really appreciate this provision for me. The award is really helping me to achieve my academic goals. I'm currently working on my dissertation full-time, and I want to use this medium to thank all the donors who support the graduate school. Now, I also want to call upon everyone to support the graduate funds on the SIU Day of Giving. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ryan Crawford, a doctoral student in SIU's English department and recipient of the Dissertation Research Assistantship Award, which provided me full funding for 2 semesters while I completed my dissertation. This allowed me to get so much more work done than I would have as a graduate assistant. So I'd like to thank the donors who made that possible and encourage everyone during SIU's Day of Giving to further support these graduate funds.
We are back live here again. It's the 5th annual SIU Day of Giving. What a great start to this live stream. Folks, we are nearing $1 million in gifts, nearly 1,000 donors. It is so overwhelming, the support we're getting. So thank you for your support. We ask continue to step up for those of you who haven't. And I hope you've enjoyed the programming today. Right now, we're going to transition to a really exciting part of our university research. And with us, we have Dr. Gary Kinsell, who's the interim vice chancellor for research and a renowned chemistry professor. So Gary, welcome, and tell us about research at SIU.
Well, thanks, Matt. I appreciate that. You know, on a grand scale, I definitely could fill up way more than 15 minutes talking about research. We have so much going on. There's all this amazing research, creative activity, and scholarly work that our faculty and students are engaged in. Starting with students in the SIU Creative Writing Program, who along with Dr. Pinckney Benedict and the SIU Press have been producing a wonderful series of spots for WSIU known as the Blanket Fort Radio. These stories show off the amazing creativity and talent of our students in this program. There's also the series of videos entitled Momentum, the SIU magazine that has been put together by students and faculty in the Department of Cinema and Department of Radio, Television, and Digital Media. These spots, aired on WSIU and other PBA stations, have highlighted a number of faculty and student research projects on campus, along with a number of stories related to the history of Southern Illinois and the university. We've also had phenomenal success in the sciences and engineering. This last year, 2 of our younger faculty received extremely prestigious National Science Foundation Career Awards. Dr. Pravis Daria in the School of Chemical and Biomolecular Sciences received his award for a project entitled SUSCHEM, Framework Topology Dependent Photophysical Properties of Chromophore Assemblies Within Metal Organic Framework. And Dr. Arash Komai in the School of Electrical, Computer, Biomedical Engineering received his award for a project entitled Design Optimization and Feedback Control of Non-Contact Magnetic Manipulators. Both of these projects are 5-year awards that engage graduate and undergraduate students in the performance of the proposed work. These are just the latest 2 faculty to receive this prestigious NSF Career Award. We've had nearly a dozen of these awards in the last 15 years. I could also highlight some of the incredible contributions our students and faculty have made in the fight against the COVID-19 virus. There's a wonderful documentary put together by Greg Wendt in the Center for Teaching Excellence that tells the story of how doctors Scott Hamilton-Brem, Yoko Kongufka, Matt Geisler, and Andrew Wood, along with a group of really dedicated undergraduate and graduate students, stepped up last summer to produce over 100,000 vials of viral transport media for the state of Illinois. This heroic effort allowed the state to begin large-scale testing for the virus much earlier than would have been possible without the contributions of these students. This documentary is also revealing in that it shows how important student involvement in these kinds of research and creative activities really is, and how beneficial these experiences can be to their future careers. I have a clip of the documentary that illustrates this better than I can say.
It is April 2020. Southern Illinois University, like most universities around the world, is quiet. Offices and hallways are largely empty. Classes have gone online and only essential personnel come to campus. But one lab in microbiology is not quiet at all. Professors, students, staff, and volunteers have jumped all in to create tens of thousands of vials of the viral transport medium, or VTM, necessary for testing for coronavirus.
It's all starting with an email from the Higher Education of Illinois asking for help.
After scouring the campus for resources and contacting vendors for needed supplies, a team of professors from the School of Biological Sciences committed to producing 40,000 tubes of the viral transport medium in 4 weeks. Their first task? Deliver 10,000 vials in 1 week. Students played a key role in making sure the production process stayed on track. From freshmen to seniors, from graduate students to research assistants, the desire to help and to learn was a powerful engine that was critical to fulfilling daily and weekly deadlines.
The average person doesn't know how much work it takes to create even 1,000 vials of this viral transport medium.
Trevor Murphy is a master's student studying microbiology, biochemistry, and molecular biology.
I came here as an undergrad. I ended up working in the lab of Dr. Hamilton Bream, and throughout my tenure there, he invited me on to stay as a master's student.
Trevor has been Dr. Hamilton Bream's right-hand man from the beginning of the VTM efforts.
I do a lot of the volunteer coordination. I oversee a lot of the production stuff. I also do a lot of the formulation and dispensing of the media, as well as make sure it's all set up and ready to go to be shipped to Springfield.
My lieutenants are my own grad students. I trained each and one of them how to do the calculations, how to make the media, how to be exercise aseptic technique. So I trust them. I know what their skills are. I know how they handle themselves in the labs. And then from them, my lieutenants, they are managing and training other people. Volunteers are coming from other departments of the university.
My colleague Danielle and I we need to do science stuff, and staying home and not being able to be in our labs or do anything like that, it was just making us go crazy. So we found out about being able to help in this lab, and we were just like, this is perfect. We can, participate in the lab and do something that benefits everybody.
Michelle Garnett is a graduate student in the Public Health Master's Program who also received her bachelor's degree in social work from SIUC.
I know that public health is what I want to do because I want to be able to service the community. That I do have a passion for community service.
So what did we just do?
We finished the last of the 115,000 vials.
Illinois has made important and measurable progress in growing our daily test numbers. It's because of the great work of IDPH and its lab professionals, our in-state research university partners, and many others working collaboratively across the public and private sectors.
Certainly it elicits a little bit of SIU pride, the fact that I'm able to be a part of a team. I'm going to be an alumni here soon, and I can look back in the future and say, hey, I was a part of that. SIU was the one that answered the call.
Role of research, but what really stuck out there was the role of students and our undergraduates. Let's talk about that.
Well, that's right, Matt. One of the things that's really important here at SIU is the involvement of our students in undergraduate research and the faculty mentoring that the faculty here do. This is a really unique thing that comes from being at a doctoral research university. And I'm sure many of our alumni can remember times when they did some kind of undergraduate research or creative activity here, which made a difference in terms of their future. So I'm sure it's an important thing. So
really incredible. So let's talk about how alumni can help. I know there's a lot going on in research. Talk about how private support can make a difference.
Well, what we really need, frankly, is the alumni to step up and help us with providing funding for an endowment so that we can support undergraduate research through what are called undergraduate research assistantships. It's been a goal of mine over the years to try to create something like this, and I would love if we could get our alumni to help us out with that.
That's supporting undergraduates in research. And that, Gary, that makes SIU different from the other universities. It puts us in the real elite category. I'm going to go a little off script here, if you don't mind, but This past year, we had an extraordinary year in terms of our research grants our faculty brought home.
Yeah, well, of course, we go by fiscal year, but in fiscal year 20, we had over $65 million worth of research grants that came into our institution along with the School of Medicine. That's an incredible success story. It's supporting faculty and students. And I like to mention to our community members, much of that money goes directly into the region and the community through salaries. And so it's beneficial in multiple ways.
And much like we saw with the COVID, that research turns into a betterment for society. We've got a cool project going on over McClafferty.
Yep.
Want to talk about that?
Yeah, I'll just be very brief. But the McClafferty Research Annex is an annex that was constructed initially to house the books from the library was being renovated. And once those books were taken out, that annex was targeted for conversion into an interdisciplinary research facility. And so initially we had an ultra-fast laser spectroscopy lab there. The Center for Fisheries and Aquatic Sciences is over there, and the Fermentation Science Institute is over there. But there's still 30,000 square feet that we have to develop into additional interdisciplinary research opportunities. And so I think I have a clip here that I can show that shows just a little bit better what that facility is all about. So if you don't mind.
Sure. And again, that is something, well, let's take a look.
Southern Illinois University Carbondale, in partnership with the Illinois Innovation Network, is pleased to announce the establishment of the Illinois Food Entrepreneurship Research and Manufacturing Hub, known as IFIRM. When completed, this enormous facility will bring together visionaries in a multitude of disciplines for the benefit of the region and the entire state. The IFIRM Hub aims to solve challenges in food, nutrition, agriculture, and health through interdisciplinary research and education. The IFIRM Hub will provide infrastructure focused on helping develop value-added products and supporting entrepreneurial activities that harness the intellectual strength of our university and community and local businesses to drive the progress and boost economic growth.
And now we'll take a quick walk through and look at the facilities and how we're actually using those. So here we have the offices and laboratories for the Fermentation Science Institute that support the unique needs of our BS degree in fermentation science in support of fermentation research on campus. Here we have the Instrumentation Laboratory, which is part of our laboratory that is certified by the Federal Tax and Trade Bureau for analysis of beer, wine, and distilled spirits. And then we have our microbiology laboratory that is used for working with yeast and bacteria. It's a great resource to help not only in teaching students, but working with industry and businesses in the state. This is our tasting room that we use for tasting activities and sensory work. We also use it as a general teaching space and for hosting workshops for the community and industries in the region.
The Fermentation Science Institute has already had a significant impact on fermentation business in the state, with more than 50 clients being served in various capacities, including helping new businesses launch new products into the marketplace and meeting regulatory requirements.
So this is the main part of the facility, and this is the main part of the project that will be the IFIRM Hub. We plan to leave the inside very open and industrial look, and in the inside spaces we'll have places for collaboration. We'll be able to host receptions and events. On the left, we'll have the facility that will be fleshed out with the teaching kitchen, the sensory laboratory, distillery operations, and then that will go into the production brewery that we have in a partnership with Ravinia. On the right, we have the core facilities that will be finished out for an analytical core facility and biocore facilities that will support not only the activities for the programs within the building, but also all of campus and the region. And now we're going to go into the future value-added agriculture facility that will house the Fay Minor McGill teaching kitchen, which will be in this space. Those will serve a really important function both within the university for teaching and research purposes, but also be a resource for regional businesses. And in this space, we will have the placement of the distillery. The distillery will be on the inside, but we'll have windows. So from the outside, the public will be able to look in and see the activity. We have a lot of interest in having windows to break down the barriers between the science that's being conducted behind the walls and the perception of science with the public. Building out the infrastructure will enable us to bring in Ravinia Brewing Company, a company out of Chicago that has made a commitment to place a full production facility in the building. In addition to the commitment to place a full production brewery into the facility, Ravinia Brewing has agreed to place their 4-barrel brewing system so that we can operate that as a student-run production facility. And we're really excited about that, and we're trying to fast-track its operation by placing that into what we call a phase 0 concept so that we can get it operational while we wait for construction over the next 1 to 2 years for the construction phase. This will allow students to have access that are currently in the program instead of waiting. And just around the corner, we have the Center for Fisheries, Aquaculture, and Aquatic Sciences. Established in 2016, state-of-the-art aquaria facilities were constructed, including plans for a display aquarium that also serves as a window into the Aquatic Center, showcasing world-class research being conducted there.
Okay, well, Matt, I hope that video gives you a real good taste of what we're trying to do in the McLafferty Annex. And I guess that's sort of a pun, but it is something that we're really trying to accomplish here. And this facility, I think, has the opportunity to become a nexus for interdisciplinary research across campus, bringing together faculty that from science and engineering, even the humanities, to work on research related to sustainability and food sustainability, value-added products. And I'll tell you, more recently, we've inserted into this facility a business development annex as one of the planned developments. So we also see this as a way to bring the university together with business and industrial interest in the Southern Illinois region.
It is so. Gary, I'm reminded, I think 20 years ago, there were 10 breweries in the country. Today, there's over 8,000. Every town wants to have a brewery. So our fermentation science program is truly one of the best in the country, in a leading role. Yeah, as you've come on as to lead our research, I've been so impressed. We've been so with the work you've done.
Well, thank you.
Talk about, and you mentioned the 69 million. Where are we going? What are your plans for research here at Carbondale?
Well, that's an interesting question. You get into a little bit of the weeds here, but we are what's designated as an R2 university, which means high research activity, and that designation comes from the Carnegie Foundation. And what I would very much like to see us accomplish is to see us get ourselves up into the R1 category. This is the same category that universities like the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign, University of Chicago are in. We are within sight of reaching the necessary metrics to be able to achieve that goal. And we really could move this forward with the support of our alumni. There is no question about that. They could help us enormously.
So things like that undergraduate support fund, things like our facility enhancement,
right?
Perhaps startup packages to recruit faculty, retain great faculty.
Yeah, and all of that. I mean, for the McLafferty Annex, for example, one of the great opportunities for our alumni to participate in the development of that facility is that many times we take these dollars that we get from the alumni and we go out and we seek matching fundings from the state or the federal government. And so we get to amplify that donation of the alumni 1-to-1, 1-to-2, 1-to-3. We're going to be able to bring in more dollars to be able to support the construction and make the facility grow faster and become a more supportive facility for not only the faculty, but the entire region.
It's spectacular. And you think about, again, the opportunities for our undergraduate students to get involved in cutting edge research here on our campus. You don't find that at a lot of other universities around. We're here to talk about Carbondale, but it's so part of the excitement. And every time I talk to you, you get excited. We can see it. There's such opportunity.
Well, I'll tell you a little story, Matt, because this is, I think, is relevant, and we got a couple of seconds here. I was the chair of chemistry for a long time, and I used to meet with prospective students and their parents on a regular basis. And of course, you're trying to recruit them to the university, and you'd come in and you'd tell them about the great program and the beautiful campus and all the great facilities. But the thing that really made the difference was when we talked about how the student, if they came to SIU, could get involved in real impactful, nationally supported research with doctoral degree faculty. This made an enormous difference. I saw heads turn left and right on a regular basis. And I know for a fact, we have students that entered our program because of those research opportunities. And I used to tell the students, said, you know, SIU is kind of the Goldilocks size. We're big enough to have these opportunities, but we're small enough that all of our students can actually get involved if that's what they want to do. It's a great place to be if you're interested in research. There's no question.
So folks, again, it's on across. You can see the address on the screen right here. Gary, we asked that everybody or folks listening now go to the giving page. There is a drop down for supporting research. Let's help our great faculty. Let's help this incredible leader right here provide those resources that are going to continue to enable us to build our research enterprise.
Thanks, Matt. I really do appreciate your support, and I really appreciate whatever support our alumni can provide. What I can say is I guarantee you we will put it to good use. There's no doubt about that.
So again, it's siuday.siu.edu. Please go right now. Look for the research, support Gary in his efforts. You'll see an incredible impact. You'll be part of the, we'll call it the Kinsill kind of operation going forward. We're going to continue to make research here even greater than it's been before, and its role of having an incredible impact on our society. Gary, thanks for joining us. Keep up the great work.
Thank you, Matt. Our history is rich, our spirit strong, but our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy, to protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. We are all Salukis, now and forever.
Great. So that's until our video.
That's till your video.
Does that work? Yes, it does.
Good morning. I'm M. Cecil Smith, Dean of the School of Education here at SIU. I'm very happy to be here this morning in support of the SIU Day of Giving.
Hi, and I'm Catherine Syme, Director of Development for the School of Education. So we're here today to be talking about Day of Giving and the School of Education. And we're particularly excited because of the legacy of education and teacher education preparation at SIU. As you know, Dean Smith, Southern Illinois University started over 150 years ago as a normal school, meaning that its focus was on preparing teachers. As the university has grown and evolved, we've never lost touch with that essential role of preparing teachers for a range of educational careers. And just as that mission of preparing teachers and educational leaders has continued, our education, our alumni and donors have also continued generously to support the School of Education. You know, incidentally, I think we've got about 60,000 alumni who hail from the School of Education or our predecessors. And by my math, that means that nearly a quarter of all the living SIU alumni are educational alums. That's really an incredible legacy of this school. So Dean Smith, that was a really very short history of the School of Education. But what can you tell me now about the School of Education, what it looks like and what we're doing?
Well, Catherine, as you know, last year we transitioned from the College of Education and Human Services to the School of Education. We now have a more singular focus on the educational field. Our motto for the SIU School of Education is teach, motivate, educate. And that's what we're doing in each of our programs within the school. And while all of our programs are outstanding, our crown jewel is the teacher education program. Faculty and staff in the teacher education program were very happy this year to receive an award from our accrediting body for continuous quality improvement. We're one of only 9 programs in the country to receive this recognition of quality. We're also extremely proud of our teacher candidates' accomplishments throughout this very difficult year.
You know, I know that our workforce education program often gets highlighted because of how many workforce education programs are offered off campus, on military bases and other locations. But I understand that workforce education will be seeing a change soon.
Yes, that's right. We've recognized that in the aftermath of the pandemic that there are and there will continue to be dramatic shifts in workforce needs and opportunities. So we're rebranding workforce education as organizational learning, innovation, and development. And I guess that's the first public announcement of that change that's coming soon. And so this more contemporary sounding name, we think better reflects the expertise of our faculty, as well as our goals for preparing our students as human resource specialists, as career educators, and as training experts. We're implementing new coursework in areas such as learning systems design and technology, and also entrepreneurship and education within our curriculum. So we're very excited about those changes to that program.
Well, Dean Smith, one thing that we hear a lot about in the news, particularly lately, is a teacher shortage in the state of Illinois and even nationally. I'm wondering, does the School of Education at SIU do anything to address this issue?
Yeah, the teacher shortage in Illinois is particularly critical. And so there are some things that we are doing. We're really working in a couple of domains that are related to one another to address the teacher shortage. First, of course, is in regards to our academic programs. For example, we have cohorts of students in the Illinois Grow Your Own program that prepares teachers in special education and early childhood education. Students in the GYO program have their tuition covered in the form of a forgivable loan, which is repaid once a graduate has taught for 5 years in a high-needs school or taught in a high-needs subject area, such as mathematics or science. Second, we are beginning to engage in important policy work that also has to happen to create the conditions, resources, and incentives that will, over time, help to alleviate the teacher shortage, not only in Illinois, but throughout the country.
Mm-hmm. And of course, there's the great work that happens in our education administration, higher education program that prepares our graduates to be educational leaders, administrators, and policymakers, with that impact to make an impact in a number of different settings.
I've had the opportunity to meet with superintendents and principals working in our schools throughout the region, and they're a fantastic group. I've met them both in our courses here in the School of Education, and just yesterday I was in a meeting of regional superintendents. They're doing phenomenal work. At the end of the day, when I'm going home, I think, this was a tough day, but thank God I'm not a school superintendent. It has to be the toughest job in the world right now. And I'm very proud that our educational administration program is doing great work preparing these superintendents for the important work that they're performing.
And as you said, one of the biggest challenges educational leaders at all levels faced this past year was the global pandemic. So we have now a video that will respond to the question often posed by our donors, which is, how has the pandemic impacted our ability to prepare our education students for teaching? So we gathered some current student teachers and cooperating partner teachers over Zoom to ask them about their experiences.
Hello, my name is Dr. Nancy Munshank. I'm the Director of Teacher Education here at SIU, and I'm happy to have with me one of our current student teachers, Sandra, to talk a little bit about student teaching in this current environment. Sandra, do you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Sandra Eversol. I am from Southern Illinois. I've been here my whole life. I am currently student teaching at DuQuoin High School, and it has been an absolute pleasure. One of the biggest surprises that I had was when we first got the message last year in March that we wouldn't be returning to our placements for the rest of the semester. I was worried that that meant everything would become remote. So the biggest surprise to me was to be able to be back in the classroom, working with my students, working with a coordinating teacher who is a master at what he does, and having the support from my SIU CS has been amazing. And it's honestly a huge surprise to what could have been.
Sandra, I really appreciate you taking the time to share with us a little of your perspective about student teaching during a global pandemic. Sounds like it's a success.
It has been. It's been amazing.
Hi, thanks so much for joining us this afternoon. I'm happy to have one of our current student teachers and our current cooperating cooperating partner teacher to talk a little bit about what it's like to teach during the pandemic. So Austin, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. My name is Austin Brown. I am currently a senior music education student with the School of Music and the School of Education. I am from Chicago, Illinois, and I've been enjoying my last semester of student teaching with Mr. Greg Townsend, the band director at Carbondale Community High School.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Townsend.
As Austin said, I'm Greg Townsend. I direct instrumental music at Carbondale High School, and I am a 20-year plus veteran teacher.
Great, great. So we have some good expertise here about what it's like to teach in a pandemic. So let's start with probably the overarching question, and that is, how has online teaching and a pivot to remote learning changed your teaching?
Yeah, that's been one of the biggest things that we've been dealing with so far this semester and this year, is just because of the nature of a band program. Usually we rehearse 5 or 6 songs for every day of the week for 6 or 8 weeks while we prepare for performances or tours or festivals. And now we can't do any of that. So what we've been doing is, for example, with our jazz band, we meet with, most of the students are online. Carbondale is doing a hybrid program, so the students do have the option to come into the building. But what we've been doing with them is we've been focusing on more of the history of jazz, and we've started learning on jazz standards about where they fall into the history of jazz and why they're so important, and just starting to give students ways to be successful in learning these tunes when we can't play within a full ensemble, because that's usually a lot of the times what the students who are in band are there for, is to play with other people. So how are we able to kind of emulate that when we can't do that in the first place?
Okay, Greg, technology is such a keystone of all of this online and remote learning. Can you talk a little bit about how you have worked with Austin in implementing and learning about technology?
Well, it's definitely been more of a partnership than me leading the way in this case. Austin came in not only knowing the music side of things, but also he was aware of programs and technology and websites that I wasn't even aware existed. He had used, he was familiar with, he was comfortable with, and in many cases, he showed me how to use it first. And so it's been great having someone like that come into the classroom, because while I'm aware of some of the technology that's out there, I'm not necessarily aware of the newest. And SIU did a great job of preparing him with that so that he could walk in and do it if he had to do it by himself, which is ultimately what you want from a teacher, because he's not going to be a student teacher much longer.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks.
Dean Smith, what themes did you hear in that discussion about teaching in a pandemic that reflects our goals with the teacher education program here at SIU?
Well, Catherine, one goal that was, or I'm sorry, one theme that was very clear to me is the resiliency that our teacher candidates have displayed in response to learning how to teach in both remote environments and face-to-face with their students. A sense of resiliency is one of the best characteristics that any teacher can have and will serve them well throughout the course of their careers. The second theme is in regards to our candidates' abilities to effectively utilize technology to support their instruction and their students' learning. The teacher candidates we are preparing are very facile in utilizing these important teaching tools. The final theme is the strong, positive relationships that our teacher candidates develop with their cooperating teachers who serve as both mentors and guides for them as they take their initial steps to become effective classroom teachers.
And we'll gather these student teachers and their cooperating teachers before they graduate for a teacher pinning ceremony. That's also another wonderful way that we celebrate our teacher candidates and the teaching profession. And it's incidentally funded in part by our fund called Teachers Shape the Future, a fund we're highlighting on Day of Giving, a fund that I have personally supported as well. So I'm excited to see that.
And I'm looking forward to the pinning ceremony. It'll be my first one since I came here last.
It's really fun. They take that educator's oath. It's really, I think, a special moment, and I enjoy watching that happen. So Dean Smith, we've talked a lot about our history and what is happening now at the SIU School of Education. I'm wondering, can you share with us some of the new initiatives that are on the horizon for the School of Education?
Yes, there are three initiatives that I'm particularly excited about. The first is a new doctoral studies emphasis that focuses on equity and social justice education. So when I came here last summer, gathered the leadership team, I talked to the faculty, and I said, we're going to do this. This is important. It's critical. This is essential work. I don't know how we're going to pay for it yet. We'll figure it out. Let's put it into place, and we're working towards that. So our goal here is to prepare new cohorts of young scholars who are well equipped to address through their research and teaching some of the most challenging problems that our country is facing with regards to equity and educational opportunities and racial and social justice. Second is our plan to develop an educational policy and research center within the School of Education that will focus on the needs in particular of rural schools and school districts, and particularly throughout the Southern Illinois region. And third is the rebirth of our Master of Arts in Teaching program that will enable those individuals holding a baccalaureate degree in fields such as English, mathematics, foreign languages, history, biology, and chemistry to pursue licensure to teach at the secondary school level. This initiative, of course, will be helpful in addressing the teacher shortage.
Well, that's great. We've already talked about Teachers Shape the Future and how important that is in celebrating the teaching profession and lifting up our teacher candidates. And that's a fund that many of our donors have supported and continues to support. You talked about the doctoral initiative on educational equity and social justice. And a fund that we are also highlighting on today in SIU Day of Giving is the Education Graduate Fellowship Fund that will help us really jumpstart this initiative and support that first cohort in this new program. You don't know this, I'm excited to tell you that we just had a commitment for $1,000 for this new cohort.
Oh, that's fantastic.
And I know there will be more funds to follow, but that's one of our first big gifts towards that new fund.
That's terrific.
So I'm excited to see that take shape this next year. There's also the Education Excellence Fund, which we use at the SIU School of Education to really support a number of new initiatives and support our students. Certainly during this past year, during the pandemic year, we know there were a lot of needs that students had that were not anticipated, or needs that faculty had to respond to those students. And so a fund like the Education Excellence Fund really helped the School of Education respond nimbly, flexibly, when help was needed most.
Absolutely, and that's one of the most gratifying things that a dean does, certainly that I've done, to be able to award a scholarship to a student in need, or to provide support to a faculty member, to support research, travel, curriculum development, those kinds of things. We really appreciate the gifts that our donors, our alumni, our friends contribute to the School of Education. It's so important to help us to fulfill our mission.
It really is. In fact, we just learned yesterday about a new scholarship, endowed scholarship, to support students in the teacher education program. It's so wonderful that our donors can help us support students so that when they start off in their careers, they are perhaps less burdened by student loans and can focus on working with their students and really focusing on their educational career. So we've talked a lot about the impact on the School of Education from philanthropy. I wonder if you can just share more about the Education Graduate Fellowship Fund and how you think the Educational Equity and Social Justice program will roll out.
Well, the Education Graduate Fellowship is going to be particularly important. We are referring to the students that we are recruiting into the Educational Equity and Social Justice program as fellows. So we want to support them on a fellowship. We intend to fully fund them for 3 years and then help them to write grants for funding to support their dissertation research in their final year. So in order to characterize them as fellows, we need to have a fellowship fund to support them. And so that's how we intend to use the Graduate Fellowship Fund. Graduate education is not inexpensive. And so to be able to fully fund these students for 3 years, we are going to have to really tap into those funds from the fellowship. So we look forward to receiving contributions from our alumni friends and other donors.
Great, thank you. So Dean Smith, you're one of our newer deans at Southern Illinois University. What brought you to SIU and to the School of Education?
Well, Catherine, as you know, I spent 25 years as a faculty member at another public university in Illinois. And through my work there, I got to know and work with a number of SIUC alumni and School of Education faculty. So I knew about the positive reputation of the institution and its impact throughout the state of Illinois. And so I was very excited to come here to SIU and to have the opportunity to lead this outstanding School of Education.
So during your first, not quite year now as dean, what have you learned about the alumni and donors to support the SIU School of Education?
Well, as you know, I haven't been able to travel to visit our alumni yet, but I've had some really great conversations with several alumni, and it's clear that our alumni donors are incredibly supportive. They're really proud of the education legacy here at SIU. They care about teaching and the teaching profession, and they want to support our students who are preparing for education careers. I'm really excited to start getting out and meeting more of our alumni so I can thank them in person. I so look forward to doing that soon, thanking them for their generous support.
Well, and I know I'm excited to get out and start seeing more of our donors as well. So sometime in the future, would love to introduce you to many of our really generous and exciting supportive donors. So thank you so much for speaking with us today. Thank you to all of our alumni and our donors who are working with the School of Education to help us move forward together on this SIU Day of Giving.
Our history is rich, our spirit strong, but our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy, to protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. We are all Salukis, now and forever.
There's something very unique about finally achieving your lifelong dream.
We're doing the research.
There are so many opportunities for programs for students as well as research collaborations.
SIU is more than just a place to learn, it's a place where you connect with professors.
All of that goes straight into the classroom to help our students, to help our instructors prepare a better graduate.
Forever SIU.
What a great segment from Dean Smith and Catherine at the School of Education. Just exciting things. And like them, we're ready to get out and do get back to normal. But today we've got our live stream, of course. We're halfway through and we're over $1 million, Salukis, over about 1,100 donors. We are so grateful and thank you for your support. Let's make this an historic day. And it looks like we're on our way. So Saluki Pride, standing tall, great things there. And we're going to turn now. We'll take a look at our Center for International Education. We've got 3 or 4 videos. We've got a rich history of international students here at SIU, students from our international students. So let's take a look at these videos. I think you'll enjoy hearing from our director, Andrew Carver, and others. Thank you.
Greetings to everyone online and back in the studio. Again, my name is Andrew Carver, and I'm Executive Director of International Affairs here at SIU. I'm joining the Day of Giving celebration today from SIU's Center for International Education, which, by the way, has a beautiful view of the clock tower. For those of you who aren't that familiar with the Center for International Education, it serves as the hub of all things global on the SIU campus. More simply put, the mission of the center and its dedicated staff is to bring the world to SIU and send Salukis abroad to learn, to teach, and to share with the world what it means to be a Saluki. Some may be wondering how an agriculture professor for over 20 years came to be SIU's Senior International Officer. Well, all I can say is that I've prepared for this job, my dream job, since I was a college student. My college experience was shaped by an international campus environment, one that only a major university like SIU can provide. I was classmates with international students. I studied abroad as an undergraduate student. Later in my studies, I brainstormed research ideas and shared laboratory space with international students. What I didn't fully appreciate at the time was the fact that an internationalized campus is a classroom in itself. The whole time I was learning to value diverse opinions and experiences, and learning how to communicate across national boundaries and across cultures. So when I had the chance to join the SIU faculty, I jumped at it because I knew SIU was an international campus and a longstanding leader in international higher ed. In fact, did you know that SIU's first degree-seeking student was enrolled in the 1940s? And where do you think that student was from? Our first international degree-seeking student was from Iraq. As my career progressed here at SIU, I depended on the Center for International Education to help me become a more globally engaged teacher and researcher. CIE staff helped me sponsor visiting scholars, helped me recruit international Fulbright students, helped me offer study abroad courses in my own area of expertise, which happens to be international development and global biodiversity conservation. CIE even supported me by drafting international agreements and fostering partnerships with universities I worked with around the world. And while I enjoy leading and advocating for all these same supportive activities for the entire campus, the best part of my job now is getting to know so many of the best and brightest students in the world. SIU currently hosts around 1,000 international students and scholars. And what often surprises people the most is the diversity our students represent. Our students don't come from just a few countries. They come from all over the world. We consistently host students from 100 countries or more every year. What are our top sending countries? Well, let me give you our top 10. China, Saudi Arabia, India, Nepal, Bangladesh. Those are our top 5. Then Nigeria, Iran, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, and Canada. That rounds out our top 10. Now, before I tell you how you can help support international students and the work of the Center for International Education, I'd like you to meet just a few of our students. In this 6-minute video, you will get to know some of our fantastic students as they welcome new international students to campus. All right, let's roll the tape.
Hi everyone, my name is Awakita. I'm from West Africa, Mali.
My name is Tairu Zong. I'm from China.
My name is Masita, and I'm from Malaysia.
My name is Richie John. I'm a senior in finance at the College of Business here at SIU.
Hey, my name is Simi Nasiri. I'm studying a Master's of Architecture here at SIU. I'm from Iran.
My name is Sean. This is my senior year here in SIU. I'm doing computer science.
This is Riahin Farzana. I'm doing PhD in business management.
My name is Mana. I go to school for electrical engineering.
My name is Abdurrahman Always. You can call me Always, like always. And I'm from Saudi Arabia. And my major is aviation technology. And I work for the school.
My name is Fiorel Eduardo, and I'm studying the doctoral program in agricultural sciences, and I'm from Peru.
My name is David Ayeni. I'm studying criminology and criminal justice. I'm from Nigeria.
I'm Zoista Sulas. I'm a PhD student in electrical and computer engineering, and I'm from Greece.
Hi, my name is Khaled Al-Njuri. I study Master of Health Informatics and Health Administration.
Hi, my name is Luis. I am studying electrical engineering. I am from Ecuador.
Hello, my name is Vivian and I come from China. My Chinese name is Cheng Bingfu and my major is accounting.
The reason why I chose SIU is because of its great architectural program.
Whenever I'm back in China, I heard this is one of the best aviation schools in the States.
If I were to tell you my experience and welcoming you here, I should tell you that your choice of SIU has been the best you could have made so far.
Most of all, the faculties, students, admin, all of them are very cooperative and very nice, friendly.
It's pretty diverse. The people here are pretty friendly.
The sweetest part is being accepted because it's hard to be accepted.
I choose to come to ASU because there are lovely people around. It's the great environment, the great atmosphere, nice people, friendly people.
Peaceful and serene environment, and I love the international community. Kind of make you feel at home and make you feel welcome, and kind of see a oneness in everyone on campus and everyone going up and down. And I also love the Morris Library.
It's Morris Library because not only have this amazing infrastructure, a lot of books, because after class you go there to do homework, to have discussions with your classmates, and it's the place where I do friendship, basically.
I have made a good and a lot of friends, and I like that I'm exposed to many different cultures.
Because everywhere you walk in on the campus, you will see trees, flowers everywhere.
I love going outdoors, hammocking, kayaking, sometimes just go hiking. It's kind of fun around here.
And of course, as you can see, the sprawling campus, there's a lot to discover.
And the environment of Carbondale, there are lots of international students.
The diversity here, and like there's so many people from different places on the world, and it's a good place to learn like something new and new culture.
And I think SIU has done a good job in promoting diversity, especially through programs in every department. And also from the Center of International.
SINC is a Center of International Education. If you join in here, you will meet a lot of international students. They also will help you to connect the different countries' culture.
You make us all feel welcome here.
Well, I have a great experience because when I came here, I realized that when I go to school, I have a family more than just teachers, and that helped a lot with my English and how my skills got improved.
People here is like so much friendly, and they kind of like my family.
The university gives you this vibe, this family vibe, that makes you want to wear the shirt, you know? So you feel attached inside. Not only in the academic level, but in a personal level.
After you join here, I think you also will like here. like me.
Welcome you all, because you will also love here. The food, the environment, the people, everything is very nice.
I'm pretty sure that you will love here too.
It's like a holistic experience here at SIU as far as academia is concerned. SIU आपका स्वागत करता है. Welcome to Southern Illinois University, Carbondale.
স্বাগতম, আমিও বাংলাদেশি, তোমাদের সবাইকে স্বাগতম জানাচ্ছি SIU এ।
Welcome to SIU. Marhaba.
Welcome, bienvenue à vous tous.
Welcome to SIU.
خوش آمدید به SIU.
Carlos de SIU.
Bienvenido a SIU.
Welcome to SIU.
مرحبا بكم في SIU.
Selamat datang to SIU.
Este es su casa.
Ekabawasi SIU.
欢迎来到这里。
Welcome to SIU. Once a Saluki, always a Saluki.
I hope you enjoyed those introductions. I can't tell you enough how honored we are here in the Center for International Education to work with these great students. And it's when you meet our international students that you realize just how much SIU means to them. But it's an often long and difficult road for international students to reach our campus and then complete their studies. That's why international student scholarships are more important than ever. And that's the first way you can help. Additionally, in response to the pandemic, the Center for International Education is focusing this year on emergency funding to support the unique needs of international students. With the global economic slowdown, travel restrictions, many families and even foreign governments have had to cut back on support for their international students. Emergency funds this year will allow us to help our international students through these unprecedented hardships. Now, one growing need that I have yet to address today relates to the second part of the center's mission, which is to send Salukis abroad. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it's that we live in a globally connected society. Your donations to SIU study abroad programs will help our US students not only succeed better in the global job market, but also contribute to solving our greatest global challenges. If you've studied abroad, you likely know the benefits firsthand. Students who study abroad often maintain higher GPAs. They pursue their major to completion and enjoy higher graduation rates. Don't take my word for it. Let's meet a few of our domestic students who studied abroad in this next video. You'll also meet our new study abroad director, Dr. Ramesh Niyupani. Let's roll this tape.
I mean, I think it's important to remember where we came from and obviously remember what's happened in the past into analyzing human culture in general, like looking back at it, how it was, looking back at it now. And then so I was always kind of on my radar, but I never really had a chance to do it. My grandmother's from Germany, so I've always kind of had this, I guess, international kind of culture in my life in a way. So I always wanted to get out there and experience more international cultures than just like the United States. In Tokyo, and then we moved to Hiroshima, then Nagasaki.
Well, I chose Costa Rica because I really wanted to do a foreign language study. I think I'm most attracted to healthcare classes. They had a medical Spanish class, regular Spanish classes. I took a Costa Rican healthcare class, and I also took another class in LGBTQ diversity studies, and they also had a service learning program. So that was like doing volunteer work basically, and then writing a journal to reflect on that. Then I also opted to have all of my essays written in Spanish to get more practice.
My role at Center for International Education at Study Abroad office is to make sure students get the best service when they go abroad. Most of the scholarship that students have at SIU can be used towards study abroad too. We are affiliated with more than 200 universities around the world. There are various programs that you can apply for. Exchange program, in which you will be placed at an affiliated university with SIU around the world, and you will be receiving SIU credit while doing a study abroad. Faculty lead program, in which you will be traveling with faculty member of SIU and completing a coursework, and varies from 1 week to 2 weeks and even months. And we have various sorts of internship programs that a student can apply for. Internship program is available for all sorts of majors. Not only that, we have our own scholarship that you can apply for.
My experience in Hiroshima definitely made me realize that I wanted to kind of focus my historical studies on like kind of nuclear, kind of atomic age, that kind of stuff. Also, I definitely want to like work in an international capacity.
You know, there's not only one system that works, and I think when you gain that perspective, you kind of realize that all the expectations you feel like you have in the U.S., you know, as far as time demands, and you have to work all the time, and this and that, you realize, you know, maybe it isn't all about that all the time.
Students can make an appointment through online or by call. They can register for advising by going through our website at cie.siu.edu/essay or by emailing us at studyabr@siu.edu. It is one of the resources that is for you. So you get the best experience of the world and learn about different culture, diversity, language, and higher education of various countries.
What an inspiration all these globally connected students are, both international and domestic. I'm sure my time's running short, so I want to thank each one of you for joining me and meeting our students here in the Center for International Education. Thank you so much for your donations and support during this year's Day of Giving.
I do remember very clearly my first week at SIU. I remember going to the welcome events, going to the stadium. The first week in the evenings, I would just take walks around campus. The beautiful buildings. It's gorgeous. It's so surreal and so beautiful.
We are very successful because of what we are doing here. Forever SIU means SIU is forever in your heart. So wherever you go, whatever you're doing, whenever you see an opportunity to help support an SIU student, to help support an SIU program, or help support the university, keep that in your heart forever.
Our history is rich, our spirit strong, but our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy, to protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. We are all Salukis, now and forever.
There is a momentum here that keeps us moving forward together. It drives us to progress, moves us to advance towards succeeding. It's the sum of individual successes that collectively create this swelling tide of support, momentum that some students depend on. Each year, we dedicate one day to help. Because the simple act of giving is what keeps us all moving forward together.
When in Paris, I did go to the flea market, bought a painting, I still have it, still life, for $10. So I keep that one. And then when I went to the village, I saw a very nice marble statue of a flute player. Well, it was actually a flute playing. I bought that, and then I worked up
Yeah.
little by little.
Do you still have that first painting you bought in New York?
Huh?
Do you still have the first painting you bought in New York?
Yeah, the painting I bought at the flea market.
Oh, so that was your first.
And
when
the
you were in
marble, I
Paris.
still have, yeah, I still
Yeah,
have.
yeah.
I like them and memories.
Of course, of course.
This one is not here, it's at home.
Okay.
But that's a French Renaissance. Henri II.
Yeah.
And that belonged to J.P. Morgan. And then I have a letter from his grandchild. All about it.
Oh, that came with it, documented.
It was in their family.
Wow. Wow.
And one thing led to another. I just kept working up.
Right.
And I had a good friend who was a collector. And I learned from him.
Yeah.
He said, you know, you have this, that, and the other. You should specialize.
Yes.
You should go into one thing only and know it. Yeah. And then it can't be Renaissance. Yeah. And that's how it happened. And
so he was. So you came to about the Renaissance. You decided to focus on the Renaissance.
Yeah, I was collecting rugs. I was collecting this, that, and the other.
I see.
And the base from here and where, and that's the way to learn.
Right.
But still, he said, you know, you'll be giving it somewhere, someday to somewhere. You ought to be a collection.
Yeah.
Well, good morning. I'm so happy to be here on the day of giving. It's been really exciting. Got some exciting things happening here. Today in the studio with me is Gretchen Wagner. She's our newly hired consultant, working with the staff of the museum, Wes Stoger and Susanna Munson. They're working on the future of the museum and outreach to the community and people and on campus. Gretchen, welcome. And that was a great interview you did just now with Carl Lutz. Can you tell me more about Carl and his collection?
Absolutely, sure. Thank you very much, John. It's been a pleasure to work with the university thus far to help shape the future of the museum, and spending time with Mr. Lutz and exploring his collection with him was just a fantastic way to kick off my time with the university thus far. So as you saw in the video, several works from his collection are currently on view at the University Museum in the heart of campus at Feiner Hall. They're on long-term loan to the benefit of the university and the region. So I encourage you to visit them. After graduating from SIU, where in fact Mr. Lutz saw had his first encounters with arts, he went on to have a lifetime of traveling and working abroad, and that inspired his passion for the arts and for collecting, particularly Renaissance painting and sculpture. So he has graciously and very generously shared his collection with all of us.
Yes, Carl Lutz is a treasure. And so could you tell me a little bit more about why the university is so important, or why the museum is so important to the university and the surrounding region?
Absolutely. Let me just give you some context. The University Museum was founded in 1874 during what's considered the Great American Museum movement of the late 19th century. Other university museums that were founded during that time include those at Yale and Harvard universities. So we're among an elite group. And since its founding nearly 150 years ago, it served thousands of students, some of whom have been student workers, as well as thousands of school children around the region, Southern Illinois region. The museum is many things: a place to visit and experience art and exhibitions, as well as a safekeeper for over 60,000 objects, art and historical artifacts. So there's something for everyone to enjoy at the museum. And I encourage you to make a visit.
Okay, well, thank you, Gretchen. It is an exciting place. And now we've got two videos coming up. One is with the John Lustig from the Illinois State Museum, who's got some news about an exciting exhibit coming up. And the next is Najar Abdul Masawi, who is one of our faculty. Hello, John. How are you doing today?
Dean Politz, it's great to hear you. It's great to see you on these strange times, but thanks for having me. We're really excited to talk about the Rocked and Rolled exhibit that we're going to be bringing down to Carbondale.
Well, tell us all about it. We're excited to have you here, and thanks for coming on our Day of Giving when we're looking for people to support the University Museum.
So one of my ideas, the ideas come from all directions, but being back here in metropolitan Chicago, the best way I could merge our collections at the State Museum was to think about music as an inspiration, but also one of our core holdings is our geology. So it just, again, lightning hits, and here we come up with the idea of rocked and rolled. So we're comparing music through art, and we're comparing it and we're contrasting it up against geological specimens, minerals, fossils, etc. And there are some fantastic conversations that they're having, but I think people are interested in the music themed art.
Oh, exciting. Thank you, John. Tell me more about why you think that the SIU University Museum is a good place to bring this.
So as an alum, the music scene down there was a touchstone. I mean, coming from the suburbs of Chicago. And so not only was the campus, the studio spaces over in the old glove factory, but we could hear music all week long, but also the amazing concerts. And it's a trigger. It's inspiring to us. And so what I wanted to do is to tap into some of the history in the special collections, but also in the university holdings. So we're going to be personalizing the exhibit and adding on to it with a lot of great Southern Illinois University history, music themed related memorabilia, but also things from the geology holdings as well. So I'm very excited about that.
All right, John. That is, I like I say, I'm excited too. I can't wait. We've got big things planned. Could you talk about the installation that we want to do?
So what we're working on right now is to invite everyone who comes to see the show to bring in their own memories and feel their own inspiration. If you have any old memorabilia that you want to add into the exhibit, there's going to be this organic experience that you're going to be able to we're going to have a living sculpture, basically, and we're going to hopefully you folks can all participate as an alum, as someone from the community who has your own memories. We want you to share those, and we'll get the word out on what we're looking for soon, but that's something for everyone to pay attention to, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, we're still in the planning stage. One of the things that also we're planning is to have a big event on Friday, October 15th, along with the Alumni Association. We're talking about having a big music event. More on that. We don't know for sure what's going to happen, but it'll be big and it'll be fun.
We want everyone to come and spend time, and if you haven't been on campus in a while, and I've been back a couple of times in the last year or so. We brought an exhibit to the University Museum 10 years ago, a WPA era museum era exhibit. So I'm happy to be working with my alma mater again. I'm happy to be partnering the State Museum with SIU. We want those to grow and makes us all stronger when we're sharing resources and expertise and hopefully inspiring everyone throughout the content that we're providing.
So today, this is just not a small taste of what can happen at the University Museum, but it's one of many shows. And the University Museum is a gem in our region, and your donations on the Day of Giving are going to help us to bring exhibits like this to campus and more. So thank you for your donations today on the SIU Day of Giving. And John, thank you so much for spending some time with us, and we'll be looking forward to working with you.
We'll see you in the fall. SIU and Salukis rock, right?
All right, they do. Thank you, John. Thank you for joining me, Najar.
Yes.
I'm going to talk right now with Najar Abdul Musawir, who
Yes.
is an artist and painter and teacher in the art and design department here on campus. And I'm going to ask him, what does the museum mean to you as an artist and as a professor?
Okay. The University Museum is an institution within itself. It is a place in which time cannot stand still. That we are constantly going back to the past and seeing all kinds of various artifacts and all this infographics about culture and society and all these particular individuals who it was inventive, because artists are inventive. And so me as an educator, I find that as a place of learning, which I direct my students to. I tell my students, go check out this artifact, go check out this painting, go check out this print, check out this narrative that this museum has that you may not be able to see again in your life. Because our institution, our museum, has the same respect as you would go to the St. Louis Art Museum or the Art Museum, Contemporary Art Museum in Chicago, because that is all about, they are all about education. And as an artist, it really allows me to be able to not only be more informed in terms of my own studio practice, but me as an artist, my students get to see me in the real world, that I'm not just someone who read about what I teach, I am what I teach. And the museum becomes a vital instrument in being, for me to be able to carry that out between me and my student and my own creative work.
Wow, that really brings home to me, and I think to everyone who's watching this, the importance of a university museum on the campus of SIU.
Oh, without doubt. I think that that's just, the museum has an excellent history. They've had some great directors over the years. I've had opportunity to meet at least four or five of them over the years. And one of the things that I found interesting is who they bring into the university. They reach out to DC, New York, California, Chicago, Wisconsin, so many places. And then they also reach to China, Japan, Ireland, Scotland, Africa. And so you have like Nigeria and so forth, and Ghana. You bring all this into this museum, and we get a chance to see all that and experience all that. And so how do you not want to be supportive or appreciate something like that? I have to. We have to.
Yes, wonderful. And so today is the time for everyone out there. It's the Day of Giving, 2021.
Yes.
So please join Najar and me in supporting the University Museum on the Day of Giving.
And if I can quote you, join your friends, support the University Museum on the Day of Giving.
Yay! Thank you so much. Thank you, Najar, for that great endorsement of the museum on the Day of Giving. And Gretchen, sounds like we're having an exciting fall coming up, doesn't it?
Yes, absolutely, John. Fall would be a great time to make a visit to the University Museum. I understand the museum is working with the Alumni Association on a very special event on homecoming weekend, so it'd be a great time to come out.
All right, yes. And you too can be a part of all this excitement and go with us forward by making your donation to siuday.siu.edu. And now let's hear a little something about the SIU Press. I'm very proud of this press. We are doing such exciting things. And we're going to have Todd Doty, an alumnus who is who works for, he'll tell you, for Doubleday. And then after that, we'll have a short video with Amy Etchison, interim director of the SIU Press, and English professor Pinkney Benedict, who are going to tell us about the their project, Blanket Fort Radio Theater. This is a really exciting project that brings in WSIU, the SIU Press, and the English Department's Creative Writing Program. This started out as a way to, an idea of how to make the press a little more 21st century, maybe. And so we got together with Dr. Benedict's class, and they came over to use our podcasting studio that we were able to buy with Day of Giving funds last year. And they started out doing their readings of books, not just audio books, but readings of books. They'll tell you more about it, but it was just got going when COVID hit last year, and they had to make some changes in the way they did their stories. Well, let's let Pinkney and Amy tell you about it. Thank you so much for our time and listening about the University Museum and the SIU Press. Go Dogs! Joining me now is Todd Doty, Senior Vice President, Deputy Publisher for Doubleday, and a 1995 SIU grad. Welcome, Todd.
Thanks, John. Thanks for having me. I've got my SIU shirt on and my Quattros cup here, and I hope all of my fellow Saluki alumni will join you on March 3rd for the Day of Giving. You can give to the institution of your choice. You can give to SIU Press, who's doing great things on the publishing side and podcasting side. You can give to the WSIU stations. You can give to Touch of Nature. Just choose and donate, and hopefully we can raise some money for our beloved SIU.
Thank you, Todd.
My pleasure.
All right.
Hi, I'm Amy Etchison from SIU Press.
And I'm Pinkney Benedict from the SIU English Department.
We'd like to tell you about an exciting new storytelling initiative at SIU called Blanket Fort Radio Theater.
Blanket Fort Radio Theater is a collection of student-produced podcasts in the form of serialized audiobooks. The books chosen for Blanket Fort Radio Theater are previously published titles from Southern Illinois University Press.
In contrast to standard audiobooks, Blanket Fort productions have a distinctive sound that features musical underscoring and many actors playing various roles, giving the recordings the nostalgic feel of radio theater production.
These podcasts are available on Spotify, iTunes, the NPR One app, and on the WSIU website. You can also follow the links on our website, www.blanketfortradiotheater.com.
The first Blanket Fort season featured an audio adaptation of the SIU Press book, A Night of Another Sort, Prohibition Days and Charlie Berger by Gary Daniil.
I'm Charlie Berger. I guess you're wondering why I'm here.
You had a wonderful quality, a heart of gold.
Booze vendor, gambler.
He went and bought this stuff and set it on the porch.
A bad character man from Ledford.
He would leave money and envelopes under their doors.
There are several charges against him for selling liquor.
Booze vendor, gambler.
Heart of gold.
Prince among prisoners.
Bad character man from Ledford. Wanted by authorities in Williamson, Franklin, Washington, and Johnson counties in Illinois.
The students were responsible for every aspect of podcast production. They started recording last March, utilizing a brand new state-of-the-art podcasting booth in Morris Library that was purchased with funds donated during a previous Day of Giving campaign.
The second season of Blanket Fort Radio Theater is an audio adaptation of the SIU Press book, Survived by One, The Life and Mind of a Family Mass Murderer by Robert E. Hanlon with Thomas V. Odell. This production tells the chilling tale of a gruesome murder that took place in Mount Vernon, Illinois in 1985.
With your support, we can continue Blanket Fort Radio Theater. Already, it's providing many benefits for the students who are gaining critical experience working with a professional publishing house, for SIU, which can use this project as a recruiting tool, for the listeners who are introduced to works they may not have known about or who are reintroduced to works in a new and entertaining form.
And for SIU Press, a publisher with a bright future as a 21st century press in the digital age, creating works in new formats and adapting to the changing habits of readers and writers.
Thank you for supporting SIU. We hope that you will consider supporting Blanket Fort Radio Theater.
Again, this is Amy Etchison from SIU Press,
And Pigney Benedict from the SIU English Department.
encouraging everyone to make your own blanket fort
And tell a story.
To me, being a Saluki is to be hardworking and to always give back to your roots.
We would not be successful if it wasn't for our alumni.
Being a Saluki to me means making a difference, giving back, really being a positive light for others as much as possible.
And we truly believe success is going to continue breeding further success.
Forever, SIU.
Our history is rich, our spirit strong, but our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy, to protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. We are all Salukis, now and forever.
The SIU School of Law builds leaders. The School of Law is a small, hands-on law school. We see each student as an individual, and from the time that they are admitted until the time that they graduate, we make sure that we provide what that individual needs in order to succeed on not just the bar exam, but in the profession as an attorney. We sit on a campus of a major research university. We're able to participate in the social and academic and civic opportunities that are available at a major research university while enjoying a wonderful, serene environment with minimal distractions to focus on and concentrate on the law. We provide them with the skills that they need to, after graduating and passing the bar exam, hit the ground running as a lawyer. Our vision for the School of Law is to continue to provide a quality education and provide legal services to the Southern Illinois region, but also to be that small, nurturing law school that attracts individuals from all over the country and trains attorneys to go out and then continue to serve the public good.
Good afternoon. I'm Cindy Walker, and I'm the Director of Development for the School of Law. And I'm very fortunate to have with me today our new Dean of the School of Law, Camille Davidson. Dean Davidson, welcome to your very first Day of Giving at SIU. We're so happy to have you with us here today. And I would love for you to take the opportunity to introduce yourself to the Saluki Nation.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Cindy. I am so excited to be here today on my very first SIU Day of Giving. I joined the School of Law this past July. I came from Charlotte, North Carolina. I am in my ninth month as Dean, and there are so many things that are going on, and I am so excited to share some of those things with you today.
So, Dean, you are new to the School of Law. So tell us a little bit about what attracted you to Carbondale, to SIU, and to our School of Law.
Indeed. Carbondale actually reminds me of where I grew up. I grew up in a small university town where the college was pretty much the center of the community, and there were wonderful opportunities for me growing up because it was a university town. I was so excited to see a law school that was a part of a research institution that provides wonderful opportunities for interdisciplinary opportunities and collaborations along the way. Specifically, SIU students reminded me of myself. I looked to see what our students do post-graduation. Most of them go and work for the government or hang out shingles as small law firm owners. In the last election, we had 7 state's attorneys elected. We have more judges than any other state law school in the state of Illinois. I think our count was 152, but someone was sworn in last week, so we may be at 153 now, which is absolutely amazing. And what I also loved about SIU School of Law was that it provides an opportunity to the region. I could see that we were not only educating law students, but providing an important service to the region. I always say you can teach people the law, but you can't teach people to be from somewhere. And you want to make sure that you have a school that's available to students in the region because they know their family members, they know their friends. And so once we educate them, they're able to then provide services. And that's what access to justice is all about. And so that's what we are all about at SIU School of Law, founded for the public interest and the public good.
So, Dean, we know things have changed quite a bit since this time last year. And one of our initiatives that we have is looking at technology. So tell us a little bit about how technology has changed while teaching law at SIU.
Woo, wow. Deaning in the age of Corona meant that we had to pivot quickly. Everybody knows almost a year ago to the date, the world shut down. And so that meant most of us went home and we had to learn how to teach remotely, learn remotely, work remotely, multitask, triple task, and all of those things. So our faculty have had to learn how to deliver education in a virtual environment. And that does not mean just plugging into Zoom and doing the same as you do in person. That means being very creative with assignments, using remote technology, clickers, interactive assignments. And so we have had to rely on technology. We had to initially go out right before classes started to purchase monitors, to purchase microphones so that we could make sure that our education was being delivered in a seamless fashion, because no matter whether we're in person or virtually, our students are getting a top-notch education from our faculty. In addition to the classroom component of technology, our clinics, especially our elder law civil practice clinic, serve the 13 most southern counties in this state. And so our students, along with the faculty supervisors, were often traveling to those places. Well, when the coronavirus hit, that meant that many of the court proceedings were being held virtually. So again, we needed to be able to ensure that the clients were able to communicate with the student attorneys and the faculty supervisors. And again, technology was needed in that situation. So we continue to need to update our technology to the 21st century technology so that we can deliver seamless education and services to the community.
So we certainly hope that you do go to siuday.siu.edu, click on School of Law, and hopefully select technology as one of those areas that we certainly do need funding. Another thing, Dean, that we probably ought to talk a little bit about is how our graduates had a delay in taking the bar, and our bar prep funds and our emergency funds came into play so readily available to our students that really helped them out a lot. So would you mind talking a little bit about our emergency funds?
Absolutely. So we all know that after 3 years of law school, you must pass the bar exam in order to be licensed and admitted to practice law. And so when students graduate in May, that's for families, because students know that they have until July, typically the end of July, to study for the bar exam. This year, the July became October. The Illinois bar was in October. And we encourage students to not work at all. And so that means save your vacation time and all of those wonderful things. But that also means that students sometimes have emergency situations. And so we have 2 funds that primarily help our students who are studying for the bar exam. An emergency fund to assist with rent, utilities, and things like that. And then also a fund to help with supplemental materials such as adaptive bar when our students are studying for the bar exam.
Thank you very much. So when will the bar be held coming up in the springtime or the summer?
Sure. So we just finished the February bar last week, and the July bar will be the last week in July, and it will again be remote this year.
So it'll be a little bit back to normal for our students.
A little bit back to normal for our students. And we're about to hear from one of our awesome students right now. She's a third-year student, and she's going to share some of the many, many opportunities that she's had because of the generous donations of our alumni.
So,
hi, my name is Deidre Powell, and I'm a third-year law student at SIU Law. It's because of donors like you that I was able to participate in SIU's legal clinic for 2 semesters. During my time at SIU Legal Clinic, I was able to assist over 30 residents in Southern Illinois in their trust and estate legal issues. It's because of donations like yours I was able to attend a conference in Chicago to network with other attorneys and to jumpstart my legal career. It's because of donations like yours that I was able to receive a book scholarship, and I did not have to pay out of pocket for books for 3 semesters. It's because of donations like yours that this semester my scholarships exceeded my tuition. It's because of donations like yours that SIU Law continues to flourish. We thank you and we ask for your continued support.
Dean Davidson, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about your strategic plans for the future of the School of Law?
Thank you, Cindy. So my strategic plan, our strategic plan for the law school is to provide a quality education for the general practitioner. We want our students to be able to hit the ground running when they graduate from law school. And so that means providing for them a curriculum that has an academic support component from day one all the way through taking the bar exam after graduation. So that's very, very important to us. That means that we want to provide hands-on opportunities for our students so that they are able to engage with the community, network with the community. And that also means that we need to make sure that our faculty continue to be trained as teachers and as scholars. And so all of those are important for us as we look through and through the 21st century.
And so our Strategic Excellence Fund actually allows us to use your gift wherever the need is, whether it's for an organization or a student with an emergency fund, or it's for a faculty. So again, our Strategic Excellence Fund is an account where we can use it where the need is our greatest need. And so we really hope that you're able to support Strategic Excellence Fund if that's one of those areas that you would like to support. So Dean, you talked a little bit about public service and the number of our alums who are in public service. So I was wondering if maybe you would want to just chat a little bit more about our involvement with public service as an area that our students like to go into for their career.
Sure, absolutely. And public service actually starts day one with our students during orientation, where we begin to share with them the importance as attorneys to give back to the community. And that means through community service, and that means also through pro bono opportunities. So while in law school, we have wonderful RSOs, student organizations, where students are able to give back to the community, provide a service to the community. For example, our Outlaw student organization helps transgendered individuals do name changes so their names and on their birth certificate match their gender identification. We have the Black Law Students Association, we have the Second Amendment Association, we have military law, we have women in the law, reproductive justice, and all of those organizations, about 20 of them, need funding because they bring in speakers from the outside. They are out in the community serving individuals. And so that's why the Strategic Excellence Fund is important. We say we're stronger together. And so the Stronger Together tagline that we're sharing means that when you give to the Strategic Excellence Fund, when the students come and say, we want to host a voter drive, and we need snacks, or we want to do this. Our students were out and about during the election season, registering voters. And so that's so important. And so because they get this foundation in law school, when they graduate, they tend to continue that public service. So the newly elected state's attorney in this county, Jackson County, is an alumni of the law school. The state's attorney in Cook County is an alumni of the law school. And so it is not surprising to see that we have a number of students who are in those government roles. It is not surprising to know that we have so many judges, because that is what they've been trained to do in law school. I had a judge say to me a few days ago that the judiciary loves you. The judiciary loves SIU students. You are providing the practical training for the everyday lawyer. Those were the words that he used. And that resonated so much with me. The practical training for the everyday lawyer. They are ready to hit the ground running. They are doing service. And because we are, our tuition is relatively low because of your donations, our students are able to do these government roles and these public service roles without worrying about excessive debt. The average debt for law students is about $165,000 nationwide, and our student debt is significantly lower than that, and we'd like to keep it that way so that we can continue to serve the public good.
So, is there anything else that you would like to mention that we haven't talked about this afternoon?
Sure. I did want to just quickly mention that our clinics give students a firsthand opportunity to see poverty. And I know that that sounds, odd and maybe not something, happy and jovial that we want to talk about in Day of Giving. But so often when people think of the state of Illinois, they think of Chicago and the city. And so much of this state is rural, and our students are seeing firsthand the disparities that exist in our state, and where there is a huge need for attorneys. The counties that our students are serving have no attorneys. And so we know that we are providing a service to this state, to this region. And so we really need your support to continue to do those things. So siuday.siu.law and the Strategic Excellence Fund will continue to help us help our community. And I think that's what it's all about. That's why I chose to go to law school. I was a dreamer. I went to law school because I thought I could change the world. And I do believe one person at a time, we can all change the world. It's not easy, but there's hope.
And thank you, Dean. And we're so happy to have you here with us. We're happy to have you here be part of our 5th anniversary. One last thing I'd like for you to mention is some of our very exciting events that we have coming up before the end of the semester.
Sure. We have a wonderful Ryan bioethics lecture coming up with a professor from Harvard University, Professor Glenn Cohen, as the speaker in March. We have a law and technology seminar coming up. We have a wonderful law and technology relationship coming up with Relativity, an e-discovery platform. We had an amazing Lazar lecture named after our founding dean with Professor John Britton last month. So just a host of opportunities. And then we just received a Healing Illinois grant to work on diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we would love some fun because we want everyone who chooses to come to SIU School of Law to feel valued, to feel loved, to feel nurtured. And so we are doing all that we can to put those in place.
Thank you so much. And we hope that you can join us this year on our 5th day of giving. Please consider giving a billable hour in support of your favorite scholarship, program, project. And to our current students, don't forget about the contest going on for bragging rights. But right now, we'd like to have a message from one of our own, Dennis Orsi, President of the Illinois Bar Association.
Hello, I'm Dennis Orsi, the 144th President of the Illinois State Bar Association and a member of the SIU Law School class of 1979. You know, about 40 plus years ago, when I was on campus serving as the Student Bar Association President, I had no idea that I would go on to become the president of the second largest statewide voluntary bar association in the United States. It's been a great honor. You know, I owe much of my professional success to the education that I received while attending SIU School of Law and the relationships that I built both at law school and since. As I've had an opportunity to travel around the state of Illinois in my years working with the Illinois State Bar Association, I've been pleased to recognize many of the SIU Law School graduates who have gone on to successful careers. They've either become judges, state's attorneys, government officials, or prominents of local law firms, not just in the state of Illinois, but throughout the country. All of us owe that to the relationships that we built when we attended SIU School of Law. I'm here today to ask you to join me in making a generous donation to the SIU Foundation and the SIU Law School. By donating monies, we can help future lawyers as they move on to their legal careers throughout the state of Illinois. You can make your donation either to a specific SIU scholarship or to the general fund and allow the law school to place that money where it can be best needed to help the soon-to-be graduating law students. So once again, I hope you'll join me today in making a generous donation as part of the SIU Law School Giving Day.
There is a momentum here that keeps us moving forward together. It drives us to progress, moves us to advance towards succeeding. A collective momentum of the past, present, and the future. No matter the obstacles, it takes us over them, through them, carrying a higher purpose, shaping futures, and opening doors to opportunity. It's there when the odds are high, when all that's needed is a little more traction. It is born of the accomplishments of those that came before and alive in the hopes of those who will follow. The very sweat and hard work that has brought our alumni face to face with their goals for over a century now. That's the source. It's the sum of individual successes that collectively create this swelling tide of support, momentum that some students depend on. Each year, we dedicate one day to help. Alumni, students, faculty, and staff all take part in helping build that momentum. And you can help too. One day, 24 hours, whether you give $1 or create a trust, you can continue the legacy of momentum at SIU. Momentum that lowers odds, eases challenges, and creates opportunities for students to one day pay it forward. Because the simple act of giving is what keeps us all moving forward together. Join us March 3rd, 2021. Build momentum on the SIU Day of Giving.
Our history is rich, our spirit strong, but our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy, to protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. We are all Salukis, now and forever.
The SIU School of Medicine is a pioneer in medical education. This is a really special place, a great place to invest in.
SIU invests in its students to be the best physicians possible.
We were the first medical school in the country to have a full-fledged problem-based learning curriculum. It's a wonderful place to come and do what you're passionate about.
I'm glad I chose SIU, and I'm glad SIU chose me.
SIU is going to put you in the best situation.
Forever SIU.
Forever SIU.
Good afternoon. I'm John Shaw, the director of the Paul Simon Public Policy Institute. Thank you for joining us for a very special day, the Day of Giving. I'm delighted to be here representing the Institute, as well as my colleague, Victoria.
Hi, my name is Victoria Geitz, and I'm the Associate Director for the Paul Simon Public Policy Institute. And as John said, we are so excited to be here today for the 5th annual SIU Day of Giving and share with everyone viewing and watching us what the Institute has been up to this past year. You know, the Paul Simon Public Policy Institute was established at SIU by Senator Simon himself back in 1997. And while our roots are firmly in Southern Illinois, the impact of the Institute stretches far beyond the region and the state and even our country. When the pandemic hit last year, it changed the way all of us work, interact, and recreate. Yet despite these changes, we at the Institute remain committed to continuing our essential programming and pivoting to launch new initiatives that have enhanced the Institute and raised the awareness of Southern Illinois University. And John's going to share some of those initiatives with us.
Right. Yeah. Well, one thing we'd like to talk about, we've launched a new series called Understanding Our New World. And it was based on the notion that, we're going to be living in a virtual world for some time. So we wanted to continue to have events in which we could talk to leading policymakers from across the country, state, and world. And I have to say, we've done a little bit of making it up on the fly. There's no real way you can script this, but we feel really lucky about how this series has progressed. And, we represent Paul Simon, so we don't want to brag too much and be too self-focused. But I'd like to drop a few names about just some of the guests that we've had in the last 10 months. A few months ago, we had Mary Robinson, the former president of Ireland, who's really one of the leading leaders in the world. She's now chair of a group called the Elders. She gave us an hour of her time, and we had an amazing conversation with her. A few weeks later, we had a great conversation with Leon Panetta. He's a former congressman, budget director, White House chief of staff, director of Central Intelligence, Secretary of Defense. He's done everything. He gave us a wonderful hour of his time. We had Bill Burns, one of the top diplomats of the last half century, who spent an hour with us, and he's now soon to be confirmed to be the director of Central Intelligence. We had Mayor Pete Buttigieg, mayor of South Bend, a Democratic presidential candidate, now the Secretary of Transportation. We had a great conversation with Sherrod Brown from Ohio, the senator from Ohio, and he's now chairing the Senate Banking Committee. So we've had some great conversations. And one of my favorites, we had an amazing human being. Her name is Admiral Michelle Howard. She is the highest ranking woman in the history of the Navy, the highest rated African-American in the history of the Navy. And she is just this bundle of insight and intelligence and creativity and fun. And we had an hour-long conversation with her that, if you're looking for something to do and want to spend an hour, I would suggest you look at that video, not because I did anything. I just got out of the way and let her talk and just sort of explain her career as a trailblazer. But let me just give you a few of the numbers that might even kind of help give some context to this program. We've been doing this for about 10 months, as I said. And in the course of these 10 months, we've interviewed 4 presidents of major foundations, 3 presidents of major think tanks, 3 Pulitzer Prize winning historians, 2 former foreign ministers, which is equivalent to our Secretary of State, 2 directors of the Central Intelligence Agency, a college president, a former president of Ireland, a 4-star admiral, a 4-star general, a former mayor of Chicago, and a former deputy secretary general of the United Nations. And I will say we have not had to pay for these people. We've reached out to them and they've been gracious with their time. And given the power of Zoom, and we've had these guests join us from Stockholm, Sweden. We had a guest from Melbourne, Australia, from Dublin in Ireland, from Oxford in the United Kingdom. Throughout the United States, we've had a guest from Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York City, Washington, D.C., Seattle. We had a guest from Boston, Chicago, St. Louis. And we've been really gratified at just the scope of people who've watched our programming. We've had people watch from 44 different states in 24 different countries. And we've also had an Illinois component to this. We've invited and had conversations with Chris Welch, who's now the Speaker of the Illinois House, the Senate Majority Leader, the House Minority Leader, the Lieutenant Governor. We expect to be hosting a conversation very soon with the governor of Illinois and also the poet laureate of Illinois. So I think this shows just the enormous range of people that we are reaching. And let me just say one or two other things. I mean, we feel like we've launched some other good programs. We have a Meet the Mayor segment that's really important, in which we meet mayors from Illinois communities. We have a statesmanship program in which we've published a book, and I'm teaching a class, and we are going to launch a leadership award in Illinois in this coming summer. And also we've hosted a summit called Renewing Illinois. So we feel really good about just the range of programs we've been able to work on during this time of COVID.
Yeah, and in addition to these initiatives that John has outlined, the Institute remains committed to one of the legacies of Senator Simon, which was his commitment to the next generation of public service leaders and students. So at the core of what we do at the Institute, we also provide graduate fellowships, paid internships for SIU students, and we also host 5 scholarships, and where we award over $10,000 each year to deserving Salukis. And none of these opportunities would be possible if it was not for the investment and generosity of our donors near and far to help make these really come to life. And you know, John and I actually last week had the opportunity to chat with 6 of our interns, 5 of which are in Springfield at the Capitol, taking part in hybrid internships with legislative leaders at the Capitol and getting the experience to work firsthand in legislation and even work alongside some SIU alumni who are there. You know, even one of our former interns popped into our call, and it's great to see that network being able to be built for our students at SIU. In addition to that, the Institute also hosts a registered student organization, our student ambassadors, and they help elevate our work with the student body, but also we give them the opportunity to put on programming about policy issues that are interested to them. And just last week, they hosted their first Zoom event with Carbondale City Councilman Jeff Doherty, and it was really exciting to see these students be able to gain the experience putting together a program from start to finish, extending the invitation to the speaker, moderating the program, and doing all the marketing. And we are really inspired by the passion that we see with our students and how much they want to get involved with public policy and public service. So I believe now we're going to have 2 videos coming up with 2 of our students who are part of our student ambassador group.
Hello, my name is Kenzie and I am currently a first-year law student at SIU Law. I graduated from SIU with my bachelor's in political science in December of 2019. The Paul Simon Public Policy Institute Ambassadors was the first student organization that I joined during undergrad, and I was also able to be a student worker at the Institute during undergrad. Now I'm grateful to be the current president of the Paul Simon Public Policy Institute Ambassadors. Not only has the ambassadors helped me make friends, but I've also been able to network with the different speakers and professors that the Institute has hosted. I was also fortunate enough to receive the Jean Hurley Simon Scholarship through the Institute, which helped to take away some of the stress that comes with getting a college education. This was really meaningful to me because Jean Hurley Simon is an incredible, strong, intelligent role model for young women like me. My involvement with the Paul Simon Public Policy Institute has been one of the highlights of my time at SIU, and I'll forever be grateful for all the opportunities that I've been given at the Institute.
Hello, my name is Tabitha Koch, and I'm a senior studying political science and philosophy. I am super grateful for all the opportunities that have been provided to me by the Paul Simon Institute. I'm a proud ambassador, I'm a scholarship recipient, and currently I am working as a Denuncio intern for the Carbondale City Manager's Office, where I get to see more what the day-to-day looks like in local government. I just wanted to say a big thank you to everyone at the Institute who has supported me during my undergraduate education and to the generous donors who make the work they do possible.
We are just so inspired by the work that Kenzie and Tabitha have been doing during their undergraduate career and their involvement with the Institute. And, on this 5th annual SIU Day of Giving, I hope that you viewers will consider making a tax-deductible contribution to the Paul Simon Public Policy Institute. You can do so online at the web address that's at the bottom of your screen, which is siuday.siu.edu. And, every dollar helps to move us forward together. And thank you so much to all the donors who have made their contributions already today. So, John, you did mention the Statesmanship Award that we have launched on November 16th of last year. Can you provide more information on that?
Yeah, now this is something on which we want to focus the challenge of statesmanship in Illinois. And so we're teaming up with former Governor Jim Edgar, who's a Republican. Paul Simon, of course, was a Democrat. So we're trying to develop an award that highlights the best traditions of both parties, and just celebrates statesmanship in Illinois. The governor and I did an event together in mid-November. He and I have been in contact this winter and spring. And we're going to make an active push starting in April to encourage nominations. And we want this to be one of the signature awards that the Institute is involved with. And I think it really reflects the best of Paul Simon, and actually shows, Victoria's talking about students, just shows students that careers in government can be honorable, that people can have amazing careers, be acknowledged for it, and be really successful. So we think this is an award that Senator Simon would have appreciated. Governor Edgar has said that he's gratified to be partnering with us on this. And the governor and I did radio broadcasts across the state and have written op-eds. And this is going to be something that we're really proud of going forward.
Great. And John, what inspired you to really focus at the Institute on the study of statesmanship? Because I know we last year published the book, Restoring American Statesmanship, A Citizen's Guide. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
The book, by the way, is right here, and you can get it at the Institute. Just get in touch with us. We have lots of copies, and we'd be glad to send it to you. And it actually comes from just my own experiences. I was a reporter for 25 years in Washington and have written a few books on leadership. And it seems to me that there's this really kind of desperate desire, particularly by students who look at our politics now and are disappointed, to aspire for something better. So our focus on leadership and statesmanship is to help elevate the notion of high-level leadership and celebrate statesmanship in the United States, in Illinois, internationally too. I'm teaching a class. In fact, I'm going to be going from here to the class where we're going to be talking about Eleanor Roosevelt and her national, international leadership and statesmanship. So that's one of the things, again, I think Senator Simon would be really proud of, is the way that we're pushing this notion of really elevated leadership and statesmanship.
Great. And you mentioned before some of the work that the Institute has been doing in regards to the state. Can you touch a little bit more on our Renewing Illinois initiative?
Yeah, we have a Renewing Illinois initiative in which we began by hosting a student summit in 2019. We had students from across the state, 9 or 10 colleges, 35 students. We had wanted it to be an annual event on campus. We were gearing up for it last spring. COVID hit, so we had to do a truncated virtual program last year. We may have to do it virtually again this year. But this is going to be one of our really major initiatives, is to bring students from across the state on campus to come to the university, spend time together, talk about the future of Illinois, develop some practical strategies, and also to get to know each other and to build kind of a network of Simon Summiteers, we call them. So people from around the state who come together for this summit and help think about the future of Illinois.
Great. And yeah, and when we were preparing background material for the Renewing Illinois Summit, we really realized that there wasn't a good central location for reading about Illinois. So we had reached out to 25 Illinoisans about what books they would recommend. And John, I think you have a copy of that.
I do, yeah. This book is called Illinois 101, and it's a book that draws on the recommendations of people like Senator Durbin, Governor Edgar, Glenn Pichard, a former president at SIU, Sheila Simon, Erica Harold, a former candidate for Attorney General, Sam Wheeler, former state historian. And it's this wonderful guide of books that they would recommend people read about Illinois. And it's I've had more people send me notes saying that it's given them some things to read this summer and fall. And I hope it is a useful guide for the people of Illinois.
Great. Thank you so much, John, for sharing that. And we hope you'll be able to take advantage of some of the resources. And thank you to everyone for joining us for this ballot institute and for making your donation and supporting SIU on this SIU Day of Giving.
Hi, my name is Jacob, and I graduated from SIU in 2018 with a bachelor's degree in physiology. Everywhere I went at SIU, I found opportunity and a sense of family. From the friends I made in the College of Science, to Greek life, to my experiences working at the Paul Simon Public Policy Institute. I made great friends, great memories, and was able to prepare myself for entrance to SIU School of Medicine, where I'm pursuing my dream of becoming a physician. I strongly feel that this would not be possible if it weren't for the support I received from the SIU community. SIU is moving forward together. SIU alumni and friends are joining together on the SIU Day of Giving to inspire Salukis everywhere to donate to SIU and demonstrate pride in our community. I encourage you to give $5, $50, or even $500 to a cause you are most passionate about. Make your donation by visiting siuday.siu.edu. There are more than 150 funds you can choose to support. Follow SIU Day of Giving activities on SIU Foundation's social media and the SIU Alumni Association's Facebook. Let's move forward together.
Our history is rich, our spirit strong, but our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy, to protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. We are all Salukis, now and forever.
Welcome back to our 5th annual SIU Day of Giving. What a spectacular day we've had so far. What a great presentation from our colleagues over at the Paul Simon Institute. A couple of big announcements. We're over $1.2 million right now, approaching about 1,500 donors. So keep the support going. It's a great sign of Saluki pride and support, just fantastic. The beer group, the 80s and 90s group that created the Beer Scholarship, which stands for Balance, Education, Experience, and Reality, have added another $25,000 to the total. Again, they've won the award the last 2 years for most donors. So keep up the great work, 80s and 90s group, and I know there are other groups making gifts as well. We're thrilled right now to move over to, we're going to take a look at our College of Agriculture, Life and Physical Sciences. We've got Dean Scott Ishman with us, who does an incredible job. Dean Ishman, welcome. Let's talk about the college. Let's talk about the reorganization and talk about where we are right now.
Well, thank you, Matt. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Scott Ishman, the Dean of the College of Agricultural Life and Physical Sciences. I'd like to thank you all for joining us for the SIU Day of Giving. And what a first year for the new College of Agricultural Life and Physical Sciences it's been. But we in the college were very excited about today and the impact that today will have on our very promising future.
Let's talk a bit as we get into it. Dean, I want to bring up a couple of points that has always amazed me about agriculture. In Illinois, 75% of the land is still dedicated to agriculture, 27 million acres. Agriculture is the #1 business in the state of Illinois. It shows you the importance of our College of Ag, Life and Physical Sciences in playing a leadership role in an industry that's so important to this state and to this country.
Yeah, well, that's right. And, you know, our primary mission is to serve the region and the state. And so, you know, in the College of Agricultural Life and Physical Sciences, you know, we're able to do that very effectively. And, you know, not only serve our students and prepare them for a career in agriculture, but also then serve the state and the region in the agricultural sciences area.
I tell you, the dean is really good. I threw him a curveball right there. I went off script a bit. He handled that so well. We want to talk about research. Let's talk about research within the college.
Yeah, well, you know, that's one of the major areas for our college. We're very research intensive. And not only do our faculty conduct research, they have graduate students that conduct research, but we also include our undergraduates in research, and that's very important there. We've been doing some really incredible things regarding research in the college. When we talk about our mission to serving the region and the state, one of our research groups, microbiology, they put their team in late spring, early summer that produced 115,000 vials of viral transport medium that was used statewide in order to allow us to be able to do the COVID testing that was necessary for the pandemic. So super important research. Another one of our research groups in the college has identified a COVID variant that wasn't formerly discovered. In the agricultural area, one of our faculty is doing research on hemp. Not only hemp as a medicinal product, but hemp as a cover crop and its use as an industrial product. Very important research. And several of our faculty in the Earth Systems and Environmental Sciences area, they're doing research connected with the Perseverance Mars rover. And when samples finally get sent back to Earth, they'll be analyzing those to see what the really potential of life on Mars is and if there is evidence of former life on Mars. So just some areas where our research has been outstanding and has not only a state impact, but also national impact.
Just truly incredible research. And you mentioned earlier the students' research, and could you discuss a little about the student research opportunities?
Yeah, again, that's one of our key focuses in our college is to provide our undergraduates with research opportunities. And in doing so, we give them the hands-on experience that they need to make them successful. Successful whether or not they're looking at going on to a professional school like medical school, or if they're looking at going out into industry and getting hired right away, or going to graduate school. So these are the types of research experiences and the hands-on experiences that we're able to provide our undergraduates that are so important and really gives them an advantage over students that go to other universities that aren't able to get these same types of opportunities.
Let's talk about some of the students specifically. I know Marian Hoffman is an example of leadership.
Marian, she's a standout. She transferred here, and she is the first national FFA officer from SIU in history. And so, and that demonstrates, her leadership qualities to be able to attain a national leadership position in FFA.
It's she also team was our guest speaker at our virtual scholarship dinner, and she was as impressive as any student I've ever heard in my life. Just incredible, poised, successful, obviously very smart, just an incredible representative of the school. So just a great example of the students you have over in the college. So I understand we're also involved with a virtual, the National Horse Judging Competition.
Right. Well, with COVID, we've had to adjust many things. Not only our teaching, but also any outreach activities, any partnerships that we've had, because those have had to been virtual. And so one of the things that we've done to think out of the box, it was provide our horse judging competition, which normally we would do in person, but under these conditions we weren't able to. So we did that virtually, and it caught national attention. And so we went nationwide, and it resulted in over 250 students competing that represented 21 states, as far away as Alaska.
Wow, that is incredible, really incredible. We also, I guess, in a few years, in 2024, another eclipse is coming our way.
Oh yeah, we have that 2024 eclipse. We're already starting our planning for that. It's going to be another amazing event. And, what a great follow-up to the 2017 event. And so we're all looking forward to that and hosting, again, national and international folks here to participate with us and enjoy that.
The last eclipse was such a great event for the university. We really shine. So we expect the same thing in 2024. I guess, Dean, in the geology field camp, in your expertise, your field, I guess, tell us about the geology field camp.
Yeah, so Geology Field Camp, we continue to offer our geology students as well as students from other universities to participate in that field camp. It's a great opportunity. They go out to the YBRA field camp facility that's in Montana. And this is a place where they're able to put together and utilize all the information that they've collected and learned in the classroom and just put it into practice. So it's one of those, again, experiential learning opportunities that prepare them for their future careers.
Thank you, Dean. Earlier, Gary Kinsell and I talked a little bit about fermentation science and McClafferty Annex specifically, but let's talk a little bit more about that incredible program, what we're doing in fermentation science, and how it truly already we have one of the leading programs in this country.
Right. So our fermentation sciences program, it's one of about a half a dozen programs like it in the country. It offers a degree in fermentation science. And moving towards having a fully operational small-scale brewery in collaboration with Ravinia Brewing Company. One of the great things about the fermentation science program is it really demonstrates the interdisciplinarity of the college, because microbiology is involved, chemistry is involved, food science is involved. And so, it really, the sky's the limit when you start thinking about fermentation science. It's just not beer and wine.
I made the point earlier, Dean, I think in 1980, there were 10 or so breweries in the country. Now I think we're 7,000 or 8,000. Every town has, as a part of their economic development, they want a brewery. So again, it's just an example how this university in a leading role of using the combination of teaching, research, and public service. I think it's exemplified in our College of Agricultural Life and Physical Sciences. We've got university farms. It's an important part. I believe we may have one of the largest farms of any college or any university in America. Let's talk about the farms.
Yeah, the farm is another one of those jewels that we have in the college, as well as the university, because it actually serves the university. And it's another one of those areas that we utilize it to give our students those experiential opportunities. Just recently, we've secured a great lease contract with one of our local businesses that will be providing state-of-the-art equipment on our farm for students to be able to experience operating that equipment, working with it. So when they leave the university, they're going to be trained in state-of-the-art equipment and really be prepared for their future careers.
We've been remiss. This is the day of giving. Across the screen, you'll see the address to make a gift, siuday.siu.edu. We'd ask you to go right now. Look up the College of Agriculture, Life, and Physical Sciences, right, Dean?
Correct.
We have very generous and supportive alumni within the college. A real passion there. We see it. I guess we just had a big alumni event this last weekend. So we ask that you make a gift, support the college. I think the dean has outlined so many of the really important things he has within his team here. We are going to go to a video, Dean, and then what we'd like to do is to come back to talk in our few minutes that we have left here to talk more with Dean Scott Ishman, the great leader of our College of Agriculture, Life, and Physical Sciences.
There's something very unique about the opportunity to achieve your lifelong dream. SIU has been amazing in its opportunities. Not only have I gotten the opportunity to be a leader here on campus, SIU is also great for its hands-on research. It's one thing to read about the dinosaurs and the minerals in textbooks, but it's another thing to get out and actually dig them up with your hands. I was amazed to find out that I could do this stuff for the first time, and none of it would have been possible if I hadn't received help, research, scholarships, funds from SIU itself. And I have loads of support from people that I never would have met if I hadn't chosen to come here. I think it's really important once you've been able to achieve your dream in your career field to boost up those who could still use just a little bit of help. SIU is more than just a place to learn. It's a place where you connect. You're changing lives by giving back.
Help us to keep moving forward together. Consider giving to the College of Agricultural, Life, and Physical Sciences.
What a great video from the college, and welcome back here with Dean Scott Ishman on this 5th annual SIU Day of Giving. And Dean, what we'd like to do, transition here in the second segment here, is that let's talk more a bit about the reorganization. We have merged, as the university has merged, the College of Agriculture. We brought Life and Physical Sciences together under your leadership. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the synergies and what that's going to mean to our students and our faculty and the community.
Sure, Matt. Yeah, thanks for asking. The reorganization has been very beneficial to the students and the faculty. The formation of the College of Agricultural, Life, and Physical Sciences from the former colleges of Science and Agricultural Sciences has really provided our students opportunities to expand their reach in STEM. It's already created some really neat synergies. For example, we're in the process of completing a new joint faculty hire, and it's joint between the program of horticulture and the program of plant biology. So, that is just one demonstration of, something that can be created from the formation of the new college by, kind of breaking down some of the barriers that might have been there before. As far as course offerings within the new college, what it does, I think, the formation is make it easier for our students, both in the ag side and the science side, to identify and take advantages of electives that they might not have formerly been aware of prior to the reorganization. Research within the College of Agricultural, Life, and Physical Sciences, again, has been really facilitated, especially interdisciplinary research. I mentioned, the benefit to the fermentation science program. So, just opportunities like that may not formally have been, really clearly identified, but now just more greatly facilitated because the faculty are working more closely together as a unit.
Dean, on a personal note, you've been here a while. You've been a great leader of this campus. We're coming through a tough time with COVID, but even with that, there seems to be a really good energy on this campus, a real excitement about where we're going. Can you talk about that a little and give us your sense of that?
Yeah, sure. COVID has made it challenging, as well as other challenges like budget challenges from the state. But our faculty and staff have really kept a positive outlook on the future. I think the reorganization has helped that in a way, especially with regards to my new college. Again, by bringing those faculty together. And the thing about science is you're always making new discoveries. And so every time a new discovery is made, it creates energy, it creates excitement. And so, that just spreads into the community. And so, I really see that, as we continue on and move out of the pandemic situation, that the excitement's just going to increase.
Thank you. We're getting down to the final 2 minutes of our segment and want to make sure we've highlighted the areas of support that we'd like our our alumni to consider supporting. Again, Dean, would you run through those highest priorities that you have in terms of fundraising?
Oh, yeah, sure. You know, we always want to be able to support our students and the experiential learning opportunities that they have. So, you know, geology field camp is one of those areas that is not inexpensive. And so, you know, financial support there is always helpful. Our forestry summer camp is a very similar experience, but for our forestry students. Areas of the farm, you know, is an operation that, you know, continually needs upkeep, and then also just the support for staff that are doing research and to support the teaching mission of the farms, to be able to provide, you know, this state-of-the-art equipment that I mentioned that we were getting, and other things like that.
Thank you, Dean. It's so again, it's siuday.siu.edu. We ask if you will join. Go to that website, look for agriculture, life, and physical science. Support this great dean and the faculty and students within the college we now call CALPS. And Dean, just one final closing thought in our last 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, I just want to thank all the alumni out there and others who have, you know, supported the college, you know, through these years. And, you know, I look forward to your continued support to make the college bigger and better than it's ever been. So, you know, thank you all very much for participating in this and supporting the college.
Our history is rich, our spirit strong, but our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy, to protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. We are all Salukis, now and forever.
I want my students to be more successful than what I have been.
Preparing these students adequately is incredibly important.
And so it's up to each of us to ensure that the value of my SIU degree is not dependent upon what I do with my degree. It's dependent upon what those that come after me, what they do with their SIU degree.
We've always been known for hitting the ground running.
So it's our mission to ensure that they are better, stronger, whatever it might be, than those that came before them.
It's a way of giving to the future.
That's what's going to help continue this program going forward.
What a wonderful lead into our discussion of the arts at SIU. Welcome to those who have joined us on the 5th Annual SIU Day of Giving. This is an outstanding opportunity for all SIU alumni and friends to support our incredible faculty, staff, and students. I'm Mike Moore, Director of Development for the College of Liberal Arts. With me is Eric Lenz, Director of the School of Music, who will share some of the good things that are happening in music and address opportunities for you to provide support. We will also hear from Rob Lopez, the director of the School of Art and Design, and Segun Ojewui, director of the theater, later in our broadcast. So Eric, the past 12 months have been incredibly challenging. How has the faculty responded to continue to advance the mission to provide a quality educational experience for our students?
That's right, Mike. The last year has been particularly challenging for those of us in the performing arts. Last spring, as we can all remember, SIU announced that the entire curriculum would move online. So the School of Music faculty had to work almost literally overnight to learn new ways of delivering content, and our students had to learn new ways of studying music. Now, music majors know this, but if you've never been a music major, what you need to know is that 50% of our curriculum is based on learning experiences that are outside of the classroom. So when you have a voice or instrumental lesson, you're going to be one-on-one with an instructor in a small room, usually with a piano accompanist. And then, of course, we have our large ensembles, marching band and choir and jazz band and all of the symphony, string quartet, all of our ensembles, large and small. These are activities that are almost impossible to teach online. But that said, there are a number of things that we found that we could do to keep our students on track. The School of Music invested in mics and cameras and networking gear and all sorts of software platforms that allowed us to continue our curriculum. Our piano accompanists made practice tracks so that students could sit at home and practice their songs and their pieces sort of karaoke style in their living rooms and then driving around in their cars. We loaned out electric keyboards in our inventory so that students could practice their harmony and their ear training. And in some cases, we even helped pay for students who didn't have internet where they were living. So over the summer, I worked closely with our faculty in the SIU Department of Public Safety, and we figured out ways that we could come back in person this fall. And I'm happy to say that since August, we've been back on campus. Things look very different, but we're back. Our large classes, like most other departments, have moved online, but the smaller classes are meeting face-to-face. We just have to meet in larger spaces with lots of distance between the students and the instructors. So live performances are also slowly starting to come back. Some of them are limited to streaming audiences only, but some of them are open to a limited live audience, and we hope to expand those in the near future. The good news is School of Music is making music again.
Well, Eric, that's incredible, the way you all have been able to really adapt to our changing world. What has been the feedback from the students in terms of are they feeling they're getting what they need in terms of the experience?
Well, Mike, I can tell you that the students that I speak to, they tell me that they feel safe, that they're glad that we have the opportunity to come back. They're also glad that when there's an option to have a class online, that they were able to choose to have their class online. But for the most part, they're very excited to be back in their ensembles again and playing music together in small groups.
Right, right. Well, it's amazing when you see them when they're wearing their headsets, and it's like they each have their own individual recording studios. So you have anybody ready to sign a record contract or anything here shortly?
We're working on it, but more news to come.
Okay, Eric. Hey, thanks for providing insight on the challenges we faced and overcome in the past 12 months. And we have obviously overcome a lot of challenges to delivering the quality education. But let's turn to Rob and Segun to share their thoughts on priorities moving forward with the arts here at SIU.
Hi, I'm Rob Lopez, the Interim Director of the School of Art and Design here at SIU Carbondale. The mission of the School of Art and Design is to provide affordable, accessible, high-quality education to a diverse student body. Our programs encompass the theory, practice, and history of fine arts, crafts, and design. We currently have 120 undergraduate students and 33 graduate students honing their skills as artists, designers, historians, and educators. For this year's SIU Day of Giving, I'm asking you, on their behalf, to support two initiatives. The first initiative is the upgrading and updating of our computing and technology needs. Our students need access to cutting-edge technology, not only to make artwork, but to also document their work and maybe even interact with it. We feel that we're meeting their needs now. However, we want to be proactive and provide new opportunities to the students they might not have otherwise considered. The second initiative is to create a startup fund for our undergraduate students. This initiative would provide a set amount of money to all undergraduate students in the second year of one of our programs in order to purchase supplies needed for advanced study. While I feel it is important to supply our most outstanding students with awards and scholarships, I feel it's equally important to provide funding for all the students that are making their way to the School of Art and Design. Imagine the smiling faces on the students if they enter a classroom and studio and see new technology, or the excitement these students would feel when they can actually buy the supplies that they want and need, not just the ones that are the least expensive. So for this year's SIU Day of Giving gift, please generously support the school's Art Development Fund and these initiatives. We'll partner your donations with other School of Art and Design funds in order to provide both an immediate and everlasting impact on our students. I hope you have a wonderful day. We thank you for your continued support. Go Salukis.
Theater at SIU. First, let me thank you sincerely for your patronage over the years. Your gifts and donations have really helped our work in the department. I also want to inform you that as we come to the end of the pandemic, we are really getting ready to go again. We have a new slate of plays and musicals for your entertainment, and I look forward to seeing you soon. But to get there, we need your continued support. I ask you to give again to the McLeod Theater, the McLeod Summer Playhouse, and our slew of scholarships and awards for our students. These you can process through the SIU Foundation. Recently, we lost members of our community, Professor Thomas Cade, and one of our outstanding alumni, Bert Velasco, who was already beginning to build a career in Hollywood. He died at age 38. For him, we have just set up a new scholarship called the Bert Velasco Scholarship Fund and Award. This will go to incoming freshman African-American students in acting, and current students will receive awards and scholarships too. So again, we have not just been sitting around, we have been working. We want to retain the good memories of the good work that Professor Thomas Cade did and the good legacy that Bert Velasco was already building for the Salukis outside. So, as we come to the end of the pandemic, I ask you to please write the checks again and give to the McLeod Theater, which will sustain our season, the McLeod Summer Playhouse, which will sustain our summer season, and our slew of scholarships and awards for our students, current and incoming. I know I can count on your support, and I look forward to seeing you at the box office. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Robin Sagoon, on sharing your initiatives for art and design and theater. And everyone, please remember to go to siuday.siu.edu and make a contribution in support of these fine programs. But Eric, we've talked about a lot, but we haven't had an opportunity to talk about your initiatives in the School of Music. Is there anything you'd like to share or priorities you'd like to highlight?
Sure, Mike. There are a number of ways that folks can support SIU students and the arts and music in particular. We have multiple funds dedicated to School of Music activities and programming. Most of our events are open to the public. So when you support the Symphony or the Southern Illinois Music Festival in the summer, or the Outside the Box Festival of New Music that's actually coming up in a couple of weeks, jazz activities, choral activities, whatever our activities, you are not only enriching student education at SIU, but you're also bringing quality programming to the Southern Illinois region. So if there's a specific area that you're interested in supporting, there's probably a fund already set up for you to contribute. Or if you're interested in sustaining this SIU School of Music mission overall, there's always the School of Music Activities Fund, which we can use to enhance all of our programming across the board. But this year, I'd like to point out that School of Music has identified as one of our top priorities scholarship fundings for students, because we have found that cost is one of the biggest barriers for students when they're deciding where to attend university, and also once they're here, keeping up with their studies and making sure that they graduate on time. So we have a number of specific endowed scholarship funds that are available for donations. Some of them are specified in terms of who's allowed to receive the funds. Others are more general, and they support any student that studies music while they're here at SIU.
Well, that's great. That's great, Eric. Is there a correlation? Have you experienced a correlation between the amount of scholarship aid you've been able to offer and the number of students that actually attend and enroll in the School of Music?
Well, sure, there are a number of correlations. So as I mentioned, it's not just the students we're trying to attract, it's keeping the ones that we already have on track. So, when a student starts their studies, I think they find that there is a burden with keeping up with their studies. A lot of them have to buy textbooks, which is normal, but our music students also have to buy their music and they have to attend summer programs. And there's a lot of things they have to do that cost money. And so just having that extra support for them while they're here is really important to all of our music students in particular. And of course, when you're going through the recruiting phase and trying to attract numbers of students and the quality of student, it's very important to have scholarship funding available to offer them.
Well, I think that makes sense. And I had never really given a whole lot of thought to if you're in play the cello, I assume you have to bring your cello with you, or do we provide that for them?
Well, that's a very good question. I am the cello professor at SIU, so I can tell you
about
the cello situation. So yes, if you're a music major, you probably already have a cello, but there are certain situations where we have a student who's maybe traveling from a country abroad, and they'll borrow a cello for a period of time. And all of our music education students who are not cellists, they also learn to play some of the string instruments. And so for those students, we do have instruments that are available to them. And again, funding for School of Music activities helps us to maintain these instruments and purchase new ones.
Well, let's switch gears here. Let's talk about something fun, something that, I mean, this is all fun, but let's talk about the day of the, video that the Marching Salukis did, playing the fight song. How did that come about? And I've had a lot of people ask me, how did we get everybody to play at the same time when some of them were sitting in a closet and some of them were outside, and I don't know, some of them were in their car, I think. So how did that come about?
Well, Mike, I'm glad you asked me about this because I get asked this all the time, and people are wondering, how do we make these videos where you can see the screen filled with, anywhere between 5 and 100 faces, and they're all playing at the same time? The fact is that you cannot have an ensemble rehearsal or performance with everyone performing synchronously because of the lag time. Just a few milliseconds is enough to make the whole thing sound like a big mess. So even if you were to try to have a string quartet, for example, even those 4 people couldn't have a phone call and actually play together. But if everyone records their part separately with it's called a master track. So you make a click track or possibly a pre-existing performance, and you play along with that, your part exactly in rhythm, exactly in time. You can then assemble all of these with a single editor, and someone has to know how to do it, but there's software available that where you can combine all of these individual tracks and make a virtual concert, as it were.
Well, that's amazing. As I said, I've had discussions with alumni who wondered how that occurred. But I mean, in the last 30 seconds ago, tell me about what the value of the arts are to SIU. Why do we need the arts?
Well, I'd like to start, Mike, by saying that the arts and creative activity in general are at the core of the SIU mission. But more importantly for us here in this region, they enhance the fabric of our community, they enhance the fabric of our region, and we all can agree that we want SIU to be a leader in all that we do, and that would, of course, include the arts and creative activity.
That's very, very well put. I'd like to thank you, Eric, for joining us today and discussing the arts at SIU. And thank you to all of those who actively support the arts. You are important to us. If you wish to participate in Day of Giving, please contribute to the arts by going to the address at the bottom of the screen, siuday.siu.edu. Thank you for joining us, and have a great rest of the day. We will be performing live soon.
Hi, my name is Musa Yahaya, and I'm a doctoral student in the Department of Public Health Education. I'm also a recipient of a Dissertation Research Assistantship Award. I would like to use this medium to really appreciate this provision for me. The award is really helping me to achieve my academic goals. I'm currently working on my dissertation full-time. And I want to use this medium to thank all the donors who support the graduate school. Now, I also want to call upon everyone to support the graduate funds on the SIU Day of Giving. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Oksana Grabova. I'm a doctoral student at the Department of Economics at Southern Illinois University. I'm also a recipient of the Dissertation Research Assistantship Award, given to me so I can better focus on working on my dissertation related to the area of international trade. Due to this award, I was allowed to spend more time working on my research, which hopefully resulted in better quality. I want to thank each donor for the continued support given to the students at the graduate school. And I want to encourage everyone, if you have an opportunity, please support us. All the students at the Southern Illinois University really appreciate your help. Thank you so much.
The SIU College of Engineering has made a huge impact on my future, from the friends I made here to different acquaintances that have gotten me connected with my future job.
I've had that University Excellence Scholarship, which has been a huge help. And since my freshman year, I've been able to get lots of scholarships from the College of Engineering.
It's really helped out because I don't have to worry about working to get money. It helps me pay for my classes so that way I can get more involved on campus.
And this scholarship enables me to continue my studies at a lower cost.
For someone like me that doesn't have a lot of financial assistance from home, it's really made it possible for me. If I were to have to pay for it out of pocket, I would be spending all of my time out of class working, distracted.
It's been really nice because with the scholarship, it obviously takes away a lot of the worries about student debt and stuff like that that would normally be kind of, I guess, hanging over my shoulder. So I've been able to go through and really take the courses that I wanted, take them at the pace that I wanted.
So they've really helped me to be able to focus more on school. So with that, I never had to focus on working, 30, 40 hours a week. I could just focus on my schoolwork more and my RSOs.
And be a part of RSOs that are not necessarily making me money, but getting experience for me that is going to help me in my future and help me land an internship.
The fact that the school is a little bit smaller means that I know most of my professors by name, they know me.
I was more able to select the classes that I was interested in learning about instead of like the classes that I could afford to learn about. Basically, I owe the start of my career to SIU.
Good afternoon and welcome to the SIU Day of Giving. My name is Jason Fairfield, Director of Development for the College of Engineering. Since 1961, the college has produced many talented graduates in engineering and technology. It is my honor to introduce Frank Liu, Dean of College of Engineering at SIU.
Jason, thanks for your introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be a part of SIU Day of Giving. It's exciting for me to connect with alumni and the supporters of College of Engineering as the Dean. First, I would like to express my appreciation and gratitude to those of you who provided donations and supports to the College of Engineering in the past. Your contributions had a significant impact on our students. SIU College of Engineering has provided excellent engineering education opportunities to our students and helped them succeed in the studies of engineering and technologies in SIU. SIU Day of Giving provides excellent opportunity for alumni and supporters to donate to the College of Engineering so that the college can continue to attract excellent prospective students and offer quality education programs to our students and prepare them for their professional careers. The alumni donations will be used to provide scholarships to our students, support student activities and organizations, laboratory upgrade, faculty development, enrollment growth, academic program development, and other initiatives in the college.
Thank you, Dean Liu. You're new to the College of Engineering. What attracted you to SIU, the Southern Illinois region, and the College of Engineering?
I joined SIU as a Dean of Engineering in July 2020. I'm excited to have this opportunity to lead the College of Engineering. I was a professor and department head of computer science and computer engineering at the University of Arkansas and held Roger Klein Leadership Endowed Chair for 5 years prior to joining SIU. I led that department to increase its enrollment by 30%, tripled its annual research funding during my tenure. I was attracted to SIU and the College of Engineering for a couple of reasons. SIU was established in 1869, has an excellent history with a large alumni base. SIU is a public research university with a focus on student success. Its campus is beautiful. There's a large lake right behind the College of Engineering complex. College of Engineering produced many high-quality engineering talents for the state of Illinois, U.S., and the world. I worked in the Missouri University of Science and Technology in Rolla, Missouri for 20 years prior to working in the University of Arkansas, and I visited Camp Coppendale several times. Rolla is not far away from Coppendale. I'm very familiar with this area. It's a very nice area to live.
Thank you. You often speak of opportunity surrounding the College of Engineering. Can you detail a couple of those opportunities for us?
Yes, we are developing and will build a larger, stronger, and higher ranked college that is recognized for student success, excellent academic programs, strong research, and a diverse and inclusive learning and working environment. The college has significant growth opportunities ahead. The demand for engineering talents is strong. Our student faculty ratio is very low, which indicates that we have significant capacity for growth. We will build strong academic programs with excellent faculty to educate and train our students to meet the demand. We will strengthen and develop clusters of excellence of teaching and research with national international reputation. The college is being transformed to achieve growth through both expansion and organic growth. The college is being expanded with additional programs such as computer science and mathematics. We provide a wide range of academic programs, engineering, computing, technology, and mathematics. College of Engineering is a hidden gem. We are working on marketing to publicize our excellent academic programs with outstanding facility and a very low student faculty ratio to attract high quality students to our college.
Well, scholarships are definitely important to recruiting elite students. Can you share or discuss the importance of scholarship support?
Scholarships are critical to attract top students to College of Engineering in SIU. Alumni and supporters of college provided many scholarships and and these scholarships help students in the College of Engineering succeed in their undergraduate studies. Here are great examples. Addison McMinn, 2020 SIU alum from Chatham, Illinois, was undergraduate student in electrical engineering with a specialization in biomedical engineering and a minor in mathematics. She was the 2019 Lincoln Academy of Illinois Student Laureate, only student in SIU Coppendale receiving this award. She was a top student with a GPA of 4.0. She received 3 scholarships in SIU, University's Excellence Scholarship, Chen Engineering Scholarship, and Eddingfield Scholarship, which made her education at SIU possible. Another example, Grant Berger, a senior in computer engineering from Murfreesboro, Illinois, he received SIU Dean Scholarship and serves as president of SIU robotics team. Grant said, quote, "College is expensive. I'm not sure how I would have paid for my education had I not received the Dean Scholarship. It allowed me to focus on my schoolwork. I'm forever grateful," end of quote. The college needs more scholarship to attract high quality students to study engineering, computer science, technology, and mathematics in SIU, help them succeed here.
Thanks, Dean Liu. You're right, Allison and Grant are great examples of the wonderful students we have in the College of Engineering. Now let's watch a video about the Leadership Development Program here at SIU. The LDP was started in 2006 by Dick Bladeau, an SIU College of Engineering alum and founder of Advanced Technology Services.
The LZP is honestly, it's an incredible opportunity that I really would never have experienced anywhere else. I mean, the community base that you form with the people that you work with on a day-to-day basis is incredible.
I was not sure of myself. I had no confidence, but quickly coming into the LDP, you make friends, you get a good support system, and you have people that understand what it's like to be involved in something that takes a lot of time as well as doing your schoolwork.
You hear this from leadership gurus that you've got to make mistakes in order to grow. But it isn't until you actually get out there and you start making these mistakes that you get the enlightenment of what that really truly means. You can't grow unless you've made a mistake and now you understand how to fix it, how to make it better. And so the LDP has had tremendous growth because I think to our credit, we're not afraid to make mistakes. We're not afraid to try.
I mean, you get a safety net when you're in college. It's a great learning experience, and now I have a leg up because I know how to deal with those situations when I hit them. Most of my peers, years ahead of me, don't know how to deal with those situations.
We can have all kinds of students that come in and they have a technical skill set, but many times we spend 3 to 5 years teaching them leadership concepts so that they can be effective in our business. And so working with the Leadership Development Program at SIU, that enables us to shorten that timeline quite a bit.
I went through the workforce knowing how to make connections with people, how to lead projects, how to manage projects. And I'm not saying I'm an expert at it, but I had an idea. And that's the thing. Having an idea is huge when going into a workforce.
We've seen that the employees that we hire from the LDP program have actually been able to grow much faster in our organization than when we come in and bring people from outside the organization. It's been a great relationship. We've been partnered for about 10 years. We've got several students that have joined our organization, and they help continue to grow our culture as a result.
My life would be completely different if I hadn't have joined the LDP. And I couldn't have asked for a better organization to be a part of when I started my university career.
It's always continuous improvement, but now that we've made a lot of those mistakes and we're now growing, I think we're going to grow at a much faster rate than we ever did for the first 10 years.
Thank you, Dick Bladeau, for supporting a program that provides a direct bridge from classroom training to a successful career as a technical leader.
Dick is an example of an alum that has stayed involved with the College of Engineering since graduation. And because of this involvement and the involvement of our Industrial Advisory Board and all the support from College of Engineering alums, we continue to provide quality education to our students.
Forward Together is our theme on this 5th annual SIU Day of Giving. I have had the privilege to be a part of all 5 upholding the mission and vision of Southern Illinois University. Today is a great opportunity to support the College of Engineering. Thank you if you have already donated, and if you haven't, please consider a gift now. It's easy to donate. Go to siuday.siu.edu and support the SIU College of Engineering. Dean Liu, I know you have a goal to transform the College of Engineering into a highly reputable college by recruiting the best of the best students and retaining first-in-class faculty. How can alums help with this transformation?
Highly reputable college needs to have outstanding students and the top faculty. Alums can help the college to achieve this goal in many ways. As I mentioned earlier, alums can raise funds for scholarship for students engineering education is a very competitive space. There are many great engineering colleges in US that offer a lot of scholarships to their students. SIU College of Engineering should stay competitive in this regard and offer scholarships to attract best of best students to study in engineering college. The campus provides many scholarships, such as the Chancellor Scholarship, University Excellence Scholarship, Saluki Gold. College of Engineering provides additional scholarships to our students. This scholarship provides additional incentives to our students and attract them to study engineering and technology and retain them in SIU. They do have significant impacts on students, as discussed earlier. College of Engineering has excellent student design clubs and organizations such as Formula SAE, race car, steel bridge, and robotics. Many of them won national and regional competitions. Students gain valuable experience in these student organizations. Alum donations will help the students' organizations too. Faculty are key to success to students. Outstanding faculty will provide excellent instructions to our students and help students in their student organizations. In order to attract and retain top faculty in SIU College of Engineering, we should provide excellent startup package, support for their teaching and research, as well as the laboratories. One of the reasons I was attracted to the University of Arkansas is that it provided me an endowed chair position. SIU College of Engineering currently does not have any endowed chair positions. Alums can help raise funds to establish endowed chair positions, provide support for faculty startup, laboratory development, faculty research and teaching in order to attract and retain top-notch faculty.
Thank you, Dean Liu. Can you please share with us your enrollment turnaround plan for the College of Engineering?
The college developed an enrollment turnaround plan after I joined last semester. We have been implementing this plan and making excellent progress on enrollment growth for fall 2021. We are still in the middle of a recruitment cycle. The number of complete applications grew 43.6%, and the number of admitted students grew 44.3%. The fall 2021 compared with last year. The numbers of complete applications and admitted students are the highest since 2018. How do we achieve this? We revamped college recruitment process to improve its effectiveness, build an effective recruitment team, launched a digital marketing campaign, reach out high schools and community colleges. I want to share the data about our digital marketing campaign. Specifically, the total number of advertisement delivered through the internet search, close to 4.8 million. Total number of clicks generated by those advertisements, 52,000. Total number of social media advertisements delivered, close to 300,000. Total clicks generated by the social media advertisement, 1,200. We also hosted many webinars, called the prospective and the admitted students, provided open houses, academic showcases, and virtual tours, and hosted campus visits. Our recruitment operation is comprehensive, and the digital marketing campaign is expensive. Why I'm excited to report excellent progress in enrollment turnaround for fall 2021. These admitted students are not registered yet, nor can we stop with just 1 year of effort. Alums can contribute to our enrollment growth by donating directly for SIU College of Engineering enrollment growth. These donations will provide financial support to help strengthen our marketing effort to achieve our enrollment growth goals in the next several years.
Well, thank you, Dean Liu, for sharing your vision with us, sharing it with our alums. So thank you for that. On behalf of Dean, the entire College of Engineering, Thank you for watching and supporting our wonderful students, faculty, and staff.
Forever SIU means that being here as a student, SIU is forever in your heart.
We have grit and determination.
Breaking boundaries.
We're competitive.
SIU is more than just a place to learn. It's a place where you connect with professors. I have a little family in my department now.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed that great segment from our dean, the new dean over there at engineering, Dean Liu. Great job. Just exciting what's going on in engineering. We are thrilled to be joined live here in the studio. Chance to remind everybody, this is the largest studio, the biggest studio south of Chicago. Doesn't it feel pretty impressive? Jack, the great Jack Tishner, does an incredible job, but we've got the chancellor here. And Chancellor, this is your first day of giving here at Carbondale, obviously. So so far to date, we've raised $1.33 million from 1,600 donors. It's an incredible day, a day we ask everybody to join with. So welcome, and just your thoughts about Day of Giving.
Wow, I can't even talk. I'm so shook up. I feel like I walked into New York City here, Jack. So you're doing a great job with this beautiful studio, and what a Saluki day. Just amazing to have that kind of support out there from our faculty, staff, students, our alums that are tuned in with us today, our friends of the university. And so just excited to be here and to be a Saluki. This is great.
Chancellor, you started in the middle of COVID. And again, normally we would have done this, had a big celebration at 2 o'clock, but like the foundation team, we're not going to go to the sidelines. Like our attitude here at SIU, we're going to be safe, we're going to be careful. But this has been an incredible introduction live stream. We've had the series of our leaders, 22 academic segments today. We're showing 117 videos. And this is our 5th annual. Our first year we raised $371,000. And here our goal today is $2 million. So your thoughts on your time here so far at SIU, what you've learned and where are we going?
I'll tell you what, the numbers you just gave, Matt, are very impressive. And it tells you that here at SIUC that we're very innovative. And even in the midst of a pandemic, we're still charging forward. We're not just surviving, but we're thriving. And that's the spirit, that's the Saluki spirit. And so just really excited about that. my time here, I've been here 8 months now, and I've met some great people. Very passionate about this university. Met some great students that are proud to be here and proud to be Salukis. So it's just been really exciting for me and for my family to be a part of now the new family. And so very excited about it, and looking forward to doing even greater things.
One of the great initiatives that we give you credit for was a listening and learning tour. Listen and learn. And tell us about that and the extent of it and what you've heard so far.
Yeah, that was part of my goal, was to come here and not immediately start to throw out, the area in which we're going and how I think we ought to get there. My thought was that I would listen to those faculty, staff, students, alums, community members, all the folks that are tuning in, to really tell me what they love about SIUC and things they think we need to do to enhance, to make us better. And so I have met now with probably close to 80 some odd groups. So if you can imagine, I'm getting to hear some of everything from everyone that's got an opinion about what they think we need to do. And it's all been about passionate comments where they really wanted us to focus on things that are going to help the university. So, and I met a lot of friends along the way, and look forward to continuing to work with all of the internal and external stakeholders that really have a lot of passion for Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. And so it's been real exciting for me to meet those individuals and then take that information and really chart our path forward with our strategic plan and make sure that we're able to execute that over the next 5 to 10 years.
So you're certainly not surprised by the support we're getting today. Again, nearly 1,600 donors. This is just our 5th day of giving. We were one of the first universities, Chancellor, to introduce the concept. It's been copied. We think a good example of leadership when others copy you. So kudos to the team here. But over 250,000 alumni in the Saluki Nation. And as you said, there's a real passion. And so what are we doing to try to ignite that, and your thoughts and what you've heard from these impressive listen and learn tour?
Yeah, really, it just sums it up in the tag that we've been running. It's our turn, and it's our time, with no apologies. This is a great university. It's got a national and international reputation. We've got faculty here that could teach anywhere in the country. We have alums that are working all over the country, all over the world. The alums that I meet with are extremely passionate. Every time I'm on a Zoom call with them, they're wearing their Saluki gear and talking about their alma mater. And again, they want to be involved. They want to be connected. They want us to communicate in all the great things that are happening here. So we don't want to be a best kept secret. With that Saluki Nation out there, they're going to help us not be a best kept secret. And so just excited about their excitement and to really take this institution to new heights in doing that together. I know this theme is forward together, and I think we're definitely better together.
Some of your key, and we're going to talk about a couple of key initiatives for you, including the strategic plan that's going to come out of the listen and learn and all these incredible meetings you're having. We want to talk about enrollment. And at some point, I want to talk about the big win over North Dakota State in football on Saturday.
There you go.
So let's start with enrollment, if you would, and where we are and your thoughts on that as we go forward.
Yeah, we were pretty excited back in the fall semester, in that even though you probably heard a lot of clippings about the enrollment being in a pretty steep decline, we were actually down 2.8%. We thought coming into the freshman class this fall, we would be down close to 10%. So that was a win. We actually celebrated being down. So it was pretty exciting. We had 11,366 students. The highlight in that number, though, is 31% increase in the freshman class. That's a very important number. And to top it off, about 32% of those students were from the Southern Illinois region. And so as we make sure we recruit here locally, obviously that doesn't mean we're not going to recruit in other areas, but we are putting a strict emphasis on focusing on recruiting in this area, in this region. And so very excited about that. Right now, we're in the midst of our fall 2021 class. And right now we're about 13 to 14% up in applications and admits. It's a very good number in the month of March. However, There's a lot of work to be done to make sure those students that we've admitted and that those that have applied actually show up here in the fall. And so we're working on a lot of yield events, utilizing our alums. The alums that are out there want to help. So when we set up our different receptions or virtual receptions in those areas across the state and across the country, our alums are going to help us recruit a Saluki. And we're going to make sure those that have been admitted get all the information and attention they need to make sure we can get them here in the fall. So really excited about that, and a lot of efforts at work. Our enrollment management task force is working really hard, and we've got a lot of our faculty working hard to let students know about what they do here and how early they can get involved in research and those kinds of things. So really excited about the efforts that are happening for enrollment.
And Dean Liu, who just spoke, has done a great job within engineering. And what I've really been impressed through your leadership, you've gotten everybody to join in. It's all hands on deck.
Yeah.
All of us participate in enrollment. So just talk about that if you might.
Yeah, Dean Liu is doing some real impressive things. He's got some folks over there, his recruitment and retention coordinators are really following up with students. Sometimes what we've heard on my tour, at least, that we don't always follow up or we're not getting the information out. And so he and his folks are doing a fantastic job, along with our other deans. We had our cabinet meeting or leadership council meeting about a week ago, and we were able to hear all the efforts, the recruiting efforts that are taking place with our deans and the students who have indicated what they want to major in for the fall of 2021. So if you haven't been able to tell, enrollment is really our #1 priority right now, and making sure that we connect and or reconnect with those students that are out there that really are looking for a first-class education here at SIUC. And that's what we want to give them, but we want to stay connected to them along the way.
Another great characteristic of leadership is to inspire a shared vision. As you've gone through now, you're listening, you're learning. At some point, that will turn in, I believe, to a strategic plan. So where are we, and what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, the listening and learning tour, and I know Carol Walker is probably excited about this because he has been with me every step of the way with all these meetings with these 80 some odd plus groups. And so in late March, we will actually wrap up the listening and learning tour. And the idea is, with all the qualitative data that we have received on that tour, where folks have told me personally what they want to do to enhance the university, we will stand up our top 5 pillars, or what I call our top 5 priorities. Those priorities will be pretty broad, and it's time for those priorities in the strategic plan. We've been without one since probably about 2014. So for a university our size and heading in the direction we want to head, we need a very strong strategic plan. But those top 5 priorities will help lay the foundation for what we're all focused on together. And then our strategic plan will coincide with the fiscal year, or the ending of the fiscal year, beginning of the new year in July, where we actually have a functional plan that really helps guide our steps for the next 5 to 10 years here at SIUC. So very excited about that.
That's very exciting, very encouraging. I will personally tell everybody that Chancellor has come in and just done an incredible job showing leadership, a style of engagement, inclusive, bringing folks together, making some tough decisions, great vision. And we're really excited, Chancellor, when we get to see how that's going to be rolled out and how it's going to be the direction we will head. Is a really important public university that has a global reach, that serves both our region, our state, the nation, and the world. So on athletics, you and I were there Saturday with 2,400 faithful Salukis. Nobody thought we would win that game. 39 games in a row winning streak, #1 team, 7 out of 8 national championships, and the Salukis took the game over. Talk about that game.
Well, it didn't surprise me. I actually went in thinking that we were going to win that game. And the reason why, because our guys, they're being coached by a guy that just bleeds maroon. That's Nick. Nick played quarterback here. He's a local guy. I know a lot of the folks who are tuning in, you remember him playing, whether it was in our McAndrews or if you remember him playing up in Du Quoin. Nick's got a track record of really making sure he gets student athletes ready. And so we were just excited, Matt. I know you were yelling probably more than anybody in the suite and calling out audibles and plays and everything else. But I'm not a football guy. You are. But, I was just so proud to see those student athletes and our coaching staff beat a team that has just dominated over the years. And what really got to my heart was when all the student athletes and the coaches ran over to the sideline where their parents and our fans were, and they started singing our fight song. And that was just something to see. And I know we've captured that. If you're on social media, our athletic folks have captured that moment. But just a great win for our institution. We couldn't buy that kind of publicity. It's all over ESPN. It was all over the country. I know you were receiving text messages and emails, and our athletic director was doing the same. So just a great weekend. That was football. On top of that, we have basketball. We took Loyola, number 21 in the country. We took them to overtime, and with a very young team, did a great job. Our track team, baseball, softball, you name it. It was a Saluki weekend. So just really proud of all the student athletes and the Saluki supporters out there too.
And athletics will have an important role in our university. They've had a very storied history, but going forward, we announced the campaign last Friday, the campaign for Saluki Athletics, a $25 million initiative, and we're excited about that and what athletics can help this institution.
I probably don't say this enough, but I do know that winning helps a lot. And it makes you a little more attractive, even for students that are non-student athletes. And so, making sure we capitalize on that success and really try and attract students to get them to enroll here at the institution. Those students that want a vibrant student life environment, they want to be in the dog pound, they want to be here on Saturdays watching the game and cheering their team on. It really helps to have those programs do well. And most importantly, our student athletes, if you look at their GPA and our APR ratings, they're doing a phenomenal job in the classroom. Again, student first and athlete second, but we're very proud of those athletes. They do a tremendous job. They have tough schedules, but they make us proud, and we're going to continue that and look for the support for them. It's all about the students in this case, and so we're excited about that kickoff.
Chancellor, all day we've been featuring our incredible academic programs, our schools, our units. Pleased to state, Chancellor, right now as we look up the tally board, we have raised $1.5 million
Awesome.
from our faithful and loyal alumni and friends. $1.5 million.
Wow.
Again, our goal is 2 million, Chancellor. We go to midnight tonight. The website, if you can see below on the screen, strolling across on the bottom of your picture is the address, siuday.siu.edu. Please, if you haven't made a gift, go to that site, make a gift. We thank you if you have. If you want to go make another one, go ahead. But we truly appreciate your support. Chancellor, we're trying to get 3,000 gifts this year.
Right.
We're well on our way. And again, gifts of any size make a difference.
They definitely make a difference. I see that as that 3,000 numbers really like heaven, 3,000 friends. It's so important that folks feel connected. It's so important that what you do when you contribute, that we demonstrate to you how your dollars are going to impact the lives of so many students here, so many programs. So it warms my heart to know we've got those friends out there doing that. So yeah, I know we love the 1.5. That's a great number. I love the 3,000 too. I need all the friends I can get. So if we can keep adding to it, that would be phenomenal. But we want to be good stewards of those dollars. So just so you know, we want you to know the return on investment that you're going to get from the dollars that you're giving us, whether it's $5, $10, $100, $20,000. You're going to see some return on investment on those dollars, and you're going to be excited to be a Saluki. Not that you are not excited now, but really you're going to feel good about the things that we are accomplishing and that we're going to accomplish in the future for your alma mater and for your institution.
And every dollar really can make a difference from a student staying in school or not, supporting our faculty. Chancellor, we heard some incredible stories from the food pantry.
Oh,
Some of our students, due to the gifts, maybe felt, not even, $50, 25, how that can provide things and help with food security and those, how, tablets. And it's just incredible. It was hard. At one point today, I had tears in my eyes, Chancellor.
Yeah. I tell you what, the myth sometimes is our students drop out. The reality is that they stop out because they don't have the financial resources to keep them going. And so the more that we can make sure that message is getting out there, that these students come here with hopes and dreams of finishing and becoming like you, our alums out there that are doing great things, but they can only do it if they can continue on semester to semester. And sometimes that takes resources, not sometimes, all the time. It takes resources to do that. So again, I think you'll see living proof of those students. As Matt was saying, it'll bring tears to your eyes when you hear these stories of how hard it is to get from just the fall semester to the spring semester. And so that's really what we see on a day-to-day basis. And that's something that we want to make sure we can help out and get those students where they can fulfill their dreams as well.
Chancellor, we could talk all day. We're coming down to 2 minutes in this segment. So we've talked a lot about your role as a leader, the vision you have, what you've done. I think some of our folks would love to know about Austin Lane. What's there about you we don't know that you'd like to share?
I'll tell you what, I don't have anything that's really interesting about me. I don't know that, it's nothing really too exciting. Married, my wife Lauren is one of my biggest supporters, and I'm one of her biggest supporters. And we've got 3 kids. I've got a daughter finishing at the University of Houston, a son who is working his second year at Texas A&M University. He's a football player there, wide receiver, enjoys being an Aggie. And I've got a younger son, about 14 years old, that is the video game king. And so that's about all he wants to do. And, we are servants. We're all servants. We are all honored that you have selected me to be here. Thankful to the board, thankful to our president. Thankful to our community here with how much you've accepted me, and just proud to be here, proud to be a Saluki, and glad to be of service to everybody who is needing a helping hand. So thank you, Matt. That's your 2-minute drill. I guess you're used to that being a quarterback. You know how to quarterback that 2 minutes. So.
Chancellor, we really appreciate you being here today and the leadership you're providing for this great university. Again, siuday.siu.edu. If you hadn't made a gift yet, please go to the website and make a gift. We appreciate it. All gifts make a difference and matter. And Chancellor, just 15 seconds. Any closing thoughts?
Yeah, for me, again, I just want to thank everyone today who's tuned in. And most importantly, you can't see these folks, but we've got a lot of people in the studio that spent a lot of hours in here. And I know if they had to put up with Matt, you got to give him a pat on the back, because I know he's been all over this studio. But I want to thank those employees or folks that are here, work very hard to make us look good. And I know that's hard to do sometimes, but I want to thank them. Matt, I want to thank you for your work. You've given me some highlights, but thank you for all you're doing, you and your staff. So go Dogs.
Thank you, Chancellor. Learned a long time ago a great African proverb: if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, we must go together. And under your leadership, we are going together. Forward together is the theme of SIU Day of Giving. Thank you, Chancellor, for joining us. Thank you for your leadership. And go to the website, please make a gift.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Bice. I graduated from SIU in 2019 with degrees in History and Communication Studies. While at SIU, I was the president and vice president of the undergraduate student government, a student board member on the Illinois Board of Higher Education, vice president of the SIU Pan-Hellenic Association, and a member of Alpha Gamma Delta. At SIU, I had opportunities to pursue my passions and make lifelong friends. From the RSOs I participated in to the support I received from my professors, I'm thankful for the opportunities and growth I had at SIU. Looking back at my time at SIU, it's clear that those experiences prepared me for my career and life today. SIU is moving forward together. SIU alumni and friends are joining together on the SIU Day of Giving to inspire Salukis everywhere to donate to SIU and demonstrate pride in our alma mater. I encourage you to give $5, $50, or even $500 to a cause you are most passionate about. Make your donation by visiting siuday.siu.edu. There are more than 150 funds you can support. Follow SIU Day of Giving activities on the SIU Foundation's social media and the SIU Alumni Association's Facebook. Let's move forward together.
Our history is rich, our spirit strong, but our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy, to protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. We are all Salukis, now and forever.
There is a momentum here that keeps us moving forward together. It drives us to progress, moves us to advance towards succeeding. It's the sum of individual successes that collectively create this swelling tide of support, momentum that some students depend on. Each year, we dedicate one day to help. Because the simple act of giving is what keeps us all moving forward together.
Video. Welcome back to our Day of Giving. Just another great video. A reminder, 117 videos we're showcasing throughout this 8-hour live stream, just showcasing the incredible things going on here at this university. Our faculty, our students, what we're doing in teaching, research, and public service. It truly makes SIU one of the best universities, an illustration that we are one of the great universities in the country. We had a great segment with Chancellor Lane. Wow, what an incredible leader. And now we're joined by Todd Bryson, our Associate Chancellor for Diversity, who has got a long career here at the university, family. We're going to talk about a lot of things with Todd. But Todd, let's kick it off. You're coordinating and running the diversity issues. Let's talk about your role here at SIU and what we're doing around diversity here.
Well, Matt, thank you for allowing me to be here today, and I'm also going to thank you for having me follow the Chancellor Lane. You know, that wasn't fair to me, but we'll go with that. As Matt said, I'm Interim Associate Chancellor for Diversity here at SIU Carbondale, who also oversees the Affirmative Action Office, and who also oversees the Student Multicultural Resource Center, which oversees the Black Resource Center, the Hispanic Latino Resource Center, the LGBTQ Resource Center, and the Women's Resource Center. I've been here for 12 years, going on 13 years on December 1st. And I'm gonna tell you, Matt, this has been some of the best time I've ever had in my career, in my life. So this has been fun. The diversity initiatives we have going on, as you know, with the unrest that happened in the summer of 2020, Chancellor Lane started July 1st, and we started the Chancellor's Task Force on Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And we provided our initiatives to Chancellor Lane and to the cabinet. And we have come up with a diversity plan, which will probably be included into the strategic plan that Chancellor Lane brought up earlier, talking about his 5 pillars. And I know diversity, equity, and inclusion will probably be one of those pillars. Some of those things that we're going on, I don't know if you all know, we have a diversity newsletter that we put out, which is, I think that was on the alumni website this week. We have some other things going on. I'm not going to go into great detail with those, but we have, like I said, the task force. We do what we call Saluki Conversations, which will be coming up. We do one once a month. Last year in October, we did a 1 week of Diversity Week, where we had probably over 60 different events. And we plan to do that again this year. And it's going to be, I believe it's going to be August 26th to September 3rd. I believe it's going Monday through Friday. So we'll start with that, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. So we're going to go to a couple of quick videos.
Okay.
Take a look at, we think, pretty exciting, telling the story. then we'll come back, talk a lot more about what's going on with that diversity plan. Very exciting.
Hi, my name is Devin Speed. I'm a junior here at SIU Carbondale. I'm an exercise science major with a minor in psychology, and I am from Lawton, Oklahoma. This African American scholarship has helped me have an affordable college education, and for that I am very grateful. Please donate to this fund because every dollar is an investment for mine and all of our futures.
Hi, my name is Dariah Ireland. I am a senior here at SIUC, and my major is business management with a specialty in healthcare enterprise and a minor in healthcare management. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I received this African American Achievement Scholarship in the fall of 2020, and it helped me be able to attend school without any complications like worrying about what's going on at home or how I'm going to buy books or how I'm going to pay for the rest of my tuition that my financial aid didn't cover. Please donate to this fund because it is important to give back to the community as well as help students who want to receive a higher level of education. College is already hard, so as students, we shouldn't have to worry about costs while also focusing on mentally preparing for class, being enthusiastic while going to class, and also being able to pay for books, housing, food for those who live off campus. So please, please, please give to this fund. It really helps a lot of students who are in need that majority of the time we don't say anything and we silently struggle. So this will help that silent struggle come to the light and make sure that students are able to receive the higher education. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kennard Tucker. I serve as the Vice President of the SIU Black Alumni Group and the Chair of the Dunbar Leadership Society. I encourage you to join me on March 3rd for the SIU Day of Giving and consider making a leadership pledge toward this worthy cause. The Dunbar Leadership Society was launched through the SIU Foundation, and it's geared around African American alums making a pledge at the leadership level of $1,000 or more. There are a number of worthy causes that your contribution will go toward supporting, such as the many needs-based scholarships housed with the Office of Diversity. For more information on how you can participate, please contact the SIU Foundation at siuf.org. Thank you.
Okay, we're back live here in the studio with Todd Bryce, and so much to talk about after those two great videos. Todd, let's start with scholarships. Let's talk about that, if you would.
Well, I want to thank Daria and Devin Speed for the video they just that you just saw. Devin and Daria were recipients of our African American Achievement Scholarship, and as they said, it has benefited them. And my thing is that over the last couple of years, we used to give out, prior to 2018, we used to give out 22 of those scholarships for about $500 a piece. And lately, because of the pandemic and some other things, and because of the fiscal crisis that we had in 16 and 17, we're down to this year only being able to give out probably about 9 of those scholarships. And our goal is to try to increase that back to the 22 that we used to have. As Kennard mentioned, we started a Dunbar Leadership Scholarship as well, starting with $1,000 gifts. That's something that started with the foundation this year. I hope they give to those. But we also have many different scholarships, Matt, that we have. The African American Achievement, we through my office. We also have the Hispanic American Fund. We also have the Native American Fund, and the Dunbar, as I mentioned, but also with my Student Multicultural Resource Center, we also have what we call Emergency Tuition Fund scholarships. And those are the Hispanic, Latino Emergency Tuition Fund, the Black Resource Center Tuition Fund, LGBTQ Resource Fund, and the Women's Emergency Resource Fund. And what those do is those are for students who are above our threshold, which is currently at $1,500. And if a student owes $1,800 or $2,000, this money helps fund them to get them below their threshold so they can register for the next semester. And I will tell you, the first year that we started the Black Resource Center Fund, which is about 4 years ago, I believe, Through the donations of the Black Alumni Group, we were able to help 11 students that semester. And over time, we've been able to, we still receive donations, and we were able to help 4 more students. So it's been beneficial for our students. As Chancellor Lane mentioned, it's about, you talked about recruitment, but the one thing that your dollars help us is help us retain those students. We can go and get as many students as we want, but we have to retain them for 4 years. So our goal is to have them come to SIU, help them, give them the resources, but help them with their dollars, help them graduate, because that's the ultimate goal for every student.
Thank you, Todd. Again, on this day of giving, if you go to siuday.siu.edu, the website, scroll down the page, you'll see a box with a picture that's diversity initiatives. Hit that, click there. You'll get a drop down, and all these initiatives that Todd's talking about, you'll be able to restrict your gift to one of those funds. So again, siuday.siu.edu. Look for diversity initiatives, the drop down, and you can support. Todd's already talked about how these dollars truly help our students. We need to get back some scholarships to keeps our students in school and getting the opportunity to go through and graduate and go on to lead productive and meaningful lives. We had a quick video, Kennard Tucker, you mentioned. We're really excited about the Dunbar Leadership Society. Talk a little, Todd, if you would, about that.
Well, I will tell you that this is a initiative from Kennard Tucker, who is also the vice president of Black Alumni Group. It was presented to me about a year ago, and Kennard's focus, and along with the foundation, he's worked with Kevin as well to bring African American giving back to SIU and have it from at a $1,000 level and going up. We have a board of directors. A board of directors that helps do this. We're going to also work with student groups. It's going to help fund student groups. It's going to help also fund some faculty and staff as well. I know Kennard has some potential donors, but this is going to be a great thing for SIU Carbondale. It's going to help a lot of our African American students.
Great initiative.
Yes,
we're excited about it. And we know it's going to be very, very successful. Todd, we've got about 4.5 minutes to go. And as we hear today, reaching out to our alums and our proud history, 152 years today, we celebrate our birthday. But I think about the Bryson name. And you and your dad and your uncle have had so much to do with this history of this place. I'd like you to share today with our audience just some of those. You're growing up, being around that. I've heard you talk about your uncle and Walt Frazier. Certainly your dad is legendary, Dr. Seymour Bryson. So if you would share some of the family connections and the little history there, if you would.
Well, Matt, you might make me cry here today, but I'm going to try to do my best. I have a long history with SIU. I was born in Henderson, Kentucky. And at that time, my dad, Harold Bardo, Paul Henry, and some others were down in Morganfield, Kentucky, working for the Job Corps, which was owned by SIU at the time. And I have been affiliated with SIU since I was born. My dad came here in 1955, and there's only been 2 years out of his life, and my dad died, unfortunately, in 2019. But only 2 years since 1955, he was not affiliated with SIU. So I grew up in the SIU family. My uncle, Paul Henry, was the first African American basketball coach here at SIU. Another good friend of mine was like my dad, was the second Black assistant coach here at SIU in basketball, named Herman Williams. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Dr. Harold Bardo, who ran the med prep program for many, many years. So I grew up at Saluki. I didn't actually go to school here until I got my master's, graduated with my master's, but I will tell you this, my blood is maroon, and it's always been that way. We grew up knowing nothing except SIU basketball, SIU football, being there. watching the games with the national championship with the football, seeing Walt Frazier play, seeing Josie Merriweather play, seeing Mike Glenn play, seeing all the things that happened with Bruce Weber and Chris and Chris Lowry. My history has been SIU. And wherever you go, and as you all know, if you put on an SIU shirt, I don't care where you are in the country, everybody's going to recognize SIU as SIU Saluki. So I'm fortunate to be here. I moved back here in 2008, and it's like I said, it's probably even the best 13 years of my life back here working and helping students. I'm not going to say to continue my dad's legacy. I will never be able to fill my dad's shoes and the people I mentioned shoes, but I'm very grateful to be able to work here.
Todd, you might cry. I've got goosebumps as you talked about that history with your family. I know what your dad meant to so many of our alums, and I hear stories all the time. I see it every day with what Todd Bryson is doing, supporting our students. That truly is incredible. And it shows the passion of the Bryson family, but all those that work on this campus. Thank you for what you do with that. Todd, we're down to a minute. Again, here's Giving, Day of Giving, siuday.siu.edu. Final thoughts, final push for our diversity initiatives.
First, I would like to say, and I wanted to follow what Chancellor Lane said, we are here because of great alumni like yourselves. But some of this would not be possible. We are starting the Dr. Seymour Bryson Future Scholars Program, and that we're being able to do that because of alums like you. You have raised a lot of money for that program, and so I want to thank you, alums, for doing that. You have done a tremendous service to SIU. That's going to be a program we have not had for many years. But Matt, I also want to thank you. Without some of the things I've mentioned, Matt came here a couple years ago, but this has been beautiful. Relationship with Matt. Matt has done a tremendous job to help minority students on this campus, even in a short time. So Matt, thank you, and thank your team.
Thank you, Todd. Thanks for your great leadership and again, support. To go to the website, Diversity Initiatives. Thanks for being with us today.
As a student, as a graduate, SIU is forever in your heart.
The university helped me make connections that I have endured throughout my career.
I wouldn't be where I am if it weren't for SIU. Imagine creating opportunity.
SIU to me is a fresh opportunity, chance to be my best every day. Make an impact and leave a legacy here.
The opportunity to stay current in our field so that we can then come back and provide that knowledge to our students.
Funding valuable research.
It's one thing to read about the dinosaurs in textbooks, but it's another thing to get out and actually dig them up with your hands.
Here at SIU, we have a lot of undergraduate research opportunities, which is very critical.
None of it would have been possible if I hadn't received research scholarships from SIU itself.
I'm a first-generation college student. Scholarships really help to bring students from different backgrounds an equal opportunity.
Empowering students and teachers.
We've always been known for hitting the ground running.
We're competitive.
We have grit.
We are determined.
For the last 150 years.
Breaking boundaries.
Blazing new trails.
Forging new opportunities.
Doing the research.
Driving innovation.
Always looking for a new perspective.
The labor code. Transforming students into the professionals of tomorrow.
Building something that will last far into the future.
As an alumni of the school, it's just an amazing honor to create a landmark and a monument that will be part of SIU into the future.
We've just instituted a virtual reality lab. We're folding technological narratives like virtual reality into our fiction program. No question that the SIU Foundation has changed the lives of our fiction students. It's a way of giving to the future.
The stage is set, the vision is clear, and we have a goal to build upon 150 years of higher education.
The value of my SIU degree is not dependent upon what I do with my degree. It's dependent upon what those that come after me, what they do with their SIU degree. I want my students to be more successful than what I have been.
and realize new successes on campus and in the lives of our students. There is something really special about SIU.
We get a really positive interaction with students.
They get to know us, we get to know them throughout their entire academic career here at Southern.
Participating in classes, they're getting the content, they're applying the content.
It's going to prepare me to be better out in the field.
SIU has given me multiple opportunities. I can go out into the real world and feel as if I'm prepared.
If you're serious about challenging yourself, SIU is a place where you want to be.
I give credit to SIU molding me into the businesswoman that I am. I'm proud to be a Saluki.
We truly believe success is going to continue breeding further success.
I was amazed to find out that I could do this stuff.
The generosity of giving creates scholarship opportunities for students, funds research and state-of-the-art facilities, improves programs, empowers faculty, and enriches student education.
Whenever you see an opportunity to help support an SIU student, to help support an SIU program, or help support the university, keep that in your heart forever.
The stage is ready and the curtain is opening. Forever SIU.
Our history is rich, our spirit strong, but our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy, to protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. We are all Salukis, now and forever.
You made connections at SIU. You are alumni Salukis for life. Stay connected. Follow the SIU Alumni Association on social media. Visit SIUalumni.com for information about programs and becoming a member. You can also download the SIU Alumni Association app, available on iOS and Android devices for free. The SIU Alumni Association. Get connected today.
Good afternoon and welcome to the College of Mass Communications and Media Arts. We are glad to have you here today for the Day of Giving. My name is Lisa Knight. I'm the Director of Development for the college. And with me today is our somewhat new Dean, H.D. Motel. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I will. I'll be happy to. You almost forgot where we were. We are, in fact, in the communications building, in the studios of WSIU, one of the great partners for our college. My name is H.D. Motel. As Lisa said, I am the dean of the college. I was faculty here in radio television, then I was chair of a couple of departments. But you know what? That's not so important. What's really important is what you can do for us and for the students. Today, on this wonderful Day of Giving, our 5th year in a row of this Day of Giving. So what else do you want to know about me, Lisa?
Well, tell us a little bit about how COVID has affected the teaching with the classes. And this is a very hands-on college. Tell us what's been different.
Well, that is a big, we do, tout that even with prospective students about how hands-on we are. And it became a real issue, of course, because how do you teach production remotely? Unless people use their phones, which is a possibility, and unless they have cameras, unless they have the editing tools to do it on their computers. So it has been a bit of a challenge, but we've had faculty really rise to the challenge. One faculty member in particular in cinema and photography, Cade Bursell, actually after the spring, because the spring was a big pivot for everybody. Everybody had to really immediately, very quickly think outside the box. But she planned ahead for the fall semester and created packages for each of her students. It was an intro level production class that we could send to folks, send to the students so that they could use them. And why am I telling you this story? Because that's one of the funds. We used funds from one of those accounts that we want you to contribute to. There is a technology and equipment fund that you will see on the MCMA page when you go to contribute. And that money will go toward things like creating those packages that students can use for equipment, or for also we're looking at new technologies like AR, VR, virtual reality. And so that fund will also go toward those programs too.
Well, thank you for that. Tell us about the emergency fund and the scholarships
right.
that we have.
Yeah, and those were two. That was the emergency fund. I should have, immediately jumped into, because that was a huge saving grace for us during COVID, because there were lots of things that students needed. That during COVID, but we also use that emergency fund when folks are just their loan didn't come in as quickly as they thought it would, or their scholarship is still on hold for a moment. And so they can't register until they pay off some kind of bursar bill. Maybe it's a parking bill. We actually don't pay parking bills. But that fund is used for that. And again, that is one of the things that you can contribute to.
And tell us about the development funds for like visiting scholars, different things that we have, and how the students can be involved in that.
Right. Right. So a lot of our funds are for scholarships. The emergency fund. There's actually a fund that is for production and scholarly work for students. So it kind of defrays the cost of making a short film. But what's really important in a student's education is to have other folks coming in to visit. And it's sort of now, because of COVID, we've had a lot of folks come in virtually. But we're hoping to go back soon, face to face, and we want to bring visiting artists in, visiting practitioners to come and speak to our students. And so that there is a development fund that each of the departments in journalism and in cinema and photography, and it's called an activities fund in radio, television, digital media. And those help to fund research by the faculty, which I'll talk about in a minute. But it also funds visiting artists and practitioners and scholars to come back and work with the students. But if I can go back to the idea of the research, faculty research. Our faculty there are a lot of people who are still working, making documentary, making TV, making short films, writing, critiquing. And they need some support for their research. And so the development funds and the activities funds help to fund that research. And what's important about that is that it seems like it's only going to the faculty, but the faculty will also use a lot of students in their work. I know that the director of the School of Journalism, Jan Thompson, was doing a documentary about prisoners of war. And she not only had students acting in it, but most of her crew were students, so that they're getting the classroom experience and then using it, working with the faculty. So that research money that the faculty is using also helps and kind of trickles down, if you will, to the students, and they're getting real world experience.
So it's really exciting, because here at SIU, the freshmen can get involved in the fundraising, or I'm sorry, in research and projects right away. And that's something that is very appealing to a lot of students that I've noticed, that they talk about how they're so excited that they can start not their junior and senior year, but their freshman year. And so it really comes full circle with that fund helping with the professors helping the students. And I think that that's a wonderful fund that we should be definitely promoting.
We definitely should do that. And we're going to show you a video right now that will look at the programs. This is a recruitment video, but so we're kind of recruiting you to contribute.
At SIU's College of Mass Communication and Media Arts, we train our students to become expert storytellers in the world of media. Whether those stories are fictional or factual, our students learn about the world of film, journalism, radio, television, and more. You'll learn to not only master the technical skills needed, but also the theory, history, and impact these forms of storytelling have on society, ensuring adaptability as the world of media changes and advances. So let's get started showing you all that we have to offer. Our college has 3 main degree programs with several ways to specialize your skills in each industry. These areas of study are cinema and photography, journalism, and radio, television, and digital media. In cinema and photography, you can specialize in areas like film production, screenwriting, documentary, and experimental filmmaking, to name a few. Students studying photography will practice digital and analog skills in areas of fine art or commercial photography. Both areas have committed student groups who continue their practice and training beyond the classroom, creating lifelong connections that have resulted in a solid alumni base in places like LA, Chicago, and Atlanta. In journalism, our college is training a new generation of multimedia journalists. You can focus on news, photojournalism, sports media, or advertising. Journalism is so much more than just conveying news to the public. Our photojournalism classes regularly work with towns in Southern Illinois and even globally, learning how to capture the essence of a story or moment in a snapshot. Interested in marketing, but looking to also flex your creative muscles? Check out what our advertising students are doing in the Saluki Ad Lab. We also offer options for getting your degree online. The radio, television, and digital media major covers a broad range of specialties in media, including animation, broadcast news, sports media, television, and audio production, where you can also learn about the music industry and connect with musicians and producers locally and in nearby Nashville, Tennessee. WSIU Sports. Students get professional level experience and credits while still in college, working for places like WSIU, our PBS and NPR affiliated station, based right in our communications building. Or you can work with Saluki Athletics, streaming many of our home games on ESPN Plus, in what is considered the gold standard model for other schools and universities in the Missouri Valley Conference. In all areas of study, we emphasize hands-on learning. With access to state-of-the-art facilities and technology, we have several media-focused student organizations who continue their experiential learning outside the classroom, many of which are already learning the business side of their art by working with clients both on and off campus. Groups like our Emmy-winning Alt News 2646, our nationally recognized student newspaper, The Daily Egyptian, student chapters of the National Association of Black Journalists, and the American Advertising Federation. The Big Muddy Film Crew, which produces the longest-running student-produced film festival in the U.S., or our award-winning live student newscast, River Region Evening Edition, which airs on WSIU, broadcasting out to more than 3 million people across 5 states. We can't forget our Living Learning Community, or LLC, located on West Campus, where students in our programs can choose to live, collaborate, and socialize with like-minded artists in the comfort of their own residence hall. All of these opportunities, along with internships, dedicated faculty bringing years of professional experience into the classroom, and guidance from SIU's Career Development Center, help us to prepare our students for lifelong careers in media. In a world where access to information is ever expanding, media makers are in high demand. Industries and people all over the world need artists to help tell their stories. You can be that artist. Want to learn more? Email us at mcma@siu.edu or find us on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter at SIUC-MCMA.
Wow, HD, what a fantastic recruiting video. I can't believe what a great job you guys did on this video to get everything covered. Why don't we break that down just a little bit and talk about the different things that were in the video. How about something really new this year is the Big Money Film Festival has to go all virtual. So can you talk about that a little bit and let us know how that's all changed for MICMA this year?
Well, the process is pretty much the same of getting the films in. It is just how we're going to screen the films. And unfortunately, we were really looking forward to working with the Varsity Theater downtown, and we had to end up doing it virtually, which is not unusual in this time. Even the major film festivals, Toronto, New York, whatever, they're all doing it virtually too. But the great thing about this is the faculty, graduate students, undergraduate students all got together to make sure that this film festival went on. This is the 43rd year of the film festival. It would have been the first year ever that it would not have happened if we didn't do it virtually. And you can support this film festival. If you go to the MCMA page to contribute, one of the drop-down in the drop-down menu is the Big Muddy Film Festival. Yeah, we're really proud of that. And you know, the crazy thing about the Big Muddy is even before I came here to teach, I knew about the Big Muddy. And lots of people across the U.S. know about the Big Muddy. It's, you know, partially because it's been around for so long, but it's such a quality film festival also.
And let's move on to alt news and the different Emmys that the students have won. Talk about that a little bit.
Well, alt news is about 20. It's 20 years old, something like that. There's like 30 some Emmys that they've won. They've also won Student Academy Awards. It's aired right here. We're sitting in the studios of WSIU, and it airs on WSIU. It's a kind of, if you don't know it, it is a quirky and irreverent look at the news. Sometimes stories are really poignant. Other times they're very funny. Last year, the students went to Wisconsin for the Shrek Festival, and they were literally dressed up like Shrek when they were interviewing everybody. Contributing to that fund would be to support their travel. There's some software that they buy for their work, some equipment. So it would really be supporting that award-winning extracurricular program.
And speaking of news, how about that River Region Evening Edition?
How about we're sitting on the
right,
River
exactly.
Region Evening Edition? You know, again, it is one of those things that's a co-curricular organization, so that there are classes that are actually feeding right into the news. But again, on WSIU, 4 nights a week, live, half-hour newscast with sports, news, and weather. So students sit behind this desk with stories that they've written or somebody else has written. There are people in the control room over there behind that wall that are all students. There are a couple of adults, of course, in the room, because you got to have adults in the room. But you know, they're all over the region. So contribution to them helps them to not only be able to learn their craft, but helps with entries into contests, into festivals, because they'll contribute stuff to, they'll enter stuff into festivals too.
And speaking of awards, let's talk about the Daily Egyptian, who is 100 years old plus.
Plus,
right?
Definitely
And let's talk about that. We just had a major awards won, correct?
Yep, it won 18 awards at the Illinois College Newspaper Foundation. 18 awards all over the newspaper for writing, for design, for photojournalism. Really amazing. And you know, and it's all across the state of Illinois, you know, competing with bigger, like the University of Illinois program. So they held their own, and we're really proud of them. And as you said, they're 100 years old. More than 100 years old. They've just changed their logo. A lot of their work is done online, and so it helps to support that. There are, you know, the editor-in-chief, some of the managing editors are all paid. So a fund contributing to that fund will help those students.
And something relatively new to MICMA is the Ad Lab, the student-run organization. Can you talk about that a little bit and let us know how successful they've been, even in competition, and how they're building up the Ad Lab itself?
Mm-hmm. They were really successful their first year out. That is one of our professors over in advertising, Bridget Lascelius, runs the program. It, again, like River Region, it's co-curricular, so that there are classes that feed right into it, or the work that they do with clients on campus and off campus. They even had a client from Chicago when the census was being done, and they were doing work in Spanish to try to get to the Spanish-speaking population here in Southern Illinois to be counted in the census. Yeah, so they're really they're thriving and growing, and again, contributing to that helps those students.
Thank you. And so let's move on. Let's talk about all the exciting news. It's actually been in the news. The new mass communications building, and then how the program is going forward, and about a possible name change coming up pretty soon.
Right. Where do I start? First, we start with the
Building.
renovation of the communications building. This building's been around since 1964. This would be the first major renovation since then. And we're all looking forward to it and jockeying for more space and more room inside the building. We've been working with the architects on that, and we should be breaking ground. There are lots of naming opportunities for those of you.
Absolutely.
Pockets.
Or excuse me, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. But there are, there are rooms to be named, whatever, within the new building, if you're so inclined. I guess the big news is that we have a big change coming on July 1st. The College of Mass Communication and Media Arts will now be called the College of Arts and Media, and will include, besides the schools in departments that we have here, radio, television, cinema and photography, and School of Journalism, we will have the School of Architecture, the School of Art and Design, the School of Music, and the Department of Theater. And during that transition, this CP, Cinema and Photography, and RTD will merge to form the School of Media Arts. So that's where we'll be after July 1st. And so can I just say that some of these donations that you've given will really help those students as we try to go out and market this new School of Arts and Media, this new College of Arts and Media, excuse me. We can use the funds that you're giving for the scholarships and equipment or whatever to bring students into this new college that there is no other college that has the breadth of arts and media like this one will in the state system.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were getting ready to say something. So let's talk about how you can help the college. We would love for you to join us this year. We've had several gifts already coming in. I think we had one we might have the top one as far as distance. Did we have a gift come in from
Belgium, from one of our alums in Belgium.
Wow. But fantastic.
But this is only because we know, sometimes we don't know who the people are because we don't know where they are. But that particular person, we do know that he's in Belgium. We have faculty that are giving. They're giving to, we have some folks that are giving to in honor of their favorite teacher. So if you have a favorite teacher that you want to give money to, Joey Helene, who is actually one of our longtime faculty members, has a few people that have contributed in his name.
And something we'd like to encourage, this is our 5th year of the Day of Giving. We'd love to see gifts come in fives. So $5, $50, $500, $5,000. We're okay with that too. So anything you can do to help us on this day, the students, the future is made by your gifts, and we appreciate everything that you guys do by giving.
And we can't thank you enough, really. Thank you for all the donation that you will give it to us for the future of our college and the students. Thank you.
There is a momentum here that keeps us moving forward together. It drives us to progress, moves us to advance towards succeeding. A collective momentum of the past, present, and the future. No matter the obstacles, it takes us over them, through them, carrying a higher purpose, shaping futures, and opening doors to opportunity. It's there when the odds are high, when all that's needed is a little more traction. It is born of the accomplishments of those that came before, and alive in the hopes of those who will follow. The very sweat and hard work that has brought our alumni face to face with their goals for over a century now. That's the source. It's the sum of individual successes that collectively create this swelling tide of support. momentum that some students depend on. Each year, we dedicate one day to help. Alumni, students, faculty, and staff all take part in helping build that momentum. And you can help too. One day, 24 hours, whether you give $1 or create a trust, you can continue the legacy of momentum at SIU. Momentum that lowers odds, eases challenges, and creates opportunities for students to one day pay it forward. Because the simple act of giving is what keeps us all moving forward together. Join us March 3rd, 2021. Build momentum on the SIU Day of Giving.
What a great segment from our HD and Lisa, our folks at MICMO, or soon to be the College of Arts and Media. So it's just incredible things going on there. We're getting down our final hour here on the Day of Giving live stream. We're thrilled to have with us right now a new member of the team, I guess 14 months. He's the Associate Vice Chancellor for Development and Alumni Relations, the Executive Director of Alumni Relations, Jeff Gleam. Jeff, welcome. It is great to have you. 1 year plus 2 months. Tell us about how's it been so far.
Well, I never in my wildest dreams would have ever dreamt that I would have had my first year would have been like this. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a second, Matt, but this is where the show goes off the rails whenever Matt and I get together. But I just want to just say, look, to all the folks that have participated in making today happen, Matt, the foundation, WSIU, all the presenters, I've been watching this all day. Fantastic job. You're making history. You're making history. So hats off to all of you that have been a part of this. And here at the association, we were just happy to be able to help make this happen. So it's been a great day, and we're this close. So we're working on it. But first year, Matt, has been unreal. We've gotten a lot done, even with COVID. We've restructured our board. We have realigned our board committees. We're going to introduce a national call for board of directors starting next year. We're creating a college and professional school alumni council. That's coming here soon. We've completely redone our magazine in regards to publication. So most of you who get the magazine are familiar with it. You're now getting it twice a year. That's different than what it has been in the past. It was once a year. We've overhauled our scholarships programs. One of the things I really wanted to introduce today was we've introduced a mobile app, and that just came out last month. Those of you who haven't downloaded it yet, I would strongly encourage you to take a look at it, download it. It's going to be a great way to communicate. And one of our second pushes, notifications out to everybody, was about Day of Giving. So it's working. So please go check that out.
Thank you for that, Jeff. That's incredible first year. Jeff, we're going to go to a quick video here. I think we're going to have a lot of fun with this video. Then we're going to come back. We have a lot to talk about with Jeff Gleam, the new executive director of the Alumni Association. So let's go to that video.
There's a certain spirit in the heart of a Saluki, a gratitude grown from opportunities given to them by Southern Illinois University, sometimes even when no one else would. Past, present, future, the university was, is, and will be there for students across time, but it doesn't endure alone. The generosity of its alumni keeps it strong, sentiments of giving that echo through generations and serve as a beacon to minds that crave knowledge and seek to change the world. If given a voice, what would these echoes sound like?
SIU has given me many gifts. It was the first time I had so many choices. I landed in a world of possibilities. All the roads were open for me to explore. Each one was a path to an opportunity, to a life, and to a dream beyond anything I had ever dared to imagine. SIU was a gift, and gifts like those must be shared. For that reason, with gratitude in my heart, I want to give back to those who were once like me.
I live in between definitions. I've come to a place where I'm no longer defined by who I was, and I've not yet written who I will be. I'm eager, I'm nervous, I'm hungry to make an impact, to live my best life, to discover the things that will make me who I'm destined to become. Most of all, I'm inspired by those who have contributed to this opportunity in front of me, and I promise I won't forget it.
I have my whole life ahead of me. I'm already starting to imagine what I want to be. I'm curious, I'm excited. People look at me and remember what it was like when there was so much potential.
Now more than ever, your gifts to SIU are making a difference. We at the SIU Alumni Association are always amazed at the support of our alumni. Thank you for your loyalty and pride over the years. And once again, once a Saluki, always a Saluki. Okay, Salukis, if that doesn't make you want to give, I mean, get your Kleenex out. Come on. That was a lot of fun making that. To the staff that I know that are watching here, they thought I was crazy because I actually had the dogs talking back to me. So I think at night, I think sometimes they do, but it was fun putting that together. So I hope everybody enjoyed that.
It's a great video. So, Jeff mentioned he's 14 months, all he's done so quickly. Just a reminder, Jeff spent 8 years working with the Speaker of the House in Ohio, spent 14 years as his alma mater, Ohio State, and then 14 years at Pittsburgh, all in leadership roles and alumni. So he was a big-time hire to SIU. And Jeff and I and the alumni and the foundation, we work really closely together. It's a great partnership. So Jeff, I guess one of the questions out of the video is, and to you is, can alumni really help their alma mater?
And you know the answer to that is absolutely. And it's funny, and it's a common term that I know all Salukis are familiar with, but it's really true. Absolutely, people can help, alumni can help, and we took that word and we kind of had fun with it. But this is something that any alum can do. They can attend alumni and university events. They can be a mentor to a student or young alum. They can spread the word. Follow SIU on social media. The app, we've already talked about that. The association has one. Download it. Look for Saluki groups in your area and get involved. Use your voice to advocate and recruit for SIU. Keep wearing your Saluki gear and invite local students to inquire about SIU. So, absolutely, you all can help.
Jeff, that is pretty cool. We might steal that from you if you don't mind. We talk about there's 260,000 alumni in the Saluki Nation. And in your 14 months, what have you seen? There seems to be a really special feeling amongst alumni. What are your thoughts?
One of the things in just my short time here is, I know the chancellor, I've been with him on these listening and learning tours, and we've heard the good, the bad, and in some cases the ugly. But what I've learned is that people really care. And I know you can say that about a lot of institutions, but I've never seen it like this. They really care. They're sincere about some of the feedback that they're giving you. And I just really appreciate that. And I've been in tune with what everyone's saying. I want to try to implement as many things that we possibly can. Matt, one of the things that we're doing right now, the chancellor mentioned this as well with the university, is we're building our own strategic plan. So these listening and learning tours have been wonderful for me because we really want to focus on life stages, generational living, in regards to we want something for everybody within this new strategic plan. Now, we can't be everything to everybody, but we really hope that there's going to be something there for everyone that they can grab a hold of.
Jeff, do we celebrate our 5th annual day giving here? For you, it's our first. It's a pretty cool day, this live stream event. We ask everybody, siuday.siu.edu. If you hadn't made a gift yet, we'd love to have you go to the website, make a gift. Let's talk about, Jeff, fundraising and the alumni giving, the Alumni Association. How might an alum support some of the efforts within the Alumni Association?
Well, let's talk about the easy one. We just saw that wonderful video. That the Saluki Alumni Plaza is now a little over a year old. It was started before my arrival, and it's now completed. But alumni have given a significant amount of money to make this happen. Where my office sits, I look out every day at the plaza. This plaza is becoming a very popular place for alums and current students to come to get their picture taken. There's still opportunity to give to this project. We're going to try to bring the giving portion of this to an end somewhat after Day of Giving. So by the end of this month, you're still able to give and be recognized on the donor plaque at the plaza. So that's one way. Another way is through scholarships. We have a number of scholarships that alumni have created. Our constituent organizations have created. There's plenty of opportunities to give to those. We actually have two contests going on for giving. We did this last year. We're doing it again this year for the constituent organization that raises the most money. There's an award from the association. And the second, the constituent organization that has the most alumni giving. There's also another opportunity. So those are two easy ways that folks could step to the plate and give to.
Another thing, a new development is as you've moved into Woody Hall with our Alumni Center, we're looking at, there are opportunities for alumni to put their names and a gift to the building, perhaps a name, a gift, a recognition of a gift for a name. Tell us about those.
So in partnership with the foundation, I've been working for the last 3 months with Matt on this. We are looking for opportunities to have naming opportunities within the Alumni Center. We've now, I think you said, we've been in this for a little over a year, and we're just putting the final touches to what a giving program to the association naming rights would be. So we've should be coming out here within the next month or two in regards to what some of those opportunities might be. So if you're interested in something like that, that would be an easy way to get back to the association as well.
Jeff, we've all been really impressed with what you've done in these 14 months, the new programs you're talking about. You mentioned earlier, I know partnerships is really important to you. Talk to us about partnerships.
Well, one of the things that I left out that I've been working on in these first 14 months was I've met with all the deans. I've met with most of the department heads. With COVID, it's been hard to get to see all the alums, but we're coming. But I wanted folks, my colleagues here on campus, to know that the association is here, and there are so many of us doing the same things that we need to look for those synergies. We need to be better collaborators, and there's so many more things that we could do for our alumni who are watching this. And I think partnerships is a key word for me. And Matt, the foundation has been wonderful partners to the association. I hope that you can say the same. I hope the deans, as I said, I've met with all of those, and I'm getting positive feedback from the deans that there's opportunities here for us to do more for our alumni. So just anxious to get started, and hopefully, we're getting past some of the COVID restrictions here soon, and by this summer or this fall, we'll all be able to get together and hopefully doing a lot of great things in the name of SIU.
Last Saturday, our football team took down the #1 team in the country, North Dakota State. What's been the response from alumni?
Oh my goodness. My phone was blowing up, as was yours, during the game. Couldn't believe that this was taking place. And of course, you, me, and the chancellor were all just taking it in, and we're just wondering. And the chancellor said that he picked us to win at the beginning. But I got to tell you, when we got home, I turned on the TV and there on ESPN, what was the lead story? SIU upsetting North Dakota State, 39 win streak gone. So it was a good feeling in the stadium. Can't wait to experience something like that again. So, but hats off to the coach, the players, those of you who were in attendance. Just a great, great feeling.
We've got 30 seconds left on this segment with Jeff Clean. Just final thoughts to share with our alumni?
Anxious to get out there on the road. As I said, we're going to be coming, sitting near you. Matt and I have got a lot of great things. The staff and I have all talked about wanting to get out there, and the chancellor is more than willing. So we're coming. Just bear with us. We're coming. But thanks for everything that you do. We really, really do appreciate it. And as always, go Dogs.
Hi, my name is Carla Rosado, and I graduated from SIU in December of 2019. SIU gave me the flexibility and support I needed to graduate with 2 bachelor's degrees, one in finance and one in foreign language international trade. I was also able to study abroad, and while abroad, I collected a postcard from everywhere I was able to travel, and that's what you see on the wall here behind me. SIU is also where I met my mentors, my closest friends, and my fiance. SIU is moving forward together. SIU alumni and friends are coming together to inspire Salukis to donate to SIU and show pride in our alma mater. I encourage you to give $5, $50, or $500 to a fund that inspires you. You can make your donations at siuday.edu. There are more than 150 funds to choose from. You can follow SIU Day of Giving activities on the SIU Foundation social media page and follow SIU Alumni Association's Facebook page. Let's move forward together.
Welcome to the 5th annual SIU Day of Giving. This is an outstanding opportunity for all SIU alumni and friends to support our incredible faculty, staff, and students. I'm Mike Moore, Director of Development for the College of Liberal Arts. With me is Dean Andrew Balkansky, who will share some of the good things that are happening in the college and talk about opportunities for you to provide support. Welcome, Dean Balkansky.
Thanks, Mike. Good afternoon, everybody.
Dean, the past 12 months have been incredibly challenging. How has your faculty responded to continue to advance the mission to provide a quality educational experience for our students?
Well, thanks for the question, Mike. It's not surprising to anyone out there, I'm sure, that we are in a challenging time. It's underscored as much as anything that our students have their own private lives, our instructional staff have their own private lives and concerns, and it's just brought to the forefront how much we really need each other, and just to be aware of everyone's situation during this pandemic. We've adapted. We've been using technology to deliver classes. We have this model now that's some face-to-face going on, and if that's your best learning modality, you can do that. And do it safely. We also have various online options, and most of our students are taking either fully online or a hybrid, some online, some in person in a given week. And so that's really what we've done to address teaching anyway, the teaching part of our mission during the pandemic. So there are options out there, and we've kept it going. I mean, that's really the bottom line. We've kept it going.
Well, we talk a lot about the delivery of the educational experience, but there's a human element that goes into this too. So how have we been able to keep connected with your staff and your faculty, and keep them involved and moving forward? How does that occur?
Well, we can't meet face to face. I mean, that's a real impediment. There's a lot of email, obviously, a lot of Zoom meetings. I was in a Zoom meeting, twice already today for, with quite a lot of variety of people that are in these meetings. And, it's just creative use of technology and just being available. A lot of us are at home a lot of the time, but we're available all the time. And what I've really found is that if a problem arises, a student has an issue, there's a whole team that just jumps on that situation instantaneously. And that's where technology comes in. We're texting a lot, we're emailing a lot, we're having the Zoom meetings. The communication is good. That part of it's been good. And if anything, post-pandemic, I hope we can maintain some of the things we've learned, both in terms of the classroom pedagogy, but also just our work lives and how connected we now are and how quickly we respond to problems when they occur.
That's that really does make sense. And as we move forward, we probably are going to have to consider new ways because we won't be back to normal as people would like. But a question I have is, more and more universities are expanding their online and their virtual programs. We see commercials all the time for that school up in the Northeast that drives the bus around the country. I mean, do you see any value in SIU and in general, and maybe liberal arts in particular, going down that path?
Well, we've had online for a long time in terms of our course delivery as one of the modalities, and of course, with the pandemic, that's intensified. I think post-pandemic, it's anybody's guess what life will be like, but probably it's not, back to business as usual or back to what we thought was normal. And I think part of the future is a lot more online course offerings, not in exclusion of face-to-face or laboratory-based or any other kind of more traditional modality, but as an option, especially for students that are working, often multiple jobs, want to get an extra class in so they can move toward their degree a little quicker. Taking one class perhaps online in addition to others that you're taking face-to-face, that really helps get people moving forward.
Well, one question I asked this of Eric Lenz when I was on with the arts, and we talked about how he's able to deliver individual, instruction in music, which generally is a face-to-face proposition. How is for some of our other disciplines, such as archaeology, or where you're out in the field and you want to get and dig? I mean, how are we able to deliver that? Is that during these times?
All right, that's a little bit more frustrating. There are certain, disciplines. Arts are one. You mentioned archaeology, which happens to be my own discipline. These are not just traditionally, but probably best, delivered in a face-to-face, real life setting. And we've had to innovate there too. I'm thinking of one project that's being directed by our own Mark Wagner, who was in charge of the Center for Archaeological Investigations. He and a number of students are working on a new, online form of learning about excavation, having an excavation experience where you, in this online environment, you kind of have a virtual dig and you make choices just like real archaeologists have to do when they're in the field. And I've sat in on some of the sessions when they're developing it, and I have to say it's fun. It's not, in the long run, a substitute, but it's still fun.
Well, Dean Balkanski, if I interrupt you, we've got a video, I think, which addresses some of that in the virtual world. And Pinckney Benedict has put a little video together for us to explore that.
VR has unlocked a little bit of creativity for me, thinking of all like the possibilities and asserting yourself into situations just for a more realistic experience. I think it's definitely the way of the future when it comes to storytelling.
Working in virtual reality in the fiction program has been a really rewarding experience to like see the different outlets like Tavori and Unity. Like your story in your head is like one image, but then translating it, like making it something tangible is something else.
I mainly work with an app called Tilt Brush,
Basically, it's painting in space. Instead of a canvas or any kind of traditional form of media, I can use the full area, the whole room.
I've gotten to experience a lot of different things that you normally wouldn't get to. I've got to be under the sea, and I'm in the medical field, and using VR to use practices for dentistry, you're able to really focus on how you can interpret that in VR.
A lot of people don't realize what you can do with VR. I think a lot of people think that it's games and that it's only games. So like medical students, when I finally get to the app in the lab, for example, where they can do the body scan and they can do cross sections of different parts of the body and they can manipulate the body. Medical students go wild. They're like, oh, now I get it. Now I see like what this can do.
Well, thanks to Professor Pinkney Benedict and his students for putting together that video, which really, I think, illustrates the opportunities that are out there in virtual reality. Really what he works on, what his main purpose in this is to come up with a new way of creative writing. And what's really amazing about this project is all of you out there, anyone who's interested in this and goes to siuday.siu.edu, you can support this program, and it doesn't take a huge gift to provide value. The one thing I wanted to really to sort of talk about was talking with Pinkney. The only thing that limits the size of the students involved in his program is how many, for example, pair of goggles he's able to provide. It takes $299 to purchase a set of goggles. So every $50 gift, $100 gift goes a long way, and it positively impacts our student population. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would. And I really enjoyed the video we just saw. It's not like English courses when you and I went to school. And I'm kind of jealous. I wish I could get in the classroom and do this. And you put those goggles on, you really are in another world.
Well, when I met with Pinkney and he was describing this project, I basically asked him, he was talking about creative writing and how this would work, and he had to explain it to me 3 times because I couldn't understand what happened to the pen and the paper. But as he explains, fiction in today is got to do more with virtual, with all the different movies you see on TV now, the different Marvel movies. That's all virtual reality storytelling. So I think that's pretty exciting, and it has applications above and beyond, as he described, above and beyond fiction writing. But we've spent time talking about that. And I know that there is something you would like to discuss, a priority that you have in liberal arts. It really touches every student within the liberal arts program, and that is the COLA Scholarship Fund. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that, and thanks for the opportunity, Mike. The Scholarship Fund, which in current pandemic conditions has in some instances become an emergency fund, has been utterly crucial to keeping our students enrolled and moving forward. And even small dollar donations make a huge, huge difference. Just recent instances where students have come to us needing help buying a textbook. I can think of someone who is going to be a future Spanish teacher, needed a $300 textbook, an access code for some online materials, and that's not unusual. Textbooks are really, really expensive, and we've got students who have to make choices every month. Do I pay the rent or do I buy a textbook? Do I buy textbooks for these 3 classes and not the 4th class I'm taking? That's a real problem, and to help our students progress through their programs and graduate in a timely manner, we can provide little assistance like that for them here and there, and a little bit goes a long way. Another example comes to mind immediately. Like a lot of our students, we had a first generation in college individual who was going to graduate and couldn't quite afford the regalia. Well, we got the person the rental for the regalia so they could, walk at graduation in front of their entire family. And it's things like that that are just small touches here and there that make a big, big difference for our students. And your assistance there I know where that money goes, and it helps real people out there. And there are a lot of students in need, Mike.
Well, you're exactly right. As you know, we did at the very beginning of the pandemic, we did a Saluki Cares fundraising project here at the foundation, which was very successful. And it just adds to what you're doing and what you make available through the scholarship fund. Just adds to that, because we do have many students that do have those needs that aren't always you can't always find in a FAFSA form or in a student loan program. So what I'd like to do is that, I think that, as we've discussed, liberal arts in some parts of the country, liberal arts is sort of under attack. I'm reading all the time about, I think Wright State University just dropped their entire humanities program. I may be wrong, but I think that's what happened. So in the last few minutes, 4 or 5 minutes that we have, what is the value of liberal arts? I mean, what does liberal arts bring to SIU that makes it imperative that we continue to support it?
Well, Mike, you're putting me on the spot here, but I'll take a shot at it. I mean, we are in challenging times. There's no question about it. And what you say is true. What I would say, first and foremost, is that for every student at SIU, whether you're in our college or not, majoring in one of our programs or not, everybody comes through our liberal arts programs if for no other reason than their involvement in the core curriculum. And that's an absolutely crucial part of any education. And oftentimes students, when they think about the fun classes they took, more often than not, they're in the liberal arts departments. And so whether we are trying to build our majors, that's obviously what we want to do. But we see ourselves as being situated in serving the entire university and the entire student body at the same time. And so it's kind of a value-added proposition. You take your liberal arts courses, a few here and there, or you major or double major in a liberal arts discipline. There's real data out there that shows in the long run, you actually have higher income and greater success in life than students who didn't go that route. That's factually true. And so whether it's taking 1 or 2 classes here or there, or really getting into the the nitty gritty of one of our really fascinating subject matter areas, the liberal arts is going to be here to stay, and it's an important part of the institution.
Well, you really described, what I feel like. I feel like liberal arts is the heart of the university, and obviously without that, the need for our students, whether in another discipline or not, you still have to be able to read and write and think critically and all those types of things. But let's sort of switch gears here. So as we go forward with the into the new year, what type of changes, or I guess I asked you earlier, what have you learned as a faculty member? What have you learned about how you may change your delivery, or things that you're going to do differently going forward? I know the COVID has been a tough thing for people, but I think out of every bit of hardship, there's some good that comes out, because we figure out different ways of getting things done. So what have you and your faculty learned?
Well, I may have alluded to this before, but just the interdependence of all of us, is really brought to the forefront. The need to be considerate of others and what they're going through. The need to be, in communication with one another as much and as well as we can, in as constructive a way as we can. It's just small little bits of human interaction like that, that when I think we do finally come back to campus, we'll be stronger for what's happened, regrettable though, the whole circumstances have been for all of us.
Well, thank you, Dean Balkanski. Hey, thanks for taking the time to share these great thoughts about what's happening in the College of Liberal Arts, and the opportunities for our generous alumni and friends to participate in the future development of our students and faculty. You can make a difference. Please go to the address at the bottom of the screen, siuday.siu.edu, and make a gift. Thank you for your support. And we will close with one of our outstanding English students, Anna Wingert, who has a message that we'll close with today. So thank you for viewing.
Hello, my name is Anna Wingert, and I'm a sophomore majoring in English. I'd like to say thank you to everyone who's making a donation, large or small, during today's Day of Giving. It may only be 24 hours long, but the Day of Giving has become an important source of life-giving revenue for the school to which we are all devoted. We've all been through a historically difficult year, and it was only days after the 2020 Day of Giving that the global pandemic shut down the campus as it did much of the world. The difficulties faced by higher education before the pandemic intensified significantly, and many new challenges arose. As Salukis, we've faced these obstacles together, and I can tell you from the inside that SIU is eminently worthy of your support. So, from a current student to the many generous supporters of the university on this virtual Day of Giving, thank you. Now I'm going to be making my donation to the English department. Go Dogs!
Hey Salukis, today we are here for the install of the dogs at Saluki Alumni Plaza. In the background you'll see the artist John Medvedev, who is an SIU grad, putting everything into place. We've got the 3 dogs here representing the past, present, and future. We're really excited about this. This has been a 2-year-long project, and with COVID and everything that's been going on, we're outside and we're actually looking at the work that has taken a little over the 2 years to do. So I want to thank John and Megan, who's also here in the background, to the artists. We have John Klein here, who has also been part of the fabrication of all of this. I want to thank our alumni who have donated to this, and there's still opportunities to give. But it's been a labor of love, and we're actually seeing the fruits of our efforts and your efforts. And again, I want to say thank you. We will do a more formal dedication at some point, but we wanted to capture the install today. It's such a beautiful day out, but thank you for everything that you do for the university. Thank you for supporting this project. And as always, go Dogs.
Our history is rich, our spirit strong, but our future is uncertain. Now, more than ever, we need your help to preserve the Saluki legacy, to protect what we've built, maintain our promise, and prepare for an even brighter tomorrow. We are all Salukis, now and forever.
Well, hi, my name is Brian Croft. I am the Assistant Director at Touch of Nature Environmental Center. I am a proud alumni, both in my undergrad and my graduate. I'm a former student worker at Touch of Nature, and it's super cool to be here today, SIU Day of Giving, talking about Touch of Nature and all the cool programs we have.
Hey, Brian. My name is JD Tanner, and I'm the director at Touch of Nature. And if you all can't tell, the development directors are gone. Ties are off, sleeves are rolled up, vests are on. So it's time, we're at the end of this. It's time to get excited. It's time to start talking about Touch of Nature. Right. The crown jewel, one of the crown jewels of the SIU system. Again, Brian and I are excited, as is the entire center, to be a part of the Day of Giving. So I think it makes the most sense for us to start off with a little bit of history, just to give everyone an idea of what Touch of Nature is all about. The center is 3,400 acres, all university owned and operated. We've got about 100 buildings at Touch of Nature. A lot of people drive right past the university and don't have a clue of what they've driven past on their way to Giant City. But 3,400 acres, 100 buildings, everything from rustic, non-air conditioned cabins all the way up to an 18-room hotel. We're best known in the community for programs like Camp Little Giant and our Maple Fest. Maple Fest sees 1,400 people maybe in the weekend. But I want to tell you all about some of the other things that are a little less known. One of those things is the fact that we are the birthplace of Special Olympics. Very excited and proud to be attached to the Special Olympics. We've been offering our programs since 1952. And then the other piece that a lot of people aren't familiar with is the fact that we have National Park Service designation. 1972, the National Park Service designated Touch of Nature as a National Environmental Education Landmark. Today for SIU Day of Giving, we're going to talk about some of our programs and some of our special projects that we have going on. And so I'll start off by bumping over to Brian. And Brian, tell us about the program that we're most commonly known for and are historically known for. Tell us about Camp Little Giant.
Well, you took all the fun history part out of it. But it's pretty cool to think about the fact that Delight Morris and Bill Freeberg almost 70 years ago had this crazy idea that the outdoors, as great as they are, they should be for everybody. And so we really were this innovative place that really believed in adapting outdoor recreation, camping, and all of these other activities to offer to people with physical disabilities, intellectual disabilities. We were the first, and that's super cool. We're pretty proud of that, and have been doing so since 1952, and excited to continue to do that. We serve a wide range of populations, both adults and children. Things that go on at camp, we do things like obviously arts and crafts, swimming, archery. We do therapeutic drumming. Lots of campfires. If you ever see me around a campfire, I sing a mean John Denver song. We'll talk about that later. In 2018, we actually were lucky enough to host the 50th anniversary of the Special Olympics here at Touch of Nature. And it's something that I know we're really proud of, and that the university is proud of as well. And next year, we actually look to celebrate the 70th anniversary of Camp Little Giant. So for 70 years, we've been offering outdoor experiences to, as we say, to all people, regardless of physical abilities, intellectual abilities, everything in between.
Thanks, Brian. Hey, real fast, interns, GA, student employment, is that something that Camp Little Giant does to show our support for what the university's mission is?
Absolutely. And I think that's when we looked at creating this center, it really was this holistic piece of providing these experiences for our students as well. So although we're serving the campers, we're also providing students in education, recreation, forestry, this outdoor laboratory to really practice and perfect the skills that they're learning in the classroom, which is exciting.
Tell us about the Alpine Tower ropes course project that we're working on developing right now.
Well, so in the same vein that we were really trying to push the boundaries back in 1950 and on, we still want to be that. We want to be that innovative place that's offering new cutting edge programs to all people. And so one of the things we're most excited about is sort of this idea of an adaptive climbing wall. So you think about rock climbing, and obviously everyone thinks of all of these movies where these big muscular people are doing pull-ups, but they've come so far using hall systems and other things that we can take anyone climbing. And so we really are looking at investing some time into building some of these inclusive and adaptive adventure and outdoor experiences to really keep Touch of Nature and SIU pushing the bar in inclusive recreation.
I'm super excited about that project, Brian. Bringing that into camp area is going to be a game changer for us. One of the game changers is the Veteran Adventure Program that'll play a part into. Why don't you real quick talk about the Veteran Adventure Program for us?
We've got a really strong recreation therapy program. And really, what is recreation therapy? It's using recreation as a form of therapy, regardless of its physical, mental, and everything in between. And so the Veteran Adventures Program, we started a little over 5 years ago. And really, the idea is we wanted to provide these outdoor experiences to a population that is so deserving of our time, our energy, and our efforts. So again, these experiences can be everything from a fireworks-free 4th of July to a paddling trip. We've done role clinics in the rec center. We've done adaptive archery and everything between. And so we're really excited about the opportunities and the programs that we can offer vets to create community and to help them, obviously so deserved. And we're really excited. We actually are partnering with a program called TAPS, which is actually a program that serves the family members of people who we've lost in battle. So surviving family members can come through camps and through other adventure to work on grief and other things like that together. So really excited about that.
That's great. Like I said, I'm excited about that project. I'm also excited about our multi-use trail project that we've been working on. I started here about 7 years ago, and been working on this project for a long time, and it's really starting to become reality as we're about to open up here in the spring. We haven't set that grand opening date yet, but we've got about 10 miles of multi-use trail for people to be able to hike and bike and run on. It's a great community piece for us to, we have community come out all the time. Hey, what can we do out here? Well, you can call the office and reserve something, but not anymore. Now you're able to come out and you're able to park and you're able to go for a ride, go for a walk, get outdoors. Tons of research going on right now that's saying, hey, getting outdoors is therapeutic. It's helpful to get your mind and body out there, especially during the pandemic. So we're really excited about that. We're excited about the assistance that we've gotten from donors and grants. A donation through the foundation by the Rosenberger family has built a kids park for us. So that kids park will have a pump track, a little strider track, and a little skills loop for kids, so moms and dads can come out and have some fun and watch the kids ride and hopefully do some riding or some hiking themselves. So about the last thing that we've got for you today is we would like to segue into about a 2.5-minute video that's going to give you all some ideas, give you some highlights of the programs and the projects that we just talked about.
I think watching that video always makes me want to go outside and stop being inside. But after the year we've had, I think there's one thing I know, speaking for myself personally, I think if there's one thing that I've learned from the pandemic, it's the importance of the outdoors. There's a lot going on right now, but the outdoors is there for us. It makes us happier. It makes us healthier. And I think a lot of people are seeing that now in a way that they maybe haven't seen before. And I think that's why Touch of Nature is this great opportunity for the university, for the Southern Illinois community to really embrace getting outdoors, whatever that means to you. And again, we offer programs for kids, for adults, and everything in between. And I think Southern Illinois in general, like this is one of the few places in the Midwest where right here from where I'm sitting, I can go mountain biking, I can go rock climbing, I can go canoeing, I can go hiking, and I can do that all driving 30 minutes. And I can do a lot of that at Touch of Nature, which is really exciting. And it's one of the reasons that I'm proud to be an alumni here. both of SIU and of Touch of Nature, really because it's embracing the outdoors is something that's important to me. And I know that it's probably important to a lot of you, and you maybe come to realize it during this pandemic. But it's just super exciting that we can offer these things as a university. And with your help, we can continue to offer not only the programs that we currently do, but maybe some new ones. So.
As Touch of Nature continues to support the university and the community by promoting health and wellness, by promoting environmental stewardship, we hope that you all will take the opportunity today on this 5th year of SIU Day of Giving and give to the center and help us continue to be able to provide the programs that we've been providing for a long time. siuday.siu.edu. And thanks.
JD and Brian, thanks. That's Touch of Nature. They are building what will become the nation's premier outdoor education center that will bring 125,000 folks to this region. Just an example of the great things going on. We started today with our College of Health and Human Sciences. We finished with Touch of Nature. In the 8 hours in between, we've had 22 segments from our units, our schools. You've watched 116 videos. We are going to conclude with one more video, but it's been a spectacular 8 hours. We hope you've enjoyed it. We're not done yet. Day of Giving continues on through midnight. We've got about 25,000 alumni out west, so we're expecting them to join on throughout the afternoon and the night. We're about $1.73 million in dollars raised. We passed last year's record-breaking total. We think we're on our way to $2 million. We're over 2,000 gifts, which is a great record turnout. We thank you all. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Rebecca Renshaw, Brittany Bateman, and Jeff Wilson in the Foundation's communications team. They put this great live stream together. Spectacular. Again, I don't think there's another university that has done it. So thank you, Rebecca, Brittany, and Jeff. Again, thank you. A shout out to our foundation board, the members, and their support they give to us, and our incredible staff in the SIU Foundation. There is something about this magic in this Saluki nation. It's a pride. It's an institution that has served for 152 years. We have had a chance to make this our historic. This support will help our students, our faculty, and also want to thank WSIU and Jack Tishner in this incredible facility in the studio here with Larry Hunter and the other team here, everybody behind the scenes. They've hung with us for 8 hours. We ask again, if you haven't made a gift, you go to the website, siuday.siu.edu. If you've made a gift, we thank you. I'm going to finish with a pretty cool saying here that I have on my desk, and I want to show it to you. But it says, to the world you might be one person, but to one person you might be the world. So every gift, no matter how big, no matter how small, makes a difference to that student. You are the world. So thanks for joining us. Thanks for your support. Go Salukis, go Southern, go.
Because of your generosity, I've been able to focus on being a student.
It really allowed me to focus less on the finances, to spend more time on my education.
Just wanted to say thank you very much for your support.
I just wanted to thank you so much for your generous financial support towards my higher education.
My parents made me want to go to school, but financially I never understood how I'd ever make it happen.
Thank you so much for this scholarship. It gives me hope to continue my study.
Thank you so much for that scholarship. It means so much that you're willing to go out every year and do stuff like this for the students.
I was the award recipient of your scholarship fund last year.
And I just genuinely want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the help that you gave me.
I would like to thank you for recognizing my hard work and supporting me.
I just wanted to express how grateful I am.
So I'm honored to have this opportunity.
This scholarship has helped me to stay on track.
It
takes a whole lot off of my mind. With everything going on in the world, I know that section of my education is paid for and I don't have to worry about that.
Honestly, I can't even put into words how thankful I am.
I just really wanted to express my gratitude to you guys.
I just wanted to say thank you greatly for your donation and your scholarship. If it wasn't for your scholarship and your donation, I don't know if I'd be able to go to SIU.
Helping not only me, but so many other students in the aviation department.
I am very grateful to be a recipient of this scholarship, and I can't thank you enough for it.
I hope that you guys are able to realize how big of an impact you have on students such as myself.
It really was a gift, and I thank you so much for giving it to me.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything that you've done.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything.
Thank you so much.
Thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
I just can't thank you enough.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
you.
Thank you so much.
You have had a great impact on my life, and I literally just cannot thank you enough.